Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we may have your attention, please. We are about to start our conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning 2021. We have traditional dance, Nyimah dance. Nyimah is a dance that represents Lampungese philosophy called Nemui Nyimah, which means the Lampungese people's polite attitude. Nyimah describes the Lampung people as being welcoming to the visitors with a friendly attitude. Please enjoy it. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Tabi pun. The Honorable Rector of University of Lampung, Professor Dr. Karomani MSI. The Honorable Professor Dr. Heriandi MS, the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs. The Honorable Professor Dr. Asep Sukohar, the Vice Rector for General Administration and Finance Affairs. The Honorable Professor Dr. Yulianto, the Vice Rector for Students Affairs and Alumni. The Honorable Professor Suharso, PhD, the Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, and Information and Communication Technology. The Honorable Head of the Institute for Educational Development and Quality Assurance of the University of Lampung, or the representative. The Honorable Head of Institute for Research and Community Services of the University of Lampung, or the representative. The Honorable Director of Postgraduate Program, the University of Lampung. The Honorable Deans, University of Lampung, especially Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Lampung, Profesor Dr. Patuan Raja, MPD. The Honorable Professor Dr. Sunyono, MSI, the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs. The Honorable Dr. Andes Supriyadi, MPD, the Vice Dean for General Administration and Finance Affairs. The Honorable Dr. Riswantirini, MSI, the Vice Dean for Students Affairs and Alumni. The Honorable, the Coordinator of Administration, the Head of English Language Education Study Program, Dr. Ari Nurweni, MA, as the host of 3rd International Conference in English Language Teaching and Learning 2021. The Honorable, the Heads of Departments and Head of Study Programs. The Honorable Distinguished Keynote Speakers, Professor Marian Nikolov from University of Pech, Hungary. Association Professor Dr. Abu Bakar Mohammed Razali from University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia. Dr. Eng Cheo Hong from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Mr. Ujang Suparman, MA, PhD from University of Lampung, Indonesia. And our delegates of International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning 2021. On this special occasion, let us begin this event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessed and mercy, we can gather together without any obstacle here with healthy condition in the International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning 2021. Second, let us greet and pray to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had brought us to the path of light and left the darkness in this life. Next is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Audiences, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Lampung, Professor Dr. Patuan Raja MPD, to deliver his welcoming address. To Professor Dr. Patuan Raja MPD, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Tabik pun. The Honorable Rector of the University of Lampung, the Vice Rectors, Heads of Institutes, Heads of Bureaus, and Deans of the University of Lampung, the Honorable the Vice Deans of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the University of Lampung, Heads of the Department and Coordinator of Study Programs of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of University of Lampung, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Nikolov Marian, Associate Professor Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali, Dr. Ang Chiu Hong, Ujang Suparman, PhD, and ladies and gentlemen. The third International Conference of English Language Teaching and Learning, ICANN ELTL 2021, is an annual international event held by English Language Education Study Program of FKIP Unila. This event has become a distinctive identity of the study program since 2018. So this is actually the fourth of such event. Several keynote speakers of 5 countries, Malaysia, Singapore, New Zealand, United States, Hungary, in the field of English language education and applied linguistics have participated in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the first and second ICANN ELTL conferences were conducted offline in Bandar Lampung, Lampung Province, Indonesia. This year, due to the present state of COVID-19 pandemic, this International Academic Forum is now taking place online. The keynote speakers of the ICANN ELTL 2021 are Prof. Marian Nikolov from the University of Pax. She already joins us, Bu Ari. Welcome, Prof. Marian. Associate Professor Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali from University of Putra, Malaysia. I hope he also has joined us here in the Zoom. Welcome, Prof. Dr. Ang Chiu Hong from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. I hope she also has joined us in the Zoom. Welcome, Doctor. And Ujang Supraman, Philosophical Doctor from the University of Lampung of Indonesia. Welcome, Ujang. All keynote speakers are experts in the fields of English language education and applied linguistics. We received a total of 76 abstracts, of which 52 full papers were submitted from authors from several countries, including Malaysia, Japan, Hungary, and Indonesia, of course. We do appreciate the interest and the interest of people from those countries in this We also received more than 100 non-presenting participants who were officially registered to attend this conference. We also would like to express our appreciation. We hope that we could learn from each other from this conference. The third icon, ILTL 2021, is organized by a team consisting of professionals, young professionals, and is aimed at providing conducive and fruitful academic forum in the field of English language teaching and learning. We do hope this international conference can be consistently maintained and implemented regularly, annually, by the English Education Study Program, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Lampung. In addition, the conference event represents the efforts of many individuals. Therefore, we would like to show our gratitude to the members of the organizing committee for making the efforts to organize this event, and also to the independent reviewers for their hard work, as well as for the administration of the Lampung University officials. I would also like to express special gratitude to the 4 invited keynote speakers who will be sharing their insights with us. This conference would not be possible without the excellent papers contributed by others. We thank all others as well as all participants for their contributions and participation in the third ICON ELTL 2021. We feel honored to serve the best recent scientific knowledge and development in the field of English language education and applied linguistics. We also do hope that the publication will furnish scholars from all over the world with excellent sources of references. We realize that there are still some weaknesses during the implementation, during the organization of this conference. Therefore, we would like to offer apology. We extend an apology to everyone, and we hope that we are going to make a better conference next year. Finally, I would like to say welcome to all participants, welcome to our presenters. Let's have a great time in this conference. More specifically, I would like to extend gratitude to the rector of the University of Lampung, in this case, presented by Professor Suharso, PhD. Welcome, Prof, to the conference, and we would like also to have you to deliver some speech as well as to officially open the conference. Again, I would like to say that thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Batuan Raja, MPD, for your welcoming address. Next, we would like to invite the Rector of University of Lampung or the representative to deliver his welcoming speech and officially open the 3rd International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning 2021. To Professor Suharso, PhD, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Tabi pun the Honorable the Vice Rectors, Professor Heriandi, Professor Asep Sukohar, Professor Yulianto, the heads of institutes, Dr. Lusmelia Apriani, Professor Wan Abbas Zakaria, the head of bureaus, and the dean at the University of Lampung, especially Professor Dr. Patuan Raja MPD, the dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, as the host of the event. The Honorable, the Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Trainings and Education, the University of Lampung, heads of department and coordinators of study program of the Faculty Teacher Training and Education, the University of Lampung. The Honorable keynote speaker, Professor Nicola Merin from University of Peach, Hungary, Associate Professor Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali from University Putra Malaysia, Dr. Chu Hong from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Dr. Ujang Suparman from University of Lampung, and ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great joy to welcome all participants today for the Third International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning, Third ICON ELTL 2020, organized by the English Education Study Program, the University of Lampung. I also like to express my gratitude to the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the University of Lampung as the host of this event, as well as the conference organizing committee, particularly the conference chair and co-chairs whose members have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of the conference on the day-to-day basis. Thank you for joining this conference. Let me express my delight at seeing such a huge number of participants from all around Indonesia here and from other countries such as Malaysia, Hungary, and Japan. This high degree of interest underlines the significance of this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, glocalization is English teaching and learning is the term of this international conference. As we know that technology has changed the way we learn and participate language and generated as a sense of urgency in the need to upgrade foreign language teachers, initial and continuous training. Due to the internet and the proliferation of technological innovation, communication among language teachers and learners from various national, cultural, and linguistic contexts has inspired researchers to examine multiple issues relevant to plurilingual, and pluricultural awareness in language learning and teacher education. Therefore, educators are progressively required to apply pedagogical practice that identify diverse cultural and linguistic practices as valuable resources by engaging student entire language repertoires, encouraging multilingualism, and creating opportunities for the effective language development for all students. Therefore, in this online event, I believe that the transport of information and knowledge, research finding, and other related issues to support the English language teaching and learning is now ongoing. In this scientific meeting, the participant will have the chance to interact with keynote speaker during plenary session and with other researchers or experts during parallel system. Finally, let us say Basmala. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I declare the International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning 2020 officially has begun. I wish you every success with this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Suharso, PhD, for the speech. To express our gratitude to the Almighty God, I would like to invite Mr. Dimas Anggayuda to lead our prayer today.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment to pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala so that the third international conferences on English language teaching and learning are blessed and will able to run smoothly. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, today we organize an event, the third international conferences on English language teaching and learning. And by asking for your blessing and permission, may this conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons. Ya Allah, Ya Ghafur, you are the most forgiving of all sins. Please forgive our sins, the sins of our parents, our leaders, and the sins of our predecessors. Place us and all of them under the protection of your mercy and forgiveness. Ya Allah, Ya Mujib, you are the one who can fulfill our prayer. Please accept our prayer. ربنا أتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Dimas Anggayuda. Finally, we come to the end of this opening ceremony. To close this event, let's reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, next is photo session. We invite you to please turn on your camera. To the committee, please prepare to take the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, that is the end of our opening ceremony. We inform the participants to remain on this meeting because we will proceed to the keynote session. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Perkenalkan, saya Dekan FKIP Putra. Nama saya Muhammad Raja. Pertama-tama saya mengucapkan selamat datang. Selamat kepada mahasiswa ulang tahun ajaran 2020. Alhamdulillah dalam keadaan yang tidak normal masih dapat kita menempuh proses fase-fase penerimaan mahasiswa baru sehingga kita semua dapat melakukan penerimaan mahasiswa baru. Kemudian juga selamat kepada mahasiswa FKIP yang mencoba tahun 1200 orang. Selamat datang, selamat bergabung pada keluarga besar FKIP. Di FKIP ini sebelumnya data FKIP ini adalah satu fakultas dari 8 fakultas. Kalau dilihat FKIP ini adalah fakultas ketiga yang tertua setelah fakultas ekonomi, hukum, dan baru FKIP. Dari 8 fakultas, FKIP adalah yang fakultas dari segi usia. Kemudian di dalam FKIP itu ada 4 jurusan. Jurusan ilmu pendidikan, jurusan pendidikan IPS, jurusan pendidikan bahasa dan seni, dan jurusan pendidikan MIPA, matematika dan ilmu pengetahuan. Di dalam 4 jurusan itu ada 18 program studi S1. Nah, adik-adik yang baru datang ini jumlah 1.200 orang itu terbagi dalam 18 prodi S1. Selain itu juga ada 10 prodi S2, ada 1 prodi PPD, profesi pendidikan profesi guru, dan insya Allah dalam dekat ada 1 prodi S3. Sekali lagi saya mengucapkan selamat datang kepada mahasiswa baru. Selamat menjadi bagian dari keluarga besar FKIP. Selama 4 tahun 5 tahun ke depan, adik semua dan anak semua akan digembleng sehingga menjadi lulusan yang insya Allah akan membanggakan, menjadi kebanggaan tidak hanya FKIP, tidak hanya pemula, juga orang tua. Intinya sekali lagi selamat datang, selamat bertemu kepada keluarga besar FKIP Mula Jaya.
Saudara-saudara mahasiswa baru yang saya banggakan bahwa FKIP Lampung saat ini juga sudah melaksanakan yang namanya programnya Mas Menteri, yaitu program Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka. Ada beberapa pilihan nanti ketika ada masuk ke FKIP, yaitu ada yang namanya pertama adalah asistensi mengajar di sekolah. Ini adalah salah satu program pilihan yang nanti akan Anda ambil kalau Anda sudah mulai semester 6 atau semester 7. Dan apa saja pilihan yang masuk ke dalam asistensi mengajar? Yang pertama adalah AKN, kuliah kerja nyata, itu adalah 4 SKS, 3 SKS, maaf. Kemudian yang kedua adalah PL, yaitu pengenalan lapangan persekolahan. Ada PLP 1, PLP 2, totalnya adalah 4 SKS. Kemudian berbagi PLP 1 dan PLP 2. Yang ketiga adalah strategi pembelajaran. Ini 3 SKS. Kemudian yang keempat adalah mikro teaching. Ini juga 3 SKS. Dan satu lagi, Anda bisa langsung dengan penelitian untuk skripsi. Ini adalah 4 SKS. Sehingga sekali mendayung 20 Anda dalam tahun, yaitu ketika Anda melaksanakan pembelajaran mengambil pilihan Merdeka Belajar asistensi mengajar di sekolah, maka Anda sekaligus menempuh 17 SKS. Sekaligus Anda bisa berpenelitian ketika Anda semester 7, sehingga harapan Anda semester 8 sudah lulus dari FKIP Universitas Lampung. Selamat datang di kampus dengan pelaksanaan programnya Mas Menteri, yaitu program Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka.
FKIP Unila memiliki 3 kampus di 3 lokasi. Salah satunya lokasi yang berada di Jalan Sumantri, Bojonegoro, dan deponya bisa adik-adik lihat. Yang kedua ada di kampus A, berlokasi di Panglima Polim, dan yang nomor 3 berada di khusus untuk kampus Metro diperuntukkan bagi adik-adik mahasiswa S1 PGSD. Sedangkan untuk Panglima Polim itu untuk mahasiswa pendidikan seni musik dan pendidikan seni tari. Selebihnya berada di kampus induk yang kita cintai. Untuk adik-adik ketahui, dosen yang mengampu mata kuliah di Universitas Lampung, wabil khusus KIP berjumlah 217 orang yang terdiri dari 6 orang guru besar, kemudian 73 orang doktor dan selebihnya S2 atau magister. Dalam rangka menunjang pelayanan mahasiswa wabil khusus di era pandemi ini, kami juga menggunakan aplikasi untuk pembelajaran daring. Wabil khusus kepada mahasiswa baru yang berminat untuk menjadi jurnalis, fotografer, kemudian YouTuber, bisa bergabung dengan Export. Karena Export ini adalah portal informasi miliknya FKIP Unila yang memberikan informasi terkini bagi stakeholder fakultas keguruan dan pendidikan. Selamat bergabung adik-adik, mudah-mudahan sukses selalu.
Saya Wakil Dekan 3 bidang kemahasiswaan dan alumni membidangi kegiatan-kegiatan yang berhubungan dengan kemahasiswaan. Salah satunya tentu adalah membina lembaga-lembaga kemahasiswaan di fakultas. Selain itu juga kegiatan-kegiatan di bidang kemahasiswaan itu banyak sekali. Salah satunya beasiswa. Selain beasiswa juga banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan yang berkaitan dengan kemahasiswaan, yaitu mengikuti event-event kegiatan baik di nasional maupun internasional. Mahasiswa FKIP mempunyai karakteristik tersendiri yang berbeda dengan mahasiswa di fakultas lain. Jadi ucapan selamat datang di FKIP Unila dan selamat menjadi mahasiswa FKIP Unila. Semoga kalian nanti akan lulus dengan tepat waktu dan segera mungkin dengan nilai yang terbaik. Sampai jumpa, nanti kita ketemu di kampus FKIP. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to first keynote session. Our keynote session is led by Mr. Heri Yufrizal, MA, PhD. Here are his educational background. English Department, University of Lampung in 1984, Applied Linguistics in Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand in 1993, and Applied Linguistics in Latrobe University, Australia in 2001. Please welcome Mr. Heri Yufrizal, MA, PhD.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Welcome to the third International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning with the title of Glocalization in English Language Teaching. Today, we are going to have the first session of this agenda. The first session will be delivered by Professor Marian Nikolov, Professor of Emeritus of English Applied Linguistics at the University of Pécs, Hungary. I will read short biography of Professor Marian Nikolov. Education, Doctor of Science in Education, EDC, at Science, Hungarian Academy of Sciences, Budapest, June 2005. Mobilization, Doctor Habilitation, Doctor School in English in Linguistics, University of Pécs, 2000, Doctor of Philosophy, Hungarian Academy of Science, Budapest, 1995, Doctor in Linguistics from Janus. Excuse me, Professor Marian, if I do not read your biography correctly. Latest publication, Assessing Young Learners' Foreign Language Abilities, Journal of Language Teaching. Latest book, the latest book by Professor Marian Nikolai is Assessing Young Learners of English, Global and Local Perspective. Cham, Springer International Publication, Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Professor Marian Nikolov to present her paper. Please, Professor Marian Nikolov.
Yes, now I think I can speak. Thank you so much. It was a very nice introduction, and I apologize for the complicated wording of wherever I earned my degrees. It's my fault. I know those words are hard to figure out, and every presenter is worth as much as the talk is worth. Although I have plenty of documents, I would like to now show what I have to say. So I would like to share my screen with you. And I hope everybody can see the screen. So can I start? I suppose I can. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm delighted to be with you, if only online. And I'm very sorry I can't see everybody's face and I can't establish eye contact with you. And this is going to be an awkward presentation because I can't see the audience. And maybe you can see me. You should be looking at my slides anyway. So I come from the University of Pécs in Hungary, and I'm really honored to be part of your discussions today on teaching and learning English as a foreign language. So this is the outline of the talk that I would like to give today. I'll talk about the aims and conditions of early English as a foreign language programs just to frame what the whole talk is about. Before I move on to young learners' motivation, some trends in motivational research, and then I'll propose a framework for research. And I know that in your country, English is not introduced at a very early age, or language policy makers have changed the rules a little while ago. And I think it's a good idea to first make sure that the teachers are comfortable in their roles. So let me start with what the aims of early foreign language, including English language education, include. First of all, there are language aims. The communicative competence in the target language, including listening and speaking, as well as literacy. Along the European requirements, typically A1 and A2 are targeted. In addition to language aims, there are affective aims. We aim to develop positive attitudes to the target language, the speakers of the target language, and their culture. We want students to be motivated to gain self-confidence, to develop good willingness to communicate, and of course, low anxiety. In addition to the affective aims, we also set cognitive aims. They tend to include strategies and metacognition. These are not only in the target language, but these are the same strategies or similar strategies that are used in the first language or first languages of the children and other subject domains. In addition, there are social aims, including social skills that the children need over time, and equal opportunities for all learners. Now, in most of the contexts, only the target language is assessed and promoted, and what happens to the other aims remains oftentimes hidden. Now, what are the conditions of successful early language learning programs? First of all, children need opportunities to learn and use the target language in school and outside of school. They also need home literacy practices in the first languages, and that's why it's so important for them to be proficient in their own language. Socioeconomic status also matters, as we know from general educational research. We need good age-appropriately designed curricula, which are implemented well. There should be enough time to develop the proficiency in the target language in all 4 skills. We know that in second language contexts, it's typically 3 to 7 years for a child to reach good proficiency in English. In foreign language contexts, it tends to take even longer, so the aims have to be realistic. We know from research that the best predictors of successful L2 development include aptitude, which is the cognitive variable, motivation maintained over time, as well as good L1 skills. The key players are you in the audience, effective English teachers who have to be motivated, have to be proficient both in English and the children's first language or languages, and you need strong instructional skills. They concern not only the actual teaching skills, but also classroom management. Many of the recurring problems in the early language teaching research concern discipline. You have to be able to work with young learners. Now, typically, who are the teachers who teach young learners of English? They are either homeroom teachers, who are lower primary teachers, generalists, taking on the task of teaching English, or English teachers who tend to be language specialists. Like myself, I was trained as a teacher of English. However, I was not trained to teach young learners. I had to learn it on the way. Teachers need special competencies. They have to be as good as the dancers were in the first couple of minutes in their own profession, dance. Teachers need good communication skills in the target language and the children's first language. I keep coming back to the children's first language and the teacher understanding and being able to use it. Age-appropriate methodology, the content of school curriculum. Teachers need to know what the children are expected to know and be able to do in other subjects. And teachers need to be motivated to teach young learners.
Recording in progress.
Very often, sorry, I have to click on this. Very often, the teachers who teach young learners are not necessarily motivated to do so because they see it as a challenge beyond their abilities or wishes. Now, the question, what proficiency is necessary, is a recurring one in research. They definitely need fluency and native-like intonation and pronunciation in English, in child language, and they also need content knowledge. Content knowledge meaning to be able to share what the children are expected to be able to know. And many teachers lack some of these qualities, unfortunately. Now, young learners are nowadays defined on a very wide age range. Some of the studies include children in preschool or kindergarten, so their ages range between 2 to maybe 5, 6. And more frequently, the upper range is ages 12 to 14, depending on what the school system includes. These are typically mixed ability groups, and there are large individual differences among young learners. It's only a myth that all young learners are like sponges. There are big differences, not only in adult language learners, but also in groups of children. Now, I would like to sum up how children learn languages, because that may then frame what else I would like to say. Children learn languages when they are engaged in meaning-focused, intrinsically motivating, cognitively challenging pedagogical tasks, which are tuned to their background knowledge and their first language literacy skills. They learn languages in context where there is common ground and shared attention, in interaction with one another and the teacher can scaffold their learning based on where they are in their development right now. Focus on form type of activities should be always based on diagnostic data, because focus on form with young children is very often limited. Now, we know that there are two complementary systems interacting over time. Children tend to rely on memory-based learning, which means the acquisition of chunks or so-called unanalyzed wholes. They just pick up expressions, and they also learn by using rules. The younger the learner is, the more the younger the learner, the more they rely on memory-based learning, that is the first type, the less they can apply rule-based learning, the slower their language development in the target language will be, and the more important motivation is in the classroom. Adults tend to be motivated if they have a purpose. Children will be only motivated if the task they are supposed to do is meaningful and intrinsically motivating. There tends to be a dynamic interaction between the teacher, the children as peers, as models. First, the teacher is the model, just like parents tend to be models first. And then over time, as the children grow older, teachers and parents lose their attractive roles as models, and peers tend to take over. Now, motivation has been the most widely researched topic in classroom research and English language teaching and learning. It has been reconceptualized and re-theorized in the context of contemporary notions of self and identity. And I have to say that all these new developments in research into motivation tend to make more sense for older learners. However, you can apply some of the ideas to younger language learners. Now, when we think about young learners, their self and identity, we have to realize that this is really fluid. Everything is work in progress. They develop as we go. They change over time, and these changes are dynamic and non-linear. The student who is very motivated today may be very demotivated tomorrow, and vice versa. It's also important to realize that young learners' motivation, their self and identity are co-constructed in and out of the classroom. Co-constructed here means that they are shaped by interaction with others, with their parents, with other children, with whoever uses English or is not going to use English. Therefore, the English learning experience is something of extreme importance. Interestingly enough, it has just been recently rediscovered that this has a key meaning in motivation. Language learning experience concerns the perceived quality of learners' engagement with various aspects of the language learning processes. In other words, how children and adults think about their own engagement with the language that they learn, how successful they feel, how well they develop certain skills and sub-skills. Therefore, I can identify a cycle in motivation research. We are back from the why people learn languages and why they are engaged to the how people learn, how they are engaged and motivated. Now, identity is widely discussed in the literature, and it concerns how we understand our relationship to the world, who we are, and how we are seen. And it also concerns children, how they understand who they are as learners of languages, what is expected from them, and how their teachers, peers, and parents see them, whether they are successful, whether they are hardworking, whether they are really motivated and on task all the time. Their linguistic identity, which is a narrower concept, relates to how they children relate to the languages they can use, whether they are aware of the importance of their first language or languages, other languages that they know and use. And all these can be tapped into through expertise, that is, how well somebody knows a language, how someone is affiliated or attached to the language or languages, and how your inheritance relates to those languages. For example, if you have a first language which is or is not the official language of your country, or you are learning multiple foreign languages, they may be your heritage language, one of them. And your relationship and identity will be determined by how you relate to these. Now, in the case of young learners, the key question is how they see themselves as learners of languages, the first language, and English as a foreign language. If they see themselves as successful, hardworking, and things just go smoothly for them, this will shape their motivation and identity. And that's why we have to set realistic aims to make sure that we can establish motivation and maintain motivation over time. Actually, it's always very easy to motivate children at the beginning. Maintaining motivation over time is the big challenge, because what is motivating today may be motivating tomorrow, but can become a little boring the day after tomorrow, and dead boring a week later or a month later. So let me sum up some of the challenges that we have learned from research into English teaching to young learners. First of all, there tends to be a mismatch between what the children learn in school, in the English classes, and what they are exposed to and may pick up from out of classroom experiences with English. This is a serious problem in some European countries where children have a lot of access to, for example, games and social media or movies or cartoons, depending on what they are exposed to. And what they learn in school is way below what they already picked up from out of classroom English exposure. The second point I'd like to emphasize concerns something I wish I had been told when I was a beginner. Young learners are slow. The younger they are, the slower their development is, and you have to think in terms of really small steps, tiny little baby steps, especially with very young children. And motivation tends to decline over time because we have to adjust to how they enjoy and benefit from certain activities. Another challenge concerns the lack of continuity. I could elaborate on this, but let me just say that continuity may mean when children move from one section of their education to the next, like from lower primary to middle school, They may change teachers. That's also a lack of continuity. In other countries, like in my country, it often means that they learn one language for a couple of years and then they cannot continue. They are forced to take on another language. And challenging also concern teachers and young learners' motivation. We keep thinking in terms of the learner being motivated, but teachers' motivation is equally important. We have to have the pleasure of feeling successful and energized by our own teaching, to see that our daily activity actually brings some joy and learning about, that our students in the class benefit from what we do on a day-to-day basis. Now, as I've said, we need age-appropriate, cognitively challenging and intrinsically motivating tasks in all the 4 skills. So we cannot say that only listening and speaking is important. Literacy is also important, although depending on whether the children are already literate in their first language, we have to consider whether they are ready for literacy in the target language, in our case, in English. A key point concerns task motivation. This is a recently popular focus in research. Task motivation should concern how meaning-focused tasks can actually make children feel successful. This is sometimes called intrinsic or mastery motive. It means the task itself or the ability to do the task successfully is the reward. Feeling good that I can do something, like I can say my name in English, now that's a sort of mastery motive. You can frame it slightly differently when you talk about motivated learning behavior. It tends to concern how much attention you pay, how much interest there is, and how engaged the children are in the motivating classroom activities. The traditional instrumental versus integrative orientations actually don't really make a lot of sense with young learners, except for over time they become meaningful, and instrumental motives like I have to learn English or I'm learning English because I want to achieve something else, like when I grow up, I want to travel abroad, or when I grow up, I want to become a computer programmer, and for that, English is a must. These will not keep children motivated in the classroom if the class is boring. The so-called motivational self-system theory has had a lot of attention. The ideal and ought to self has been emphasized. These have not been researched widely with young learners, and they become again meaningful over time when children understand what others' expectations towards them include. And the same concerns identity as a learner of English and a user of English. They need feedback every single day in every task that they can do in the class or outside the class to develop their identity as users and learners of English, and that's a positive identity. And their learning experience actually determines their motivation, as I mentioned previously, in a most dynamic fashion. We have to bear in mind that ups and downs in motivation are typical. We cannot expect children to be enthusiastic all the time, every minute of the day. There are changes in their lives, and these dynamic changes are no big deal. We experience them all the time, even adults experience ups and downs. I would like to say a couple of words about the contextual impact on children's motivation. The so-called valued others include their parents. They have the primary role. The younger the children, the more important role their parents play in their lives. And then come teachers when children start socializing into pedagogical contexts. And peers also play a very important role. Everybody who has taught adolescents and teenagers would know that peers overtake the key role from parents and teachers, and many parents and teachers wish peers had only positive impact on one another. And we also know that there are individual learning variables. They relate to age, gender, motivation, self-concept, who they think they are, anxiety, which tends to be something that negatively impacts language learners. And it's also a myth that children are not anxious. Many children are very anxious. And aptitude and identity also determine how successful they will be, thereby how motivated they will be over time. Now, with a colleague of mine, we developed a framework for how parents, the teacher, and the peers impact young learners' motivation. They may impact it in the form of demotivation, because some of the tasks which are very popular, for example, reciting rhymes, singing songs, playing round games, if there is an opportunity, are very popular with very young learners. However, if you repeat them too often, they may lose their intrinsic value. Very often, the early start can result in boredom in later years, when the enjoyment of singing songs together becomes like, not another song, not again. And this is where the role of feedback and assessment becomes very important. If children get not constructive feedback, but negative feedback all the time, and they are not motivated by the feedback because they cannot improve their performance, this may lead to demotivation. If the information they get in the English class is that they are not really good, they will develop this type of identity. I'm not good at English. And of course, this is related to assessment. In many European countries, and this is spreading around the globe, boring recycling is supposed to be avoided by introducing content and language integrated learning. Many of the publications sing the praises of such programs, but when you look at the large-scale studies, the outcomes tend to be pretty mixed. So it's not like a panacea. Remotivation means once you are demotivated, you try to motivate children again, but after loss, this is really very difficult. Now, I would like to share with you this framework or model that we have developed, and we characterize children in 3 age phases. And stage 1 concerns children between the ages of 6 to 8, like the first 3 years of their English learning, where typically oral activities take place in the classroom. The curriculum includes games and playful tasks and activities. There tends to be minimal or no assessment whatsoever. And the aim is to socialize the children into playful foreign language or English language learning activities. The second stage concerns ages 9 to 11-ish, yet another phase, where they are already socialized into foreign language learning. Literacy skills become emphasized. There is some assessment depending on the curriculum and the tradition of the context, and there is a decline in the playful component. activities turn more serious. Tasks are, and especially some assessment, reminds children of other classes, and the fun element is not necessarily present at this stage. And finally, the third stage concerns age groups between 12 to 14, where the language tasks become more demanding. There is some assessment similar to other classes. In some contexts, self-assessment is also integrated into formative assessment, and the performances are compared to peers. This is not because the teacher compares them to one another, but because the children compare one another, compare themselves to their peers. And at this stage, real world use of English becomes quite conscious. Children become aware of gaming, of what's available on YouTube or TikTok or wherever in English. Now we know when we look at the roles of the three groups I mentioned before, we know that the impact of the teacher declines. The teacher is the role model at the beginning of primary school education, and we have to emphasize this bi-directional type of motivation, when the teacher can very well motivate the children, because just by being the teacher, the kids are thrilled to be with the teacher. This also makes the teacher enthusiastic because you feel that your work is worth. And the teacher can act as the person who can scaffold the children's development. And I have to say that when I was a beginner teacher many, many years ago, the reason why I stayed for 18 years and taught the same groups for 8 years was because the kids were so enthusiastic and they admired the teacher, who was me. And that was very unexpected. They learned English because the teacher was short. Now, that was a very motivating experience for me. Now, the peers' role increases over time. The peers become role models, and there tends to be more competition and cooperation if the teacher uses the right strategies, and peers can scaffold one another's development. Therefore, this peer impact can be both negative and positive depending on how it happens. And finally, the parent's impact is pretty complex, but if you are a parent, you may probably realize that your impact over time declines, which is sad. The parents' impact is also visible through their socioeconomic status, what sort of role models they represent, what they require from the children, what they see at home, whether their parents speak English or would like to speak English, etc. Now, in this figure, I would simply like to demonstrate that the teacher's motivation and the young learner's motivation interact in important ways, and the colorful patterns are supposed to represent how sophisticated and creative this can be. But I would like to state the obvious: the more motivated the teacher is, the more motivated the kids will be, and vice versa. So the small circle is the negative example. Now, the framework that I'm presenting here is something we called a task-based feedback for learning approach embedded in school and social context. Task-based meaning that everything that the children do has a clear outcome, and they tend to make sense to them, and they tend to be meaning focused. Feedback is given for them to benefit from. Therefore, it is geared to where they are. They should be able to understand what the feedback concerns, and they should be able to develop based on the feedback that they get. And this is obviously embedded in the actual context where the class, the school, and the society is. And there are these dynamic interactions between learner, teacher, and peers and parents at the three different levels and stages which I outlined previously. And that's how teacher and young learner motivation are interrelated. And I have a figure which may look a little overwhelming. In fact, I included everything that I have discussed so far. And I don't expect everybody to be able to process this right away. But those triangles tend to show how from left to right, the impact changes. So the teacher's role declines, the peer's role increases, and this is all in the school context. And outside of the school context, in the larger society, the family's impact also declines in the social context. Now, my recommendation for teacher development is to design small-scale qualitative studies, classroom research for each and every teacher. And this framework could help you design and implement a study by thinking in terms of who the significant others are for your pupils, what tasks you use, how the children's individual differences interact and change, both at the micro context level, that is your classroom on a Monday morning, and the macro context, which is your school and your society. And with this, I would like to go and ask you to ask me questions to clarify whatever was not terribly clear.
Okay. You've finished with your presentation?
Yes, I'm finished. I was told I had a total of 45 minutes, and I would like to save some time for questions. Is that okay?
We will give you time for asking question later on, because we have second speaker, that is Associate Professor Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali.
Oh, I thought the questions would come after the presentation.
Oh, okay. I'm inviting you to ask question to Professor Marian Nicolò. If you have any question, then you may ask your question. Otherwise, we have to proceed to the second speaker, Professor Nicolò.
Whatever. You are the boss.
Thank you very much, Professor Nicolò. I think we continue to the second agenda for today. Then we will have a special session on question and answer later on at the end of the session. Shall I proceed, Professor Nicolò?
As you like it. You are the boss, as I said.
Thank you very much, Professor Nicolò. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali. Professor Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali is the head of Language and Humanities Education, Faculty of Education Studies, University Putra Malaysia, UPN. His education, Diploma of Education, TESOL 2002, College Agama Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, Bachelor of Education, TESOL 2006, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, Bachelor of Education, TESOL 2006, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, Bachelor of Education, TESOL 2006, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, Bachelor of Education, TESOL 2006, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Master of Education TESOL 2008, University Putra Malaysia, UPM Malaysia, and Doctor of Philosophy, PhD in Curriculum, Instruction, and Teacher Education, Graduate Specialization in Language and Literacy Education 2013, Michigan State University, Miami, USA. His latest journal publications, Going Back to Basics, Effectiveness of Reading English Newspaper on Vocabulary Knowledge of Malaysian Secondary Level ESL, EFL students, Journal of Education Research in Progressive Education and Development. Latest book is Scholarship of Teaching and Learning, UPM Sersidang Center for Academic Development, UPM Press. Profesor Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali, time is yours. Thank you. Switch the microphone. Switch on your microphones, Mr. Abu Bakar. Switch on.
All right. Okay, all right. Alhamdulillah, okay. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Harry, for introducing me. And also thank you very much, Professor Marianne Nikolov. Very interesting speech. I was really interested to know more about it. I was actually keen to ask some questions, but I think it's okay. We'll just follow the procedures that has been set by the organizing committee. All right. If I look like I don't know what I'm doing, it's because I don't know what I'm doing. This is my first time being a plenary speaker. That being said, thank you very much, the organizing committee, to invite me to be one of the keynote speakers for this ICON ELTL conference. It is such an honor to be here. Thank you very much, Director of Universitas Lampung, for inviting me, and also to the organizing committee. Right, so I'm going to share my screen, which is glocalization, especially in regards to Malaysia, in regards to teaching, reading and writing. I hope you can see my screen. Okay, all right. So I hope you can see my screen. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abu Bakar Razali. You can call me Bakar, you can call me Bakar, no problem. The topic that I'll be talking about today is actually globalization in English language teaching, ELT, a case for reading and writing globally and locally in Malaysia. So I know what you might be thinking. You might be thinking, oh, this guy is going to talk about Malaysia, his country. Yes, I'm going to be talking about Malaysia, but I think it's also quite important for me to actually mention this. When you talk about globalization, especially in Southeast Asia, there's a lot of countries that share similarities to Malaysia as well, especially when it comes to English language teaching and learning, especially when it comes to globalization as well. In countries like Indonesia, like Malaysia, like Singapore and Thailand and Brunei, we receive a lot of people, not from our country, in the form of expatriates and immigrants who come to our country to work here, to study here, and so on and so forth. So when I speak about Malaysia, I do feel that the context of English language teaching in Malaysia is also quite similar to Indonesia, to Singapore, to Thailand, to Brunei, and also to a lot of other countries as well. Right, and especially I think with Indonesia, we have a lot of similarities, especially in terms of the language, in terms of the people, in terms of the culture, and so on and so forth. So I won't be talking too much about myself because I think Dr. Harry has introduced me quite well. Thank you very much, Dr. Harry, right? So today I'll be talking about this. I'll be talking about glocalization in English language teaching, and what better topic to talk about this, but at this conference. As an international language, either a second language or as a foreign language, because we do have our own languages that we consider as our first language or second language and so on and so forth. That being said, specifically, I'll be talking about reading and writing because that's what I study, that's why I focus, and that's what I think is really, really important when you teach English, English language, okay? I'm also like, you know, speaking and listening and grammar and literature is also quite important as well, but I'll be focusing on reading and writing. Okay, right, so today I'll be talking about the context of teaching of reading and writing, English language teaching in Malaysia, the context like the globalization, education in Malaysia, Malaysian education system, English language reform. I'll be talking about the concerns that I have as well, especially when it comes to how we are teaching reading and writing, English language reading and writing in Malaysia. Even though we might have some policies and some curricula and syllabi that indicate that we have to be teaching it a certain way, the way that we're actually teaching it might not actually be following closely to the curriculum and syllabi and so on and so forth. And that might be good and sometimes might be so bad as well, right? And then lastly, I'll be talking about what I'm proposing, what I'm trying to suggest here, which is the case I'm trying to make in terms of understanding the methods and appreciating these methods as well in teaching both reading and writing and not to be too rigid or too exam focused. As well as I'll be talking about understanding and appreciating our cultures and values, especially in places where we have so much differences in terms of languages and cultures and values, where we have plural society, like Malaysia, like Indonesia, like Singapore, like Thailand as well. Okay, all right. So let's first talk about the context of English language teaching. And like I said before, even though I'll be focusing on Malaysia, I think many of the context that we have here in Malaysia is also shared in Indonesia, not just in terms of the language, but also in terms of the religion, in terms of the culture, in terms of the values, and so on and so forth. You know, over here we say Selamat Pagi, over there we say Selamat Pagi as well, right? Right, okay, so when you talk about globalization, this is something that is affecting, you know, for better or for worse, everyone in the whole world. And Malaysia is no exception, because when you talk about globalization, you talk about how people are actually traversing and, you know, going back and forth, traveling, you know, migrating, immigrating, and so on and so forth, from one country to the other, sometimes staying over there and developing their own lineage and so on and so forth. And Malaysia is no, you know, is no different than that as well. Malaysia is a fast developing country in Southeast Asia, and it consists of multi-ethnic, multi-religious, even though in Malaysia we have Islam as the national religion, but we also have, you know, freedom of religion over here as well. You can actually, you know, be, you know, subscribing to your own beliefs and so on and so forth. We have multicultural, plural society, and mostly we have Malays, Chinese, and Indians, but we also have other races, other ethnicities, and so on and so forth. On another note, when you talk about Malaysia, as when you talk about Singapore and especially Indonesia, we also have increasing number of expatriates from Europe, you know, European countries, from Northern America, you know, Northern American countries, Asian and Middle Eastern countries, as well as from the UK, coming over here, investing, residing, working, studying over here in various sections in Malaysia, in economic, in commerce, in business, information, communication technology, and so many other fields as well. Moreover, we also have a lot of tourists that come to Malaysia. You know, of course, like the past few years or 1.5 years, we don't have so much or so many tourists yet because of the COVID pandemic. But similar to Indonesia, similar to Singapore and Thailand, we also have a lot of tourists. Okay, we also have a lot of tourists who come over here. And there's also a growing number of international students in Malaysia's education system, especially in terms of tertiary level. Okay, for example, we have, you know, in 2019 and 2020, we have more than 60,000 international students who are actually just doing their post-graduate studies in Malaysia, who come from China, from Libya, from Yemen, from Iran, from Iraq, from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and of course, our close neighbor from Indonesia. So we have a lot of them. We have a lot of them over here. In fact, I also have a few of my students who actually attend this conference today as well. We have my student Intesa from Iraq, and, you know, we have a student from Malaysia, and so on and so forth. So in this regard, you know, when you talk about a lot of people coming in and coming out from Malaysia, bringing in their families, studying over here, residing over here, working over here. Their kids going to the schools and also going to the kindergartens and going to the universities. English is a very, very important language, especially in Malaysia. In fact, in Malaysia, it is considered a second language, second national language, second official language in Malaysia. So if, for example, if you go to a court of law and then you're not able to speak Malay language, for example, your proceedings or your, whatever will be, spoken to you in English, right? So that being said, English holds a very important notion in Malaysia. That is also because we were once colonized by the British. We were in fact colonized by a lot of other people, Siamese people, Thai people. We were colonized by the Portuguese, the Dutch, and English for a long time, and then Japanese occupation, and then English again, and then we gained independence. So that said, because of all these contexts in Malaysia, the role of the English language, the fact that we have globalization, people coming in and out, going, traversing, the world and coming back to Malaysia and so on and so forth. The teaching and the learning of the English language, how it's being seen, has been very colorful. And I use the word colorful intentionally because when you think about the role of the English language, it's really important. Everybody knows it. In fact, that's why we're here. We're all here because we want to know more about English. We want to share our passion for the English language. We also want to share our concerns as well in regards to teaching and learning English language. So it's been colorful, both in catering the global and local context as well. Okay, right. So before we go further about understanding the education system, especially when it comes to teaching English in Malaysia, we have to understand the history. So I'm sorry about this. I'll be talking a little bit about history of Malaysia. Right? So when you talk about education in Malaysia or education in Malaya, especially before independence, especially when you talk about 200, 300 years, 400 years, before this, the Malays were actually, taught in religious Islamic schools, and the syllabus would be the Quran and the Hadith and religious books from Mecca, taught by pious men in small huts near their homes, which is known as sekolah pondok, or in Indonesia, we call them pesantren. Right? And this is quite normal, I think, in Indonesia as well. It's still being practiced even to now. And when you talk about the Chinese and the Indians, they also, before the Malaysian independence, they have their own systems of learning, especially from their own home countries, from China, from India. They have their own syllabus and books, and mediums of instruction were in Mandarin or in Tamil. Until later, we were occupied by the British, British people, and they introduced their education system, where you have the government schools, government Malay schools, Methodist and convent schools, which in the early stages were not well received by a lot of the Malays or even the Chinese and the Indians, because it was costly, and also the values that they espouse in these schools. Okay, so it was catered mainly for Malay royalties and aristocrats. Everything was taught in English. Syllabus was actually from England. The books were from England. And also there was fear of Christianity, which is, then 200 years ago, 100 years ago, right? So you can see here, there's differences in how each of the racial, ethnicities in Malaysia were taught, especially the last 100 years, especially 100 years ago. The Chinese people were taught in their own schools, their own syllabi. The Indians were taught in their own school, the syllabi. Malays were taught in, small huts, learning about the Quran and so on and so forth. And then you have the British school, which is much more organized, much more systematic, but of course not very well keened by a lot of people, especially due to things that they fear, Christianity and so on and so forth. And then, after many things happen, 1957, 31st of August, we have gained independence. So in gaining independence, we were not like Indonesia, Indonesia fought for their independence. They fought the Dutch and they won over the Dutch, and they actually managed to get their independence, I think, on the 17th of August, around the same years as well, I think. But for the Malayan people at that time, we parlayed, we discussed, we had a lot of discussions, and we fought, but not in a physical sense until we gain our independence. And upon gaining independence, we have to, of course, create our own Malaysian educational system, which is when we have the Razak report, and then we have the Rahman Talib report. And of course, because we have so many people at Malaysia at that time, you know, we have the Chinese people, Malay people, and you also have the Indian people. You know, of course, the syllabus, the education system has to be developed to cater all of them to make sure that the nation would actually be, you know, some place where everybody can actually live. Everybody can actually, you know, practice their values and norms and so on and so forth. So this was actually a very gargantuan, mountainous task for people. But of course, we managed to do this. And the ultimate goal was to actually develop national consciousness, preserve and sustain various cultures of the country, and of course, focus on the procurement of national integration and integrity. Bear in mind, we have, you know, different races, different ideas, different education system. We try to combine them all together again. So Malaysia has been like this for quite some time. Okay, so I'm fast forwarding, of course. And then when you look at Malaysia now, we have three major races in Malaysia: the Malays, the Chinese, and the Indian. And we're living in harmony, and we're using the same education syllabus and education, you know, curriculum and so on and so forth. But we still also have, you know, other secular, you know, education systems that people can actually choose to go to. Within all these notions, still English plays a very big component in tying us together. It's quite strange, but it is what English is in my country, in Malaysia, which I also think might happen in a lot of other countries as well nowadays, right? But then again, when you go to Malaysian schools nowadays, you can see from the textbooks, from the pictures, from the newspaper reports, from the television, you know, newscasts and so on and so forth, there's always this harmonious, idealistic, you know, combination of Malay people, Chinese people, Indian people, you know, having fun. You can see the first picture here, where everybody's like opening a book, trying to read it. And, you know, the next picture where, you know, you have the Malays and Chinese and Indians together, you know, smiling happily, you know, going to university maybe. And then you have pictures over here where everybody's, you know, still smiling and happy. But, you know, the last one, you can see it's not all rosy. You know, you can see some students who might not actually benefit as much as they should from the Malaysian education system. And this is something that is normal, but also worrying. It is something that is of a big concern to all of us, especially when it comes to teaching of English language, a very important language for all of us to master, right? So when you come to Malaysia now, you can see the Malaysian education system is still centralized and top-down, which I think is also quite similar to Indonesia, to Singapore, to Thailand, and so on and so forth. But in Malaysia, it's also quite, you know, very much influenced by the British education system as well. Very much influenced by the British education system, where, you know, the teacher education, the teacher certification, curriculum development and policy making, teaching materials, school funding, national assessments, everything is top down. Everything is, you know, brought from the top to the bottom. So we have to actually just follow the curriculum, the syllabus, the ways that we have to be teaching. And that being said, even though, you know, in the 21st century, we are claiming to be quite open, quite, you know, inclusive and so on and so forth. When you look at how things are being done, especially in teaching learning of English language and maybe even other subjects as well, you can still argue that's quite behavioristic. It's still quite traditional. It's still quite product-based. It's still top-down approach. And of course, we have focused so much on standardized assessment, like national examinations and so on and so forth, and student achievement. We focus on the PISA and TIMSS and so on and so forth, right? That being said, though, there are still some positive things happening, especially nowadays. We have more diverse teaching methodologies, diverse approaches to teaching English language, more fun ways of engaging students in the classroom, motivating them, you know, as like what Professor Nukulov was saying, you know, using songs and also like, using movies and technology, most especially in trying to motivate them. And we are trying to infuse communicative language teaching approaches, higher order thinking skills, 21st century learning, Industrial Revolution 4.0, and the ideas of STEM and STEAM and so on and so forth, formative assessment, and the use of digital technology, especially in education. So that being said, because we know that there's a lot of people in Malaysia from different backgrounds, different values, different cultures, and this sense of globalization will never stop. It's going to continue on and on and on. The Malaysian government has actually devised many policies in terms of trying to accommodate all these concerns. The latest one we would say would be the Malaysian Education Blueprint. And for English specifically, we have the roadmap, which I'll be explaining to you a little bit later, okay? So in 2013, we came up with the Malaysian Education Blueprint, where we have 11 shifts. And this is where we're trying to create a Malaysia that is very harmonious, that would actually be 21st century learners, not just in terms of knowing how to use technology, knowing how to use languages, Malay language, and also English language, but also, global citizens that are actually quite, keen on appreciating people's cultures and so on and so forth. Of course, when you talk about the Malaysian Education Blueprint, it also focuses on the access of education. How much access is given to people who need education, the quality of education, the equity of education, the sense of unity trying to achieve, and also efficiency of the training, and also the conduct of teaching and learning in the classrooms. And when you talk about language more specifically, there's one particular component in 11 shifts which talks about bilingual proficiency. So bear in mind, the Malaysian Education Blueprint, which is supposed to be like from 2013 until 2025, now it's 8 years past, right, until we reach 2025. We spent billions of Malaysian ringgit coming up with this, blueprint, with this education system, training people, bringing people from the UK, from India to come and train our people, changing the curriculum, buying new textbooks, and so on and so forth. We are spending billions to do this, right? So when you talk about English language more specifically, the idea is that every child in Malaysia, regardless of whether they're actually Malaysians or expatriates, children of expatriates, or if they're immigrants, they have to be bilingual. They're able to speak and use the Malay language as well as the English language, which is the second language in Malaysia. They're able to, at minimum, operationally proficient in Malay language as the national language, as well as the English language as the international language. And they do a lot of things in order to do is like to roll out new Malay language curriculum, expand the literacy and numeracy program to include also English literacy, to upskill, train English language teachers and make them to take examinations and so on and so forth throughout the whole country. Make certain English language courses or subjects a required pass in examination. You have to pass English, if not, you might not be able to go and further your studies in university. Very high stakes. And encourage children to learn additional language by 2025, right? So in doing so, in going with this idea of Malaysian Education Blueprint, they also came up with the English language education reform, which is called the roadmap, which is a 10-year plan to try to increase the English language proficiency of Malaysian people, or Malaysian, people who reside in Malaysia. And they also tie this to the Common European Framework of Reference. Okay, so this roadmap is basically like a 10-year plan to develop an integrated, comprehensive timetable plan for English language education reform. And then, it's an indication of our commitment and determination to improve substantially students' proficiency in the English language from preschool until university. So it's like a whole change to the national curricula, not just in schools, but also in universities as well. And in doing so, we're using the Common European Framework of Reference. I think Indonesia knows this as well. Singapore is using this. Thailand is using this, Malaysia is also using this as well as a benchmark, as a scale to indicate what levels our students are in. So if, for example, if you are in kindergarten or if you are in elementary or primary school, you should be around A2, B1, right? If you are in secondary school or S2, you should be, sorry, yeah, S2, I think, you should be around B2, B1 and B2. But if you are in university and before graduating, you must be around C1 level. And if you're C2 level, you are almost native-like proficiency, which is difficult to do, right? Right. So when you think about, trying to achieve all these goals, you have to think about how reading and writing is being taught in Malaysia. So this is what being prescribed or being informed by this roadmap. They want English language teachers to teach reading using communicative approach, where students and teachers are allowed to determine classroom activities, choose topics to discuss, have freedom to bring or select text for reading activities, which is quite, laissez-faire, quite communicative, quite interesting and meaningful, also quite democratic as well, right? Teachers are also encouraged to engage in numerous classroom strategies and activities, and emphasis on literacy, reading literacy, phonics, penmanship, language arts, higher order thinking skills, and so on and so forth. And when you think about writing, instead of just focusing on grammar, they also focus on other content, other aspects of writing like content, communicative achievement, organization, stylistics and formatting, and so on and so forth, as well as grammar as well, right? And to do so, they use the CFR descriptor or the scale to assess students' reading and writing performances, right? So when you look at the context, it seems that, the Malaysian people have been having this notion of English language from a long time, okay? They've been exposed to English, especially with British education, British glocalization. They learn English. Of course, they change the policy a little bit to make sure that the focus is actually more on nationhood. Now we're going back to English language, to focus more on English language, and we're planning so many things to make sure that we're achieving our goal to be able to become a globalized, nation, a nation that uses English and Malay, proficiently. Okay. Right. So that being said, we have to also think about the context of Malaysian people as well. We have 3 different major races: Malays, Chinese, Indians, where they have their own languages, unlike Indonesia, where you focus on Bahasa Indonesia, that's really, really strong in you. But in Malaysia, we have, Chinese, Malay, and Indian people, and they have their own languages. We also have, of course, Malay language and English language, and those are the languages that tie us together. But they also have their own languages that is quite strong within them. So here are the concerns, right? When you look at the history, when you look at the current context, when you look at the plan to go ahead, English language in Malaysia is still in decline. It's still in decline. Reading is not so good. Writing is not so good. And when people actually finish, their education, S1, S2, S3, or when they finish tertiary level education, when they are going into employment, they're not able to speak and listen as well as they should. So this is quite concerning. Why? Because when you look at the English language achievement, especially in terms of their results, the cumulative grade point average, the CGPA, and so on and so forth, they are performing really, really well. They get A's and C1s and C2s and B2s and so on and so forth, but they are not actually able to really practice English language as well as they're supposed to. When you talk about reading, Malaysian people are still lack of reading motivation. Reading interest is declining, and most people would say that in secondary education, in tertiary level education, they're not reading critically, they're not reading analytically. When you talk about writing, when you focus on the grammar aspect, of course, full of mistakes, grammatical errors, spelling mistakes, wrong use of preposition, and so forth. There's also concern with originality, authenticity, voice. So there's also concern about whether they are actually able to write when they actually go to the employment, to the workforce, and so on and so forth, which is a big concern to employers. So when you talk about, English language in Malaysia, English language, especially reading and writing, these problems are actually being carried forward to tertiary level. It's not just in secondary school, it's not just in primary elementary education, but it's also in tertiary level education as well. It's affecting their chances for employment, okay? So how is English language teaching done in Malaysia, especially with regards to reading and writing? So when you look at the way that teaching of reading is being done, it's actually in elementary or primary school level. It's very much phonics approach, which is okay, which is fine, especially because when you're teaching English language as a second or a foreign language, you have to teach the basics, okay? Identification of letters, followed by identification of sounds, and so on and so forth. The phonics approach is very much a reading model, which is text-driven, where you actually look at the text, look at the words, identify the sounds, and know the meanings of the words, and you learn, and so on and so forth. And comprehension requires precise sequential identification of letters, and so on and so forth. And then when you look at the secondary English language instruction, reading instruction, they're focusing more on whole language approach, where there's a lot more discussion and guessing and hypothesizing, okay? So where reading is conceptually driven, starts with what readers bring to text, and you work your way down to the print, and so on and so forth. You're thinking, you're hypothesizing, you're rehypothesizing, you're using your mind to actually think about what the text is all about by bringing your own context and your own ideas and takes on it as well, okay? Right, that being said, when you look at these two approaches, these two different approaches to teaching reading, they're quite different. One focus more on the basic, understanding of sound and letters and vocabulary, right? The other one focus on like critical thinking, discussing, appreciating, and trying to hypothesize and try to analyze. That being said, while we do this in Malaysia, while we teach reading in this way in Malaysia, we have to remember that in the Malaysian classrooms, we have very diverse background of students in Malaysian classroom. And this is the same thing in Singapore, in Indonesia, in Thailand. We have people who are not Malaysian people, not Singaporean people, not Indonesian people, in Indonesian classes, in Singaporean classes, in Malaysian classes. They might actually be sons and daughters of expatriates who speak English as a first language, or they might be sons and daughters of immigrants who might not actually be speaking Malay or English, but only speak their own language. Would these two approaches be suffice for them? The question is, would these two different and rather specific methods of teaching apply to them and their global/local context? So that's the question. That's about reading. So let's talk about writing. So when you talk about writing, in the roadmap and also in the CFR, teachers are supposed to be teaching using the process-based approach to writing, which is being prescribed in the Malaysian reform, okay, in the Malaysian policy. So this is where the emphasis is on 4 writing constructs, which is content, communicative achievement, organization, not just grammar, not just language, and everything is aligned to the CEFR standards. Note also, in writing, especially in national assessments, standardized examinations, the writing section usually is the highest section that bears the most mark. Some examination even put the writing section 50%, which is it will either break you or make you. If you're not really good in writing, you might fail the English language course. So imagine what I said before, right? If you fail English, would you be able to further your studies? Would you be able to get employment? It's actually quite daunting. So let's see the reality of teaching of English in writing in Malaysia. So they're proposing for a process-based approach, but in actual reality, teachers are teaching in different kind of ways. Of course, they're using brainstorming, discussing a content, which is good. They also teach using like writing the 5-paragraph essay format, which is something that they need to know anyways, especially if you are ESL learners or EFL learners, you have to know the basic, no problem. Of course, discussing is also quite, we're still getting feedback and so on and so forth. But also, because of the focus on national examination and because writing is the highest mark indicated in those national examinations, teachers basically teach more on grammar and also for examination. Teachers focus on grammatical rules, rhetorical drills. They focus on giving corrective feedback instead of content feedback, instead of organization feedback. They just give corrective feedback most of the time. And most teachers treat writing as a mechanical process where you need to know the formulaic ways of writing to be able to score well in examination. When we talk about writing also, teachers, especially in Malaysia, it's not their fault, by the way, it's this how things are done in Malaysia, right? So teachers believe that writing should be best taught through strategies such as guided writing, parallel writing, and model essays. They provide students with exemplary model essays expected for them to actually repeat or imitate these model essays in terms of the content, in terms of structure, and so on and so forth, and producing rationales on good grades on these particular writings as well. In fact, when you talk about teaching for examination in Malaysia, it's actually very, very highly stressed. And I'm sure it's the same thing in Singapore, in Indonesia, in Thailand. In Asian countries, we are so big in examination. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm saying that we take it a little bit too far. We are, right? Parents in Malaysia would actually take leaves from their work to send their kids for their national examination, right? Teachers in schools, school administrators would actually call experts who actually grade examination papers to the school to give talks on how to score well for the examination. So these are things that are quite normal in a lot of Asian countries. But if you think about it, is it really good to do this? Are we teaching them to prepare for the examination, or are we teaching them to read and write? Because most of the time, that's what we're doing. We're actually doing mostly preparing them for examination. So when you look at how teaching of writing is done in Malaysia, even though in the roadmap they say that we have to be focused on a process-based approach, clearly it's not, okay? Clearly it's much more product-based approach. Clearly it's much more examination-oriented, achievement-focused. And would this approach apply to them in their global and local context, especially when you have students who are quite diverse, right? Students who might actually use English as their first language, and those who might not actually know about English at all and might refer to it as their foreign language, might not even know Malay language or Indonesian language. So what are we doing? So this is the case I'm trying to promote, and I think I'll be able to do this within my time, I hope. So this is the case I'm trying to promote. What better way and what better avenue for us to discuss this but this conference? I like the word glocalization. I used to not like it before, actually, to be quite honest with you. But when you think about English language, especially for ESL students, EFL students, students who are learning English as a second or a foreign language, we have to actually appreciate the new language that we're learning, but also maintain our sense of identity. We have to maintain our sense of identity. So we have to be global and local at the same time. So glocalization. So I'm trying to make a case that when you think about reading and writing, especially, to be able to be global and local at the same time, you have to actually take into consideration not just the methods prescribed to you, not just the things that are being said in the curricula or in the syllabi, not just how you prefer to teach, but you have to know your students as well, who they are. So when you talk about English language teaching in Malaysia, especially reading and writing, the cultivation of reading and writing skills at elementary school level needs to meet the demands of tertiary writing and tertiary reading. Of course, it starts from the basic, not just in secondary school, not just in primary school, but also at home as well, right? Malaysian English language teachers cannot just simply rely on methods and textbooks alone in their teaching. They have to be versatile, right? They have to be resourceful as well. And also, I think there should be a de-emphasis on examination. At least we need to consider more of formative assessment as well, not just standardized, summative, holistic assessments. We need to actually have a lot of other formative assessments as well. So I asked these questions before, right? Would the two reading approaches apply to them in their global local context? Would the product-based approach in teaching writing, examination-oriented, achievement-focused methods would apply to them in their global local context? Would this be fair? The actual question that we need to be asking ourselves would be, are we really preparing our students to use and master the English language to become more globalized individuals? Or are we just preparing them to follow the educational system, however we may see that system to be? Are we actually asking them to be global, at the same time true to themselves, local? Or actually we're just focusing on completing or foreseeing the education system, which might be good for some, might not be good for some others. So we have to remember there's a diverse background students in the classroom. They have different levels of proficiency, different needs for English language education, different languages, cultures, and values, okay, regardless of the grade or the form level that they are actually in. You might have students in, let's say, kindergarten, okay, who might be able to speak and use English and read and write in English very, very proficiently because the father, the mother, uses English as a first language at home. You might also have students who might not know even Malay language, Indonesian language, or English language, but only know his or her first language. So you have to consider all these people because we are living in a globalized world, right? So in catering to these globalized or localized contexts in the spirit of glocalization, teacher educators, teachers, curriculum developers, and stakeholders need not to be rigid in the execution of education. We need to be understanding, appreciating various methodologies in teaching reading and writing, and we have to also understand and appreciate other people's cultures and values as well. So in terms of reading, for example, don't just focus on the phonics approach or the whole language approach. In fact, teachers need to know both. In fact, we need to know also other approaches to teaching reading, not just these two main approaches to teach reading. Just because we were taught in our teacher education institution to teach in this way and that way, we need to know our students more than, before we actually teach them the method that we are going to be teaching them, because we need to know their levels, their proficiency, their culture, and so on and so forth. So English teachers, regardless in the kindergarten, in elementary, secondary, tertiary level of education, need to be well-versed in all ways, all methods and strategies and techniques of teaching English reading. So in regards to teaching writing, even though, the policy is saying that we should be focusing on process-based approach to writing, some students might actually need to be taught using product-based approach. And to be quite honest, and this is just my own opinion, it's best to merge both of them together, product and process. And there are a lot of methods and ways to actually do this, okay? Also, if we rely too much on the product-based approach of writing, we are actually indulging in our thirst for teaching only for the sake of an examination, because the product-based approach is actually quite good in attending or in succeeding in national examination. You're teaching them skills and tips and tricks to be able to do well in examination, but in the actual reality, they might not be able to actually use those skills in employment, in university, and so on and so forth. So know both ways of teaching and know what to teach your students using what methods. You have to know your students as well. So stakeholders, such as curriculum developers, policymakers, teacher educators, need to think of writing not just as a main vehicle for scoring for national examination, but also as a lifelong skill, right? So we have to understand that the diverse background of students, they have their own languages, cultures, and values that are a large part of their identities. Teachers need to understand that while these languages can actually impede their learning of their second language, because of first language interference, because of language anxiety, and so on and so forth, because of cultural differences, and so on and so forth. We need to also know that having their own languages can also help them learn the second language, especially when you think about the idea of common underlying proficiency, linguistic interdependent hypothesis, Chomsky's I+1, and so on and so forth. Teachers need to also understand about their cultures and values and norms that might enhance or impede the English language learning, especially if the methods of learning might not actually be good or well aligned with their culture and norms, and so on and so forth. And it's also quite important to use the teaching materials and texts that can actually enhance appreciation of their own culture. Don't just use text from the UK. Don't just use the text from America. You can actually also use your text from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from Singapore in English language to teach them English language. So teachers should not also be too rigid in teaching whatever grade level that they're teaching according to what methods prescribed to them or what they have been trained or comfortable with. They need to know who they're teaching and they need to actually cater for their students, right? They need to know their students in terms of their global, identities, their local identities, and they need to bring these students together, okay, to assimilate them together in the country and also in other cultures as well. Educational stakeholders need to understand that growing needs of a growing nation and its population, however diverse and globalized it is, and not just to develop policies and curricula for the sake of economic power, but also more importantly for human development, okay? And in doing so, we need to also maintain their cultural identities as well. And that's why I think when you talk about today, when you talk about this conference, I'm really very much, honored to be invited as one of the plenary speakers. And even though I'm presenting a case for glocalization in English language teaching in Malaysia, the truth is, when you talk about these contexts, we can all appreciate, we can all find similarities in our own countries. I have students from Iraq, from Libya, and they have the same problems. The educational, stakeholders are trying to make things a bit more 21st century focus and so on and so forth, but students are not ready for these things yet. So we need to know both or diverse ways of teaching them, okay? That being said, what better way, what better avenue for us to discuss and learn from one another about what it means to address the globalization and localization of English language teaching within our own context than in this ICON ELTL 2021 conference. And in doing so, I look forward to watching and listening to all of you discuss EFL, blended learning, principles of English language teaching, information communication technology, in education, task-based language teaching, EFL, teaching methodologies, EFL learners communication strategies, EFL learning environment, engaging in literature and culture in classrooms, in multilingualism and bilingualism, all of which are actually the themes for this conference. And I am looking forward to hearing your thoughts about this. So that being said, I think I'm just right on time. I'm sorry about this. Thank you very much for listening to me. And thank you for coming to this conference. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Harry. Back to you now.
We still have time to move this session. We come to the question and answer sessions. One question is from Universitas Lampung. The question is directed to Professor Nikolai. I am Gede from University of Lampung. To Professor Nikolai, one of the key players is L1 and L2 proficiency. Would you mind elaborating this more deeply? Is it possible to have the so-called native-like proficiency in a multilingual and multicultural environment? Professor Marian Nikolai, there are two questions from Gede from University of Lampung. One is L1 and L2 proficiency. Would you mind elaborating this more deeply? And is it possible to have the so-called native-like proficiency in a multilingual and multicultural environment? Your answer, Professor Marian Nikolai. Time is yours to answer. Will you switch on the speaker? Will you switch on the speaker, Professor Marian Nikolai? Okay.
Sorry about this. I was not allowed to unmute myself. I have to fight for a word. Anyway, so the question, what level of proficiency is necessary, is a very frequently asked question. People assume young learners, because their proficiency is very low, don't need fluent speakers. Of course, they need fluent speakers, and they need not only a teacher who is self-confident, who is fluent, who is well versed in the type of language that children can understand in reference to the here and now in the classroom and in relation to their background knowledge of the world, what they know from the curriculum. If we think in terms of why early language learning seems to make so much sense to parents and policymakers, then one would argue that the teacher's oral skills are more important than their literacy skills. Although, how do you then work on your own professional development if you can't read and comprehend the professional literature? Therefore, most probably, if we were to define a proficiency level on the European Common European Framework scale, I would argue that a minimum of B2 level is necessary for someone to be able to be fluent orally with young learners. But even more importantly than the proficiency level, you have to be well versed in how to work with young learners, how to motivate. And somebody else asked about motivation, how to keep everybody motivated when there are so many children and everybody is motivated by something else. Both types of professional competencies are necessary. You cannot say it's more important to be proficient one way, that is in the target language, and proficient in the methodology. Both are equally important. I would also argue that, especially with young learners, it's very important for the teacher to understand the children's first languages or language, depending on how many there are, because key meaning making concerns how the teacher can understand what the children try to say and guess in their own language, so that you can scaffold that meaning in English. It is quite normal to use multiple languages in the classroom. My own practice, for example, involved the kids speaking Hungarian a lot of the time, because how would they be able to speak English when they are just learning it and they are total beginners? But because I understand Hungarian, I could always say, oh, do you mean this? Oh, that's this. Oh, he is trying to say this and that. And by doing this, you actually model what they wish to say, and that's how they learn the language. The second question concerning proficiency concerns whether native-like proficiency is available. Of course it is available. You don't need to start as a child to achieve native-like proficiency. And also, what do we mean by native-like proficiency? Think about the taxi driver in your own town or place. What is their native-like proficiency in their first language? Not everybody is an educated user of their own languages. Therefore, this term native-like makes actually little sense, because what the second speaker Abu was talking about, it's actually a good question what proficiency level the curriculum targets and for whom. If we talk about people not reading very well, of course, this is typical not only in English, it's typical in all languages. Or how well people write. Now, how well do they write in their first languages? Some people write in the most amazing manner. Other people write poorly. Even a text message is a challenge because they've never ever needed to improve their writing skill. Their needs are satisfied at the level where they are, and there is no motivation to improve. I hope I have answered this question.
Thank you, Professor Marian Nicolau. Next question will be addressed to Pak Abu Bakar. I will call this Pak Abu Bakar, Pak Abu Bakar Razali.
Boleh Pak, boleh Alhamdulillah. Okay.
First question from Novita, University of London. I have one more question for Professor Marian Nicolau later on, but I'll read the two questions for Pak Abu Bakar. What problems commonly occur in Malaysia education system in learning language and how to solve them? That's the first question from Novita. The next one is from and Tesar Al-Gabun to everyone. What are the main challenges Malaysian education blueprint face when implementing the CEFR? Okay, that's the question. That's the question. Two questions from Novita and one from Neste. And then I have one question for Professor Marian later on. Your time, Pak Abu Bakar.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Heri. Thank you very much for the question, Dr. Novita, as well as my student Entesa. So I'll answer the first question. What problems commonly occur in Malaysian education system in learning language and how to solve them? Okay, so I can tell you the kinds of problems that occur, but to solve them, that's actually a very, very difficult question for me to answer. So there's many questions, but the main problem I see in the Malaysian education system is the lack of follow through by the Ministry of Education, especially with the inconsistencies with the Malaysian politics. So this is not something that people would like to hear and something that I should not be talking about because I work at a national university. But this is what's happening in Malaysia. The political scene in Malaysia is actually quite, how should I say this? It's in shambles. That's being nice about it, I think. But because we keep changing the administration, the country's administration, it's difficult for the plans that we have been developing to be carried out when there are changes in the political scene, especially with the administration of the people. People want to do things differently. They want to do things based on what they believe, and most of the time, bodies like like the Ministry of Education in Malaysia, they have done research and they have experts. But when these experts voice out their concerns and also their research and so on and so forth, most of the time it's only taken as lip service instead of an actual practice or policy. So to solve them, it's actually quite difficult to solve them, because when you talk about running a country, education is actually a big part of developing a country. So education should be always still be related to politics, but politics should not interfere so much with education that it is actually impeding people's progress. That's my opinion about it. But when you talk about language learning, particularly in Malaysia, there's many, okay? There's many, for example, the lack of proper in-service teacher professional development. We do have them, but they're not done very, very well. It's always a cascade model where some teachers are chosen from some schools they were, they would go to training and they have to go back to their own schools and train their own colleagues and so on and so forth. If the training was done well, they might actually cascade the knowledge well, but most of the time, what you get will be trickling instead of the actual content and gist of what they've been trained with. So that's also one of the challenges as well. So, there's many challenges, especially when it comes to language learning in Malaysia. There's also the notion where, even though in Malaysia, it's the second language, it's the national second language in Malaysia, English language, and people are supposed to be quite fluent with the language, there's some sections in the country that don't really regard it as a second language. Yes, so, sorry. Malaysia is a small country as compared to Indonesia. Indonesia is large, it's big, right? Malaysia is not that big, but still, you have big cities like Kuala Lumpur, Putrajaya, you have Johor Bahru, you have Pulau Pinang. So these are big cities, big condensed cities, a lot of expatriates, a lot of people working over there, a lot of professionals. So most of the time, you can see people speak English almost to a first language user kind of fluency over there. But if you go to my home state, in Kuala Terengganu, for example, people still regard English most of the time as a foreign language. You go there and you look like me, like a Malay person, and you speak English, people will give you the eye. They say, they would look at you like that and say, why is this guy speaking English? There's this post-colonial complex still, there's also admiration of the English language. People who speak English language, especially in some places, they oh, this person must be well educated, must be rich, and so on and so forth. There's complexity with the language. So in answering the second question about the CEFR, right, so the main challenges when implementing the CEFR is that most people don't realize, most people, when I say people, I'm thinking about teachers, parents, I'm talking about people who actually have to deal with the CEFR, okay, at the practical level, students, teachers, and parents, right? The CEFR is just a scale. It is a scale to indicate how well you are in terms of your proficiency with the language. Either you are A1 or C2, A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, right? But most parents see it as an indication of how well you're doing, meaning that if you have A1, you're not really that good, okay? But people don't know that in the CFR, you have different aspects of the language. You have speaking, reading, writing, listening, and so on and so forth. You might be A1 in speaking, but B2 in writing. You might be timid and also shy in speaking, but you might be really good in writing. So there's a lot of, different understanding, different connotations of why, of how people see the CAFR. Why? Because they very much concerned with examination. They just want to know the results. Okay, what are you? Are you C1, C2? Is that good? Is that bad? They just want to know that so that they can actually use it as a vehicle to go for their furthering studies and employment and so on and so forth. And that's where the problem happens. If you even get a C2, okay, but when you go to work, you're not really showing your C2 level, that's where the problem is actually really, really rampant, because it's a scale and we have to use the information from the scale to help further our students to learn better, not as like a complete or like a label to label people, basically. So that's one of the main concerns or main challenges with the CEFR. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Abu Bakar Razali. I have two more questions, and I want to read the question first, and I will let one of academicians from UNILA later on to ask orally. I will read from Gita from University of Lampung to Professor Marian. In what ways can motivation affect language learning? That's the first question. How to keep the children motivated in learning English when in a class they have diverse level of motivation? That's the first question to Professor Marian. And then from University of Lampung to both Professor Nikolai and Dr. Abu Bakar. It is reported that most of EFL learners, EFL teachers hold the so-called monolingual belief. However, they also make use of their students' linguistic repertoire in their EFL classroom. In other words, they have conflicting views. How do we cope with this issue in a multilingual contextual like Malaysia and Indonesia? So this is the question to both of you. I will share this question to both of you. And later on, I will invite direct question from one of the academicians from UNILA. So it's time for Professor Nikolai to answer the question. Time is yours, Professor Nikolai.
My name is Marian Nikolov. Just to clarify, not a problem. I know it's me, and I'm answering the question. Motivation, how to keep everybody engaged, how to motivate children of diverse aptitudes, interests, anxieties, etc. Now, this is what is called pedagogical skills. You have to be able to figure out what the children find interesting. And of course, it's natural that what is interesting for the boys is less interesting for the girls. What is very exciting as a task for, I don't know, children on the left is less exciting for the ones sitting on the right. Therefore, you have to establish classroom management rules so that if you want them to voice their likes and dislikes, it's actually something that is called the process syllabus. You negotiate with them. If you do this first, you can choose what we do next. If you do this in 3 minutes, we will have 5 minutes for something else that everybody likes. And if you have a wide enough repertoire of tasks that they actually appreciate, and you believe that it's conducive to their English language development, then you can develop the dynamics in your class when they really try very hard to do something that is less popular, because the next task or the third task will be more popular. Now, every teacher should be as skilled in managing their classes as the dancers were in their own performance. How can you achieve that level? By working hard on it, by sharing with other teachers what they do, how they manage, by observing one another, and even more importantly, by asking the kids. My own first publication ever that made the international scene was about asking children what they liked and what they didn't like and why. And although it became a publication, for me, the benefit was to figure out what they actually found motivating, what they disliked and why. And by trying to adjust to their needs and wishes, we became a successful team. Team meaning me and those children in those classes. Now, how do you do this in your own class? You can ask the math teacher how he or she does it, because every teacher has the very same challenges. How to motivate everybody equally? Well, you cannot motivate everybody equally, but you should strive for it. Now, I know this is not a very happy ending to this answer, to this question, but that's the magic. That's why teachers are professionals. They know how to do this. Not easy. You have to keep trying. And if you involve the kids, you have a better way of figuring out with them. Also, simply asking people what they want is also motivating. They believe you do what they want. That's called democracy, although it tends to go the wrong way. In the classroom, it can work quite well. And I hope I have answered this question.
Thank you.
And the next question, I forget what the second question was. Maybe you can start answering it and then I remember.
Yeah, Prof. Abu Bakar, you can continue to answer the question, and later on I'll come back to Professor Mariam again. Okay.
Actually, I also quite forgotten what the question was.
Talking about motivated behavior. We are not even remembering the question. I can look it up.
But we do have a lot of questions at the chat, so I'm looking maybe one of those questions. I'll try to answer them as well, right? So is this the one by Pak Gede, right? Pak Gede, right? Or Miss Gede, I'm not sure. About monolingual belief, is that one? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Dr. Harry, is that the question on monolingual belief, or is it from a different question?
Monolingual belief.
That was the question, yeah? Okay, all right. Okay, so it's a very interesting question. It's a very interesting question because, you know, when you talk about English as a second language or English as a foreign language, and when you have teachers of the English language teaching their students how to speak English language, how to use English language in reading, writing, listening, we do have this complex. I spoke about this before, but I didn't talk about it too much. You know, for example, many teachers in Malaysia, when they choose to become a teacher, it's because most of the time they love the English language, not because they love teaching. So how is this so? Because for most of these teachers, they grow up with the English language. They watch English cartoons, they read English books when they were at home. They might actually even speak English as a first language when they're at home. So they feel like they have this affinity, this love for the English language, and they have this monolingual belief that English is the way, where you need to be learning English without actually, you know, referring to your first language. You have to use English all the time. We even have, you know, histories in Malaysia where if you speak in Malay language, the teacher can actually penalize you, where you have to pay 50 cents and put it in a jar if you speak Malay language. That's really a big thing, especially like 20 years ago or something like that, because they have this love for the English language so much. At the same time, at what price? You see what I'm saying? Especially now, at what price are you putting this high regard of the English language, especially with concerns to your own identity, right? So a lot of people ask me, is it possible that I use my language, you know, either Malay language or Mandarin language or Tamil language in teaching my students English? It depends on who you're teaching. If your students don't know English, you can't be using English when teaching them. It will be like you, an English person, talking to a non-English person. How would they actually understand it, right? Of course, you can use your own language as well, especially if they also speak the same language, to make sure that the actual learning is happening. Learning is the most important thing. Learning is the most important thing. And that being said, you know, this is the main thing that a lot of us do know about, I think. When you talk about good teaching, when you talk about, you know, being able to teach well, okay, it's mostly about the teacher. It's mostly about the teacher, right? Students will come and go. You have different kinds of students. Some very motivated, some not so motivated. Some is motivated for certain things, some are not motivated in anything. But you have to teach them. You still be there teaching them. But that being said, if you are a motivated teacher, if you are a resourceful teacher, if you have a lot of knowledge, not just in terms of content and pedagogy and language, but also knowledge about other people's cultures, other people's values, ways and resources to do teaching materials and so on and so forth, you're the most valuable person in that class. It's not about the policy. It's not about the curricula. It's not about the syllabi. You are the most important person in the classroom. That's why a lot of people do research on teacher accountability or teacher quality. In the past 20 years, especially in the US, they talk about teacher quality because the teacher is the most important person that can actually affect the teaching and learning of the student. Students stay in the classroom not because of the lesson most of the time, it's because of the teacher. It's because of the teacher. They like the teacher. They might also like the language, but if both of these two things are in sync together, then everything would be okay. So, I mean, I would say you have to know your students, and you have to know how to motivate them, and you have to know yourself as well. You know, because you might have your own biases, you might have your own preferences. Always you have to reflect, because you might be teaching the way you prefer as opposed to how they need to be taught. We have to be always reflective about this. Right. Thank you. I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you, Professor Abu Bakar. Marian.
My take on this question concerns who we consider monolingual. Anybody who speaks just a few words in another language is not monolingual anymore. That's one point. Everybody who is just a little bit proficient in a second, a third, and nth language is already plurilingual. Now, how do you try to maintain using English in your class? Depends on the student's proficiency level, their needs, their motivation. And I know about my own practice that I tended to chat with the students in their mother tongue before class and after class, just to make sure that I had a good rapport with them, a great relationship. However, once we entered the class, I spoke English and they tried to speak English, but they also spoke Hungarian, and over the years, less and less Hungarian, more and more English. But every time they initiated something in Hungarian that was related to what we were doing, like telling a story or playing a game or acting out whatever role play, I would react in English. That was the role, because their access to English was so limited. It was only the classroom exposure. And I think this question concerns how can you make sure you have more access to English and allow your students also to have more English in their own life. We know that language acquisition is successful if you have comprehensible input, as Christian would argue. So you have to understand what the message is, what meaning is carried by the whatever linguistic string. And you also have to have some interaction, because language is about people. You use it with others. That's how you co-construct meaning. People don't use language by themselves, except for thinking their ideas to themselves or writing something that they author for whatever reason. But language, and this is something that people tend to forget about, language is about interacting with other people using linguistic means. And this is true not only for our first language, our second language, every language. Now, which English should be taught? I think the question concerned that area too. Which English is available to you? Which variety do you feel confident using? Now, if you want to figure out what my English is like, well, it's your business to figure it out. This is me. This is my English. And if my audience can get the message and they can ask questions and they get the answer, then my English is good enough for us to achieve our purpose, to exchange ideas. Because the point is not to think in terms of now whose English does that person speak, but the issue is what do we want to achieve by using whichever variety of whichever language. And if that purpose is achieved, good news. Of course, there are issues related to identity and competition, etc.
Right.
That would now take us away from answering the question.
Thank you. Okay, I continue to the next question, a direct question from Professor Cucu Sutarsa from Manila. I invite Professor Cucu Sutarsa to ask question to both speakers. Time is yours, Professor Cucu Sutarsa. Professor Cucu?
Cannot unmute. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Patty. Actually, I would like to ask you, not orally, but it's okay if you give time. Pak Bakar, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
Just
also,
comparing
Professor
teaching English in
Cucu.
Malaysia and just thinking about teaching English in Malaysia and Indonesia, it must be different. Yeah. In Malaysia, English is a second language that is used in society, in school as a means of communication. That's mean the condition is different, you know. But in Indonesia, English is a foreign language. Even the teacher, you know, it's very difficult to make students able to use English as a means of communication. Even they cannot give a good model of the language used in the classroom. Most of the teachers of English in Indonesia, I don't know why, they just focus on teaching grammar also. They don't even give model how to use real language use. Even they cannot give what is it, the right motivation so that they can student like English like this. That is the condition of I would like to share with you. Maybe you have a comment. Thank you, Pak Bakar.
Thank you very much, Professor Cucu, Pak Cucu. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for the question. It is a very interesting question. Yes, we do have differences in Malaysia where in Malaysia, we teach English as a second language. It is in the policy, it's actually in the constitution that it is a second language, and all Malaysian people are supposed to be, you know, have a basic mastery of the English language. We teach English language in Malaysia since kindergarten, even until their tertiary level or their S3 education, you know. So it's 15, 16 years of education of English language, where English is a subject where they have to take every year in kindergarten, in primary school, in secondary school, even in university, where in most Malaysian universities, we actually use the English language as a medium of instruction. So yes, there are differences between Malaysia and also Indonesia because of this focus of the English language. And this is because I think it goes back to the history of Malaysia, where we do have a plural society. We have the Chinese people, the Indian people. We have also a lot of other people, the Aborigine, you know, ethnicities and so on and so forth. So of course, Malay language is the main national language, but sometimes we do have differences where sometimes they might not even be able to use Malay language. So English language is the one that ties us together. That being said, even though we gain this somewhat a little bit better proficiency in English language, maybe than other, you know, people, but we are also, Professor Cucu, losing some things as well. We're losing some sense of identity. Okay, you can see in big cities in Malaysia where people speak English as a first language, even though they look like me, they look like a Malaysian person. They might even be from Javanese descent, orang Jawa, yeah, and then they can speak with an English accent, like a British accent or an American accent, and sometimes their children might not even have gone outside of Malaysia. They just learn English language from watching Nickelodeon, watching Disney Channel, watching all these movies, and speaking with American accent. That begs the question, because they're so engrossed and so involved with the English language, what about their Malaysian identity? What about their cultural identity? What about their racial identity? Because sometimes when you go to big cities like this, most of the time, some of them would lose these identities. So we are striving for this idea of glocalization. We have to be global, and English is a good vehicle to be global, but we have to also stay true to ourselves as a Malaysian, as an Indonesian, as a Hungarian, right? We don't want to lose our culture. I don't want to lose my culture. I'm sure Indonesia, very, very strong, nationalistic, strength in themselves. And, that might, because they have such strong individualistic, nationalistic, ideas, it's a bit difficult to actually, get to, native-like proficiency of the English language, because language is a slippery slope. As you learn a language, you also learn the culture. And as you learn the culture, you also adopt the culture as well. I remember the time when I went to the US, to Michigan, and I did my PhD over there for 5 years. I did not know how to speak with an American accent. I usually speak with a Malaysian English accent. But coming back, I picked it up here and there. I sound strange now. I sound strange. But that's something that I sacrifice. I do have that globalized perception, but I'm here in Malaysia, and I do appreciate that perception as well. What it takes, I think, to be able to use the English language in a way that we can also retain our identity culturally, socially, ethnically, racially, is to be good in both. We have to be good in Indonesian language as well as English language. There's this idea of common underlying proficiency. If you're not good in your first language, you might not actually be good in your second language. But the question is, what is your first language? Is it English or is it Indonesian? That is the idea. So if we really want to be Indonesians who speak English well, we have to be good in our Indonesian language first, and then we can learn English language. And it is a second language or a foreign language. In Indonesia, we have many languages. Many people, many racial identities, and many languages. You have Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa, all kinds of different languages. So Javanese language is different, and so on and so forth. It's good to know a lot of languages, but it's not really good to have one language that's not yours to take over, I think, your first language, because it is also taking over your culture, your identity, and so on and so forth. So I think in time, and with exposure, and with good teaching, accountability, it's not just the teachers and the learners, but also parents at home, exposing your kids to books and movies and songs, not just English songs, not just English movies, but also Indonesian movies, and be able to appreciate both languages, I think is key. To get to that level of proficiency by not also forsaking our own proficiency. I mean, I sound so ideal. I don't know how to do it, but I think we can try. Yeah, but you too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question for this session. It's a question directed to Marian, Professor Nikolov. In Indonesia, the question is from Anissa Fitri, student of English education, Unila. In Indonesia, English is foreign language and not our mother tongue. Automatically, we don't speak English. We don't speak English 24 hours. We just learn English once a week in school, elementary until senior high school, and the duration is no longer than 2 hours. The question is, do you have any suggestion or recommendation to enhance quality of education in Indonesia, especially in knowledge and ability in English? Dr. Marian, your time to answer the question.
Thank you for this question too. Of course, nobody uses any language 24 hours a day, but I understand the point. The role of the teacher is to motivate the students to participate in the classroom activities and also seek out other opportunities to improve their own English language abilities. Like search on the internet for something that is of interest to you if you are excited about learning how to cut your own hair, watch videos on how somebody cuts her own hair in English. If you are excited about building model trains, then find a video on how to build model trains in English. If you want something more sophisticated, then you understand what I'm trying to say. But this also leads us to the discussion on national identity and which language, which culture. I'm a lot more optimistic and also more liberal about this issue. People are smart enough to decide for themselves in what ways they can express and live their own national identity, and to what extent they want other cultural artifacts or ideas to impact their own thinking, reasoning, impact their lifestyle, etc. The misconception is that education will take care of this. We can forget about that. The impact of organized education is unfortunately less powerful than everything else that impacts an individual's life outside the classroom or school context. Otherwise, everybody would be proficient, everybody would be motivated, everybody would be a true Indonesian or Malay or Hungarian. And in fact, the world is as colorful as it is. And people actually follow whatever they see as attractive for role models. And as I pointed out, the older the learner, the more their peers impact their behavior, the ideals they strive for. And teachers, you can hope for some impact, hopefully in English, maybe as a role model, as an individual, someone who reads, someone who discusses meaningful movies, someone who accepts that your students are better at IT than you are, and you are able to apply for help because they are more knowledgeable. Or you can ask them about, I don't know, online games that you have never played, but you show interest, and then they are the experts. Thereby, you model the certain behavior you want them to become like. People who are interested in other people's values, other people's achievements, competencies in all domains, and teachers who are good at one thing, but may not be that good at other things. That's my comment on this point.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the session for this morning. Thank you very much, Professor Marian Nikolov and Dr. Abu Bakar. Thank you very much. On the behalf of the moderator, I'm Harry Frizal. I will say thank you very much and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you for taking care of us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harry. Thank you, Professor Cucu. Thank you, Professor Marian Nikolov. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Dekan FIPK. Nama saya Muhammad Raja. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengucapkan selamat datang. Selamat kepada mahasiswa pemula tahun ajaran 2020-2021. Alhamdulillah, dalam keadaan yang tidak normal masih dapat menempuh proses fase-fase penerimaan mahasiswa baru, sehingga kita semua dapat melakukan penerimaan mahasiswa baru. Kemudian juga selamat kepada mahasiswa FKIP yang menyumbangnya kurang lebih 1.200 orang. Selamat datang. bergabung pada keluarga besar FKIP. Di FKIP ini sebelumnya FKIP ini adalah satu fakultas dari 8 fakultas. Kalau dilihat FKIP ini adalah fakultas ketiga yang tertua setelah fakultas ekonomi, hukum, yang baru FKIP. Dari 8 fakultas, FKIP adalah yang fakultas nomor 3 dari segi usia. Kemudian di dalam FKIP itu ada 4 jurusan: jurusan ilmu pendidikan, jurusan pendidikan IPS, jurusan bahasa dan seni, dan jurusan pendidikan matematika dan ilmu. Di bawah 14 ada 18 S1. Nah, adik-adik yang bergabung ini jumlah kelompok itu terbagi dalam 18 prodi. Selain itu juga ada 10 prodi S3, ada 1 prodi PPD, profesi pendidikan profesi guru, dan selain pendidikan ada 1 prodi S3. Sekali lagi,
Recording in progress.
Yang kedua ada di kampus A, berlokasi di 45 poin, dan yang nomor 3 berada di Metro. Khusus untuk kampus Metro, diperuntukkan bagi adik-adik mahasiswa S1 PGSD. Sedangkan untuk 45 poin itu untuk mahasiswa pendidikan seni, musik, dan pendidikan pemula. Selebihnya berada di kampus induk yang sudah dimulai. Untuk adik-adik ketahui, dosen yang mengampu mata kuliah di Universitas Lampung Fakultas FKIP berjumlah 217 orang yang terdiri dari 6 orang berusaha, kemudian 73 orang doktor, dan selebihnya S2 atau magister. Dalam rangka menunjang pelayanan mahasiswa wakil khusus di era pandemi ini, kami juga menggunakan aplikasi untuk pembelajaran daring. Wakil khusus kepada mahasiswa baru yang berminat menjadi jurnalis, fotografer, kemudian youtuber bisa bergabung dengan Explore. Karena Explore ini adalah portal informasi miliknya FKIP yang memberikan informasi terkini stakeholder fakultas luar dan pendidikan. Selamat bergabung adik-adik. Mudah-mudahan sukses selalu.
Saya Wakil Dekan 3 bidang kemahasiswaan dan alumni membidangi kegiatan-kegiatan yang berhubungan dengan kemahasiswaan. Salah satunya tentu adalah membina lembaga-lembaga kemahasiswaan di fakultas. Itu juga kegiatan-kegiatan di bidang kemahasiswaan itu banyak sekali. Salah satunya beasiswa. Selain beasiswa juga banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan yang berkaitan dengan kemahasiswaan, yaitu mengikuti event-event kegiatan baik di nasional maupun internasional. Mahasiswa FKIP mempunyai tertentu yang berbeda dengan mahasiswa di fakultas lain. Jadi ucapan selamat datang di FKIP Unila dan selamat menjadi mahasiswa FKIP Unila. Semoga kalian nanti akan lulus dengan tepat waktu dan segera mungkin dengan nilai yang terbaik.
Now we come to check. Now we come to the parallel session. Dear presenters and participants, you will be invited to join in the breakout room based on the parallel session schedule. Please rename room number _ name. For the participants, please rename your name with the format room number _ name. And join the breakout room now. Once again, for the participant, please rename room number _ name. Or you can join the breakout room based on the parallel session schedule. For the participant, you can join in any room.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the room 1 to all of the participants and presenters. First of all, I would like to check that all the panelists have already been joining this room. Just to inform you that this panel consists of 5 panelists or presenters. The first one, they are Ms. Winda Trisnawati. Would you please respond if you are in this room? All right, thank you. For Ms. Sri
Hello.
Lestari. Okay, hello, yeah. All right, thank you. For Ms. Sri Lestari, are you in this room? Hello, Ms. Sri Lestari.
Yes, can you hear my voice clearly there?
Oh yeah, I can hear your voice. All right, thank you. For Ms. Ari Nurwani.
Yes, I'm here. Nice to see you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ari. And Ms. Ki Lily, are you here?
Yes, good morning, everyone and all. I'm here. Thank you.
All right, good morning, Ms. Ki Lily. Thank you very much. All right, for the next one is Ms. Wan Hamiah binti Wan Mahmud. Are you here?
Assalamualaikum. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, hi, I'm here.
All right, thank you very much for the response, everyone. So I think all the panelists are available. Can we please start the session now? All right, so good morning, everyone, and good day. I would like to warmly and virtually welcome you all to the International Conference ELTL 2021. My name is Sarah Salmadiani, and I am the moderator for this session. However, before we begin, I will inform you several rules in performing this panel. The first one, please make sure that you are currently joining the right room to present your presentation by obviously using your full name on your Zoom account. If co-writers are also available at the session to support their panelists, please make sure that your Zoom account has been named as co-writer and it is followed by your own name. It will help us to immediately identify that you are indeed part of the team whose papers are being presented today. This event is on the record, so please turn on your camera. Every panelist or presenters has 10 minutes to speak, and it will be followed by 5 minutes to question and answer session. I will remind you if you have passed the limited time, which is 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the question answer session. Please feel free to submit your written questions throughout the chat room at any time. Please also turn off your microphone while another panelist is presenting his or her remark. I hope that your PowerPoints are ready to be presented because you all will personally proceed your own slides. So now for the first presenter, I would like to invite Miss Winda Trisnawati to deliver her speech. For Miss Winda Trisnawati, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Sarah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, all speaker. Yes. Okay. Okay, Miss Sarah. Would I present right now?
Sure. Yes, time is yours, Miss Winda.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for the all presenters. And right now, I would like to present about my paper and with my team. I would like to share screen my slide. Okay. Okay. For the all presenter, can you see our my slide?
Yes,
Okay.
we can see it clearly.
Okay. Our paper is about the development of micro teaching model for online learnings. Okay. Next. Okay. The challenge for the educational system right now in industry 4.0 is mean that all of aspect is it will be needed internet and networking and cyber secure system. So in educational system have the massive change, and we have to for the teachers, for the learner, have to use the internet and the networking for the learning activities. Actually, in currently issues about the COVID-19 that demand all of aspect in educational system, ask them as all of aspect in educational to need internet and networking. It's mean that right now in educational system, all of learning process held in online learning. It's become a problem right now because especially in Muara Bungo, an online learning is one of something new, but because about the connection, internet connection that in the small city like Muara Bungo is not very good like in the big city. So in online learning, so the teachers and learner must be able to use the platform learning in online learning. And in online learning, especially in STQ Muhammadiyah Muara Bungo, the problem comes for the practical course. Okay, especially in micro teaching class, because in micro teaching class is practical class that the students have to come to the class and then practice teaching in a small scale. So it's the problem when the students come to micro teaching class but in online class. It's the problem for current current issue in especially in COVID-19 situation right now. Okay, from offline micro teaching and then change to online micro teaching. So the students cannot master all of the aspect of how to teach, practice teaching and learning in online class. The problem that find in online micro teaching is there is no online micro teaching guideline book, because in STK Muhammadiyah Manabungu only have the micro teaching guideline book for the offline or classroom activity. And then for the second problem, the students only create the learning material video, not the performing to teach the students by Zoom. So the student only create and design the learning material. There is no interaction. Okay, there is no interaction. Because micro teaching is a real teaching, but in a small scale that has the purpose to equip and practice the teaching skill for the students. So if the student only create the video and send the video as assignment in micro teaching, it means that the achievement of the purpose of the micro teaching is not achieved, because there is no interaction between student and teacher and students that will be a teacher. There is no chance to improve the teaching skill. Okay, we know that there are some teaching skill on micro teaching for the teacher. Teacher have to master to have the skill to the opening and closing learning skill, and then teacher have to have the learning explanation skill, and then the use of learning variation skill, and then asking the question skill, and then giving the reinforcement skill, and then the classroom management skill, teaching skill in small group or individual, and then leading the discussion skill in small group. So all of the skill for the students in macro teaching class have to master all of this skill, about the 8 skill of the teaching skill that have to master for the student in micro teaching skill. Currently problem in the fact the students only share the learning materials, so these skills not achieved well. So in micro teaching online, in STK Muhammadiyah use Zoom in teaching and learning process in online like this. And then micro teaching online, it means that we need a guidance book for online micro teaching class. So it's the base that why I and my team and I develop the model about micro teaching online. Okay, and right now I want to show about the way how to my team and I develop the model. We use 4D model, define, design, and then development and disseminate. Okay, in the define, the teacher distribute the need analysis questionnaire. The result of need analysis questionnaire show that in pandemic COVID-19 era, micro teaching class could not be implemented effectively. And then the students had the difficulties to join the micro teaching in online learning. And the students' ability to design online learning material in teaching practice is low. And then the last, the micro teaching model as a guide of students to practice teaching was only for offline learning. So the students did not have the model that guide them in online learning for this era. So it's the result of this divine step of our research about the need analysis. And then after that, we do the next step, it's design. Okay, in this step, there are 4 points in the design. First, the development of model matrix. Okay, first, we create the outline of the indicators that had described about the micro teaching online module. We create the outlines, and then we choose the media online. And then in this case, in this research, we decided to choose the Zoom as a platform of micro teaching class online. And then next, the format choice. We decide the model which be presented as a guidance book in micro teaching, in online micro teaching class with characteristic self-instructional, self-contained, standalone, adaptive, user-friendly, and consistent. And then the last, in this step, we design the model draft. In this part, we compile the outline of micro teaching online module into some chapter. Next to the development start. In the development step, there are 3 points. First, the module development. In this part, the module was developed into 4 chapters. So this module consists of the basic concept of micro teaching, and then the basic teaching skill, and then the implementation of online micro teaching, and then the evaluation technique of online micro teaching. So in this part, the implementation of online micro teaching, there are many how to use the online platform, how to use how to create the attendance and in online, and how the strategy to improve teaching strategy to improve students skill in teaching by online learning, like this. And then the second point, the expert validation. In this part, we do the validation from learning material expert and learning media expert. From learning media expert, there are 3 indicators that will be that tested from the learning material expert. They are validity of model content, and then presentation validity, and language use in model. And for the learning media expert, there are 3 indicators that tested: model size, cover design, and content design. And
all right, Ms. Winda, I'm sorry, but you have spent your 10 minutes. We should proceed to the question and answer session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
All right, thank you. So
okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. So for the other presenters, if you have questions regarding the presentation, you may write in the chat box, or you can on mic, turn on your microphone.
Ms. Sarah, may I ask a question to Ibu Winda?
Sure, Miss. Time is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Ibu Winda, thank you very much for your great presentation.
Yes,
and
Ms. Ari.
And your topic is also up to date. And that's problem faced by, I think, all of what is it, study program who hold English education department that's related to micro teaching. All right.
Yes.
So because actually you have not finished
Yeah.
presenting the ideas, would you please go on with your presentation,
Okay.
especially with the results? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Ari. I will show. I will continue the slide. Okay.
Especially result. Yeah.
Yes.
Especially the result.
Okay. Yes. Wait a minute. Okay. So the result of the all of validation of my our module, the validation from learning material experts is 80.6. It means that from the learning material expert is the model is valid, and then from the learning media expert, the validity is 78.3. It means that's valid, and then from the small group trial it's 77.6. It means still valid, and then in large group trials it 82.6. It means that it is valid. Okay, wait a minute. Before we start to do, okay, on the small on the develop step, we do the small group trial. Okay, the subject of small scale trial involve 5 students of STK Muhammadiyah Muara. There are 3 indicators: model contents, use language, and presentation of the model. And then the last step is large scale trial. In the large scale trial, the total subject of large scale trials are 35 students, and then the average score of module content is all of aspect is 85, and then the average of use of language is 82, and then the average score of the presentation of the module is 81. So the total average score of large group trial is 82.6. It shows that the result of the module in the large group scale is valid. Okay, Miss Ari.
Okay, thank you very much. So it means that you are successful in creating the module, especially based on the result of the tryout. So then you can implement the next step, implement in your real teaching. Is that right?
Yeah, Miss Ari. I cannot hear clearly your voice.
All right. Okay. So it means that your modules is good enough. Is on the tryout. The modules is valid, and it means that you are able to implement in the real teaching. All right. So good luck.
Implement for the micro teaching, online micro teaching class in STK Muhammadiyah Muara. This book can implement it.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Miss Winda. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ari. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you in online, offline.
Oh yeah. I hope.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, moderator.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ari, for the question. We have 2 minutes remaining. So for the other presenters who have any question, please just proceed your address your question in the chat box.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Chuchu.
Okay. Can I have?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, moderator, and good luck, Miss Winda Tisnawati. I just got your presentation. It's very good presentation. You are dealing with developing module. Yeah, developing module. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think what you have done is already on the track. I think it's very good. What is it? Research. Yeah. You just explain the validity. Yeah. my question is what kind of validity and how can you measure the validity? It's a very short question. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mister.
Yes, yes.
How I do the validity?
Yeah. Of course, you have to validate your instrument to see whether it is good or not. But the question is what kind of validity and then how you measure the validity.
Okay.
Like that.
Okay, Mr. Chuchu, I hope we can answer about your answer about your question. Okay, I do the validity from the learning material expert. In learning master expert, I do the validity about the model contents and then presentation validity and language use validity from the learning material expert. And from the learning media expert, I do the validity about the module size validity, cover designs, module presentation, and content design validity. And then after that, after the validity from the expert, this our model do the small scale trial. On a small scale trial, the indicator that that was tested is about the use of language, and then about the contents of model, and then how the presentation of the model. And then finally, after the small group trial, we do the revision, because from the expert there is a little revision and not for the better model. So we do the revisions, revise for the model, and then after do the revise, we do the large group trial. And the large group trial, the indicators still same with the small scale trial, like about the content, about the use of language, and then the presentation of the model.
Good.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chuchu. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for the questions, Mr. Chuchu. I think the question and answer session for the first speaker has been finished. Now I would like to give the opportunity to the second panelist. For Ms. Sri Lestari, you have the right to speak now.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. I would like to share my slides first. Is it clear from your screen, everyone?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Today I would like to present my research, incorporating extensive reading into the curriculum of English Teacher Education Program. My name is Sri Lestari. I'm from Universitas Esa Unggul, Jakarta. So I conduct this research right before the pandemic hit the world. So today I would like to share on how I conduct the research and how is the result. First, I would like to discuss about the background and then the framework in this research, the method, the result, and how I conclude what I'm found during the research. Reading is a national issue in Indonesia. I mean, we have the low rank in reading, especially in PISA. So there are some research find out that to be able to build the reading habit teachers play the major role. But there are also findings that teachers are not regular readers. So from this lens, I would like to find out how teacher education curriculum could prepare quality teachers as role models for the students in reading programs, because teacher education are preparing a future teachers who will be a model for their students. It's also based on the findings that teachers' reading habits can be explored from their reading experience when they were in university. That's why I conduct this research. That also happened in my university. That's why I decided to find out how actually the students reading. The research aim is to explore the implementation of extensive reading in teacher education program and the student teachers' experience after completing the extensive reading course. Because extensive reading, many studies mention that extensive reading can have positive impact to reading habits. So there are two research questions. First, how is the extensive reading integrated to English teacher education program? And the second, what are the student teachers, what did the student teachers learn from the extensive reading program? It's based on the framework and review, theoretical review that extensive reading is to read a lot of easy books quickly and enjoyably in the reader's level. And to implement this reading, we have 10 principles to be successfully. 10 principles can be implemented in extensive reading programs. They give 4 options for implementing extensive reading. It can be pure extensive reading, modified extensive reading, light extensive reading, and fringe extensive reading. So it gives optional direction. It can be supervised, independent, and blended between intensive and extensive reading. According to Day and Bamford, integrating extensive reading to curriculum can be also separated or standalone. Part of the existing course can be non-credit course added to the existing course and as an extracurricular. So McAllister also find out that put greater attention to ER in a language teacher education to prepare teachers as the model for their learners. Based on this views and studies, I conduct this research and I did research with qualitative approach. The settings are in a private university in Jakarta. There are only 11 students of the 3rd semester taking reading, which is integrated to extensive reading. So they were voluntarily participated, but glad that 11 of them participated in this study. The data collection were taken from document analysis, the syllabus of reading course, and reflective journals from the students, and also the interviews. The data analysis used thematic quality analysis by transcribing the interviews, analyzing the syllabus and their students' journal, and also after that, the group the data and divide the themes to the categories. What I found from this research is that extensive reading is as part of the existing reading course. The name of the course is Intermediate Reading, It is 14 sessions, exclude midterm and final exam. It takes 150 minutes, so equivalent to 3 credits. Based on the findings from the analysis and the interview, extensive reading is implemented as modified and blended between intensive extensive. So based on the principles applied in this program, it can be categorized as light ER. What students do during the program, the student read the selected reading material for 1 semester, and the classroom reading activities include the teacher educator introduce the students to about ER. They also the students mentioned that they learn on how to read faster without opening the dictionary. But students also find difficulties in self-selected reading. Other activities are retelling a story, predicting and writing different ending of story, and even creating a wall magazine. So reading can be at home and during the classes. The student teachers' experience of extensive reading practice, they mentioned that they learn a lot from this program, but they also address some challenges. First, the positive attitude toward extensive reading is about they know the new knowledge about reading. They mentioned that usually reading is only to answer the questions, but here they are allowed to choose what they want to read. So they are glad to do that. But the problem is also about how to select the reading materials because they do not really understand in what level they were. The second, the students also learn that they can improve their vocabulary without always opening to dictionary. They can understand the text and they can get the meaning of the words in context. There are the students also learn various of English reading activities. They mentioned that they were motivated to join the reading class because it's not only to answer the questions, skimming and scanning, and then all reading skills, but they also learn combine other skills into reading. They also mentioned that they have new insights on pedagogical skills then. But still, in this course, because it's part of the existing reading course and blended between intensive and extensive, the reading is also proposed for the assignment, student assignment. They found the challenges like limited time and limited reading materials. They didn't have any options for books or other reading materials available at home or provided by the university, but they can overcome by finding out online. But it's also the problem was that they do not know the level exactly. So they also mentioned that the teachers, educator, means the mentors here, have the important role in during the reading class. They mentioned that the teacher educator gave sufficient information about ER, help the students select the reading materials, but not always reading with them. Okay, from this study can be concluded that introducing ER to EFL student teachers can be applied in teacher education program by incorporating it to existing reading course. The challenge is cost integration is not really successful because it's only some of the ER principles applied. And implementing ER in teacher education programs is useful for preparing quality teachers in terms of building their reading habits, become regular readers. But there are also challenges to be anticipated to when implementing ER, especially related to time and the facilities for reading sources. But this study is limited to student teachers' perception. So I didn't interview the teacher educator. The teacher educator only allowed me to have her syllabus. So there are limitations and recommendations that I can take here. First, this is the participants of this study might not be representative to convince that this one is the best, but it's from this limitation, I could recommend that further ER research can be in various settings, including now in online teaching and learning mode, especially also in the university I'm right now, that ER is going to be in the curriculum, not intermediate reading anymore. Thank you
Okay.
for my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ms. Sri Lestari. So now we will proceed to the question and answer session. For those of you who have questions, you may write your questions in the chat room, or please submit your name and I will call your name so that you have the right to address your questions. Is there any question for Ms. Sri Lestari?
May I ask a question, Ms. Sarah?
Sure, Ms. Ari.
All right. Okay. Ibu Sri Lestari, thank you very much for your presentations. Your focus is on extensive reading, and this extensive reading is implement to those who will be English teachers. Is that right, Ms. Sri Lestari?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And then you mentioned several books read by the students. It is online or it is all offline books? I didn't follow when you explained about this one, or the extensive reading.
Both online and offline.
All right. On student selections or teachers' provisions?
Pardon, Ibu?
The materials, the online materials and the offline materials is the students' own selection or teachers' provision?
Students select by themselves.
All right, students select by themselves.
But they mentioned that they found it, sometimes they found difficulties which one is on their level. So the teacher educator helped them, some of them, to choose.
All right, okay. Okay, because based on my experience, when I assign the students to find their own materials, they tend to find materials which is easy for them to read, and it does not give a great challenge for the students actually. All right, so that's great if the teacher give a kind of what is it, a guide for the students in selecting the material. So I just want to make sure that the teacher gives certain rules or a guide which kind of extensive reading materials that must be read by the students. So that if we use creation theory, the input must be at least I+1, all right, not lower or not at the same level as the students' current level. Thank you, Bu Sri.
Yeah, Thank you very much, Ibu, for the feedback.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ari. We have 2 minutes remaining. So for the other presenters who have any question, please share your question on the chat room, or you can say it directly by turning on your microphone. All right, I think it's enough for the question and answer session for the second panelist. Now I would like to give the opportunity to our third panelist, Ms. Ari. You have the right to speak now.
All right. Let's start first by all right. Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. I'm sorry, ma'am. Would you please turn on your camera?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Already turned on? Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Bapak Ibu, thank you. I think I would like to start my presentations. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ari Nurweni. I'm from English Department of Lampung University. And today, for this conference, I would like to share what I did for my research. It is a small research. And the title of my research is English words in English textbooks for Indonesian junior high school learners analyzed by the range program, right? So my focus for this study is analyzing English vocabulary in English textbooks for Indonesian junior high school learners, all right? And the first things that I would like to share is about the background. Why I choose this one, this topic. First, as we know that English textbooks for especially EFL learners can be considered as of paramount importance because English textbooks will provide EFL learners with comprehensible input. The textbooks is specially designed for the students, and it is expected that the level of the difficulties of the textbooks is on the right level for the students. And then the next one, related to English vocabulary, I think all of us know as an English teachers that English vocabulary is also a very important element for someone who are learning English, right? But the fact is there are many English words. Take for example, based on one dictionary, it is called Merriam-Webster's, at least 100,000 words. And I think it's impossible for EFL learners to learn all of those words in a very limited time. And also it is not impossible for the teachers to teach all those words exist in English language. So as a teachers, we have to select which vocabularies or which words must be taught by the students. And one of the considerations is by looking at whether English words belong to most frequent words or not. And it is as stated by Nations. Nations actually classified English words into at least 3 levels. The first one is most frequent word. That is a word which appear in any text very frequently. And then the second one refers to technical words. And then the third one into low frequency words. Okay. And the next one, okay, related to study or research on English vocabulary or English words appear in the textbooks for Indonesian learners. There are several, but I don't see any study related to English vocabulary for Indonesian students, especially for junior high school, which looks at how many words exist in the books for SMB students, and also how many times each words are repeated in the textbooks. Because word repetitions is one thing that should be met or should be fulfilled in order that the students are able to acquire the words. Like for example, if a new word just appear once in a textbook and it is not used again in the next meeting or in the next chance, then it is likely that the words will be forgotten by the students. So even though the vocabulary or the words are many, exist in the textbooks, but if the word repetitions is not fulfilled, it is likely that the words will not also be acquired by the students. Okay. So the research questions for my study is, this one for the research objective. There are 3 research objectives. The first one, to find out how many English words appear in the English textbook for high school learners. And the textbooks is the ones written by Siti Wahidah. And then the next one, to find out the levels of English words families that appear in the textbook. And then the next one, to find out the frequencies of their occurrences in the textbook. And then before we go on, I would like to explain that what is the meaning of word here. So word can means as token, and word means as type, and word mean as family. Word as token actually refers to word block in a phrase, in a sentence, or in a text. So take for example, in a sentence like this one. For example, in the sentence, I was having an online class when my mom called me, so I did not reply her call. So this sentence contains 18 tokens. So if we count the words in the sentence, there are 18 blocks. I, one block, was, second block, having, the next block. So this is called as token. So any words, whether the words is different or whether the words are the same, they are counted. And then for word type refers to different forms of word. So if the form of the words are different, they are counted as word types. Like for example, in this sentence, there are 2 words which are the same form, that is I. So I in this meaning as word type will only be counted as 1 word. All right, so that's type. And then the next one, word meaning word family. That is, word having the same base are counted as 1 word. Like for example, in the sentence, there are 2 words, old and all. coming from the same word, the same this word as called, so it is counted as one word. Okay. So the focus of our study is related to word family. How many word family, yeah, exist in the textbooks? The next one. So the method of study is the first one's related to the books that I analyzed, refers to English textbooks for SMP students, including 3 books. So those 3 books are one set written by Siti Wahidah et al. It is published by Depdikbud, right? So this is the books, the 3 books for SMP students or junior high school students. The titles, 2 titles are the same, and the other one is different, right? And then I analyze all the words from chapter 1 until the last chapters. So any English words appear in those chapters, in those 3 books, are analyzed. So not only related to certain parts, like for example, no, but all English words, right? And then the next one about the program. About the range program, it is a program created by Paul Mason et al. And then the program contains 3 sets of the most frequent words. That is the first 1,000 words, the second 1,000 word, and the third 1,000 word. Those 3 lists of the words is very frequent, are very frequent, and they cover, based on Nason's research, at least 87 to 90-something% in any textbooks, meaning that those words frequently met by the readers when they read English text, any English text.
I'm sorry, Miss Ari, you have 1 minute left for your presentation.
Okay, 1 minute left, all right? And this is the result of my study. All right, this is the result of my study. So this is for book class 7. You know that the family in total consists of 721. And then for class 8, the family word family, 857. And then the next one for class 9, 1,112. But when we look at the words not found in a list, actually the words is not in family, not word family, but they refers to word type. So actually our focus is only on this 1, 2, and 3. And here is actually the real words exist in a textbook. That is, if you look at class 9, this word 1, 657, and then 336, and then 109. So it is about 1,000 word, 1,000 word something. Okay, that's the actual content, plus those not found in the list, meaning it is not most frequent word. All right, related to the frequency. So this is the example. So I don't think I want to show that one because I don't have time. Now this one related to the frequency of occurrence. So we can see, for example, a book for class 1 atau class 7. For this one, there are 490 3, but the word which has frequency 5 times or more is only 261. It means that about 50% of the word has fulfilled the minimum repetitions. That is 5. But look at the next bit, the number getting smaller and smaller. It means that the frequency of occurrence of most of the words does not reach 5 times. And then this is the conclusions. If the SMP students, graduates, have to achieve 2,000 words, then the English textbooks are unable to cater the students' need because the textbooks present 1,100 words of the 3,000 words families. It means it's around 1/3 of the most frequent words appear in the textbook. And then the next one, in terms of frequency, most of the words appear less than 5 times in the books, meaning that the repetitions of the words in the textbooks has not reached the ideal one because only small number of the words have those repetitions. And the last one related to recommendations. So it means that as teachers should add other learning resources to provide the students with opportunities to meet other words of the first 3,000 most frequent words. And then for repetitions, also the teachers should provide activities which allow students to process the words in meaningful ways so that the words are used repeatedly. I think that's all. Thank you very much, moderator. I give it back to moderator.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ari Nurwani, for the presentation. So now I will open for the question and answer session. For those of you who have questions, please turn on your microphone. Is there any question for Ms. Ari? All right, considering the time, I will proceed immediately to the next panelist. Thank you, Ms. Ari, for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Ki Lily to deliver her speech. For Ms. Ki Lily, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much to Ms. Moderator. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Right, please allow me to share the slides first. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear my voice and can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, very good afternoon to everyone and all. I'm Ki Lily from Institute of Teacher Education, Ipoh Campus, Malaysia, and together with all of us today, my main supervisor, Associate Professor Dr. Abu Bakar Muhammad Razali, as well as my two co-supervisors from Malaysia, Professor Dr. Arshad Samad and Dr. Nurin Nurdin. I did my PhD studies at University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia. So today I'm here to share with all of you a study entitled Tapping the Potential of E-book Writing Software on TESOL Pre-Service Teachers' Academic Writing Performance. Right, let us move on. Right, background of study, as emphasized by English Language Standards and Quality Council in 2015, due emphasis is being given on writing in Malaysian English education. However, the many learners' writing proficiency is still lacking, right? And on the other hand, it is noted that also in ELSQC 2015, 43% of primary school teachers are only positioned at Band 2 in 2013 for teaching knowledge test. Okay, although many teachers, they are able to conduct good lessons for their students. However, more consistencies are needed, yeah, to maximize their students' engagement. Hence, by looking at the two ends of the spectrum, namely the learners, the students, as well as the teachers, so it is important to actually focus on the middle spectrum of pre-service teachers in order to prepare the pre-service teachers in terms of their writing proficiency, so that they will be able to teach writing well to their students in future. Right, next. Statement of the problem. It is noted in Malaysia Education Blueprint in 2013 that teachers' low writing proficiency escalates the students' lower writing performance. Okay, so teachers have to be proficient in order to teach writing well to their students. Okay, so the teachers' writing proficiency somehow will affect the students' writing performance. In addition to this, according to Agueta 2006, the importance of recursiveness is found missing from the writing process. Okay, as what we know, when it comes to a process-based writing approach, the writing process, it is implemented in a recursive rather than in a linear manner. Somehow, the recursiveness is found missing in many of the past studies, as well as Agueta's 2016 study. Also, according to Yunus et al. In 2012, efforts are needed to improve learners' writing proficiency and teachers' writing pedagogies. Hence, this study proposed the treatment of the amalgamation of digital technologies and process-based approach, in which a process-based approach module is being embedded in the ebook writing software, namely iSpring, to result in a tool with the name of ebook writing software, which enables the pre-service teachers to write academic papers as ebook by using different modality, modes, and media, and also through a writing process in which the writing process is implemented generally in a sequence but done in a recursive manner. Right, so this is how the ebook writing software of iSpring looks like, the preface, right? And then in this study, we see the synergy of process-based approach as well as digital literacies, the concept of digital literacies through the embedding of process-based approach module, okay, in the software of iSpring. So in the module, there are different templates, okay, for the pre-service teachers to write their academic writing as an ebook. Okay, so the writing process stages, namely generating ideas, focusing, structuring, drafting, evaluating, as well as reviewing the writing process stages are implemented, okay, generally in a sequence, but can be also done in a recursive manner, right? Okay, next. Okay, hence the two research questions formed for this study. Number one, how effective is the use of ebook writing software on the TESOL pre-service teachers' academic writing performance? And number two, in what ways, if at all, does the use of ebook writing software affect the TESOL pre-service teachers' academic writing? Right, so the literature review focuses on two important areas, namely essay writing in Malaysian education, as well as digital technologies in essay writing, and certain gaps are identified. Okay, so it is being noted that Firstly, the recursive nature of writing process found missing in many of the studies conducted, right? So although process-based approach is the approach being used, but somehow the recursiveness is found missing. And also, it is important to note that the writing process is somehow simplified, in which certain crucial writing process stages are missing, okay? In the area of digital technologies in essay writing, there is a scarcity of studies on the use of ebook writing software to write ebooks, right? So the use of digital technologies, for example, Microsoft Word, that is very common. But when it comes to ebook writing software, to write ebooks as products of essay writing, this is very rare, and also which closely incorporating process-based approach in a recursive manner. Okay, this is also very rare in the past studies, right? For this study, the researcher employed quasi-experimental design, non-equivalent control group, pre-test, post-test design, in which this study is quantitative in nature. And the two groups, they are sampled through purposive sampling, the control as well as the treatment group. So the research participants consist of 40 TESOL pre-service teachers, as what being mentioned, in two intact classes due to purposive sampling. So 20 pre-service teachers per class. Okay, 7 males and also 33 females, and the pre-service teachers were in their second semester of the one-year TESOL preparation program for their bachelor's degree in teaching. So the TESOL preparation program is of 1 year, and their bachelor's degree in teaching, it is of 4 years, right? So the study is being carried out in one institute of teacher education in Malaysia, right? So this is the research framework. At the beginning of week 1, the pre-test was administered to all participants, and the treatment was completed in a total of 10 weeks from week 1 to week 10, in which the TESOL pre-service teachers in the treatment group, they use the ebook writing software to write their academic paper as an ebook. And for the control group, the non-treatment group, the participants wrote academic paper, okay, by using the normal academic paper writing lessons. So the difference is that for the control group, the participants use just merely process-based approach, whereas in the treatment group, the participants used process-based approach with the use of ebook writing software. So, okay, by the end of the 10 weeks, the post-test was administered to the research participants, right? So here are the findings, okay? So comparisons were being made, between within group as well as between groups. So it is noted that we have statistically significant differences in the means, okay, in which the findings point out the effectiveness of the use of ebook writing software on the TESOL, on the pre-service teachers' academic writing performance. And we can see here too, the effect sizes are of large effect sizes. This further proves the effectiveness of the use of ebook writing software in this study. Okay. Apart from that, the use of ebook writing software also affects the pre-service teachers' academic writing. So in many ways, but here I just merely share one. So the use of ebook writing software promotes the correct use of vocabulary and also grammar among the pre-service teachers. So here I have the screenshot of the pre-service teachers academic writing, their ebook. This is the first complete draft, as what we can see here. Okay, there are quite a number of grammatical errors here, and upon obtaining the lecturers digitized feedback, okay, in this form. The pre-service teachers further revised, actually they keep on revising, yeah, okay, revise their academic paper. And here, this is the final final product, okay, their final work, in which we can see here it is quite obvious that the number of grammatical errors have been reduced, okay. So it is found out that the use of ebook writing software helps to promote the correct use of vocabulary as well as a grammar among the pre-service teachers, right? Okay. So there are some implications, yeah, that we obtained from the study. In terms of practical implications, this study proposes an eclectic approach, okay, in which the amalgamation of digital technologies and process-based approach. Okay, so this is a more comprehensive approach, I would say, that we can actually use to teach our pre-service teachers. And also in terms of the course outline, okay, for the pre-service teachers during their one-year preparation program. So before this, a certain writing process stages were found missing. So here, this study proposes, okay, the restructure of course outlined, yeah, so that the pre-service teachers will be able to write better by using a fully implemented process-based approach. And also to the writing software designer, it is possible to actually embed a process writing approach module in the software to make the software better, yeah, which can be used for the pre-service teachers, right? And then in terms of theoretical implications, we see the synergy of underpinning theories, right? Namely, process-based approach as well as the concept of digital literacies. And also, the study points out the increased recursiveness of the writing process stages, in which the pre-service teachers actually move back and forth the writing process stages when they write their academic paper as an ebook, right? Next.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lily, you have used all your time for the presentation.
Okay, a bit, yeah, sorry. This is the implication and the conclusion, yeah. Okay, so it is concluded that the use of ebook writing software affects positively the pre-service teachers' academic writing performance, and it prepares them for their ESL writing instruction better for their future pupils. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Lily. So we are now in the question and answer session. For those of you who have questions, you may turn on your microphone or just write your questions in the chat room. Is there any question for Ms. Kilili? All right, considering the time, we will proceed to the next presenter, who is Miss Wan Hamiah binti Wan Mahmud. Time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and good afternoon and good evening. Okay, let me share my slide first. All right. Okay. Share. Okay. 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 Can you see my slide now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Again, my name is Wan Hamia binti Wan Mahmud, a teacher of SMK Pendeta Zabbar Seremban Negeri Sembilan Malaysia. Okay, today I would like to share my study on the potential of writing prowess module on secondary school students' writing performance and writing self-efficacy. Okay, this is a simple study and it is a sort of action research. Okay, the background of the study. Writing involves series of complicated cognitive tasks aimed at expressing thoughts, ideas, and facts in logical manner. So students must master the art of good writing, which is necessary for their academic success. Therefore, teachers must encourage students to develop strong writing abilities by offering effective instructional resources on the writing process and writing norms. So an excellent way to reach writing proficiency is by exposing learners to the writing process itself through different media when they are given frequent opportunities to practice the writing. Okay, the purpose of this study or this paper is attempted to evaluate the developed writing module, named Writing Prowess module, using process-based approach to enhance writing process strategies side by side with writing performance or written products. Okay, the statements of problem. Okay, the problem in this study are similar with the other study by Marston. Okay, writing is complex. Okay, students are found hesitate to complete the task because they perceive writing is difficult. Okay, Khatri et al. Effort in preparing suitable module as an alternative for students to be used in a recent situation in online or offline platform is needed in order to achieve learning goals in this pandemic crisis situations. Okay, so we need to prepare a suitable module for self-assessed learning and to help teachers to conduct the instruction session. Okay, numerous writing modules are available, emphasis on following the sample essay, drilling examination questions, and giving answering tips, which are only beneficial in the short term and may be less sustainable in terms of students' long-term mastery of their writing talents. And students attempt to initiate and regulate on efforts to improve their writing skills have received less attention. Okay, so this small research is meant to answer the research question: how effective is the use of a writing prowess module on pupils' performance, and what is the level of writing self-efficacy after utilizing the module? Because performance self-efficacy or self-belief is also determine the students' writing performance. Okay, there are some literature review related to this study. Okay, for example, Malik in the Sheikh War stated that incorporating plan module into teaching and learning session allows students to be the managers of their own learning, which help the individual students to develop. In addition, Cole et al., Meher, Jean et al., and Shah said that adopting process writing, in which pupils are given opportunities to develop their abilities by employing effective strategies to tackle the essay topic, evaluated themselves as having high self-efficacy in writing. As a result, this level of self-efficacy yielded better performance. Okay, in this study, the research, we used quasi-experimental design, which involve a pre-existing group with quite similar performance level that was 3.2 mean score of their final exam in 2020 of 3.20. Okay, so they were selected based on purposive sampling. Okay, the participants involved in this study are 70 Form 5 students in 2 intake classes, respectively 35 per class. Okay, the duration of intervention was from February to July learning session of 2021. Okay, it was conducted in my own school in Seremban. Okay, this study adopt AD design framework. Okay, the first place we analyze the learners' writing deficiency. Okay, we analyze the paper of final examination 2022 and analyze the DSKP or document of standard curriculum and assessment. After analyzing process, then we go to the design. Okay, so we adopt process writing approach, which we focus on achievement or developing the writing skill. And then we develop the contents and assessment based on curriculum specification and the SKP. And then after the module was ready, it was evaluated by expert, which consists of the experienced teacher and teacher trainer. Okay, the process of implementation, we gave the writing progress module to experimental group, and for control group, they use conventional textbook. And in the process of evaluation, the students were given post-intervention tests as well as self-efficacy questionnaires. So based on the analysis, okay, we found out that there is significant difference in terms of mean score of post-intervention tests. Okay, we can see here the mean score for control group is 3.5 and the mean score for experimental group was 4.45. While for writing self-efficacy mean score, the mean score for control group is 3.3475, while experimental group is 3.35. Although the level is of average, we can see here the level of efficacy for experimental group is higher compared to control group. Okay, so from the result, it is found that experimental group outperform control group in writing performance and writing self-efficacy, and therefore writing progress module proposes effective way of enhancing pupils' writing performance and writing self-efficacy. So the implication from this study revealed that we have to better implement the process approach in writing classroom, especially with the addition of modular learning writing. And then the study also give insight to co-learners and teachers' attentions on the importance of writing process or writing competence rather than writing products. As a conclusion, this study could support other studies that contended teaching approach using modular approach. And this study also provide insight that further research to understand the selection of suitable approach, strategies, and learning material should be given due attention. And learners need to be trained using effective strategies to develop substantive knowledge of writing process that could affect pupils' writing performance and writing efficacy in the long run. Okay, with that, thank you. I end my presentation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wanhamia. So now we're going to open for the question and answer session. So for those of you who have any questions, please turn on your microphone or just write the questions in the chat room. So is there any question? All right, I think that's all for the session today. We have successfully done our panel for the session. I am Sarah Salmadiani. As your moderator, would like to express my great appreciation of your involvement to the third International Conference ELTL 2021. We all hope that we will meet for ICON ELTL next year. Thank you very much and stay safe and stay healthy. And for those of you who want to fill in the attendance form, please don't leave the room, but go to the main room, okay?
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, presenters.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Kilili. Please go to the main room, okay? Don't leave the meeting yet to fill in the attendance form.
Okay, thank you, moderator.
You're welcome, Ms. Wan.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Anytime, Ms. Winda. Much obliged.
Recording stopped.
Tes, tes satu tes, tes. Oke. Oke, si Ciki lokasi. Meh, aku sih.
All right, welcome to all of the presenters. We will start our session in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Siji. Mbak. Halo.
All right, I would like to welcome all of the presenters to the International Conference ELTL 2021. But first of all, let me check that all panelists have already been joining this room. So just to inform you that this panel consists of 7 panelists or presenters. They are Aris Fahriza, Yes, with the title Information Transfer Technique in Teaching Descriptive Paragraph Writing. And the second presenter, we have Diana Octavia.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, with the title The Development of Domino Game in Basic Spoken English Class. And the third one, we have Miss Cindy Unita.
Present.
All right, thank you. With the title Students' Perception on Using Video Project to Promote Their Conversation Skill. And the fourth one, we have Mr. Kevin Reynald Aprilio Safiari.
Yeah, I'm
All
here.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, with the title Fostering Effective Argumentative Writing Through Flipped Classroom. And the fifth one, we have Miss Nurul Puspita. Yeah, with the title Students' Perspective in Doing Peer Correction of Cause-Effect Essay During Pandemic Padlet Implementation. And the sixth one, we have Zafira Sofwan. Is Miss Zafira here? All right, moving on to the next presenter, we have Miss Icha Yolantika. All right, I think she's not here yet. So we would like to start the session right away. But first of all, I would like to warmly and virtually welcome you to the International Conference ELTL 2021. My name is Sarah Salmadiani, and I am the moderator for this session. Please, before we begin, I will inform you several rules in performing this panel. First, please make sure that you are currently joining the right room to present your presentation by obviously using your full name on your Zoom account. And the second one is if co-writers are also available at this session to support their panelists, please make sure that your Zoom account has been named as co-writer and it is followed by your own name. It will help us to immediately identify that you are indeed part of the team whose papers are being presented today. And this event is on the record, so please turn on your camera and I would like to start the recording now.
Recording in progress.
All right, so every panelist or presenter has 10 minutes to speak and it will be followed by 5 minutes to question and answer session. I will remind you if you have passed the limited time, which is 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the question and answer session. Please feel free to submit your written questions throughout the chat room at any time. And please also turn off your microphone while another panelist is presenting his or her remark. And the last one is I hope that your PowerPoints are ready to be presented because you all will personally proceed your own slides. So now for the first speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Aris Fahriza to deliver his speech. For Mr. Aris, time is yours.
Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you for the time that given to me. Thank you for the moderator, to the other panelists in joining in the International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning, University of Lampung 2021. In this good opportunity, I would like to present my article, my paper entitled Information Transfer Technique in Teaching Descriptive Paragraph Writing. So let me share my screen first. Okay, sorry. Okay. My title is about information transfer technique in teaching descriptive paragraph writings. With me Aris Fahriza, Christine Nuraini, and Rehatul Karimah from University of Darussalam Gontor. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Well, paragraph writing demonstrates crucial role for English learner in describing ideas in the basic level of writing skill. It's also defined as the beginner phase in writing material. so that it needs relevant strategy to train students' writing skill. This article is aimed to investigate the effectiveness of information transfer technique on the ability of female students of University of Darussalam Gontor in paragraph writing material. Well, okay. Well, it starts from the definition of writing skill. Peter, 2002, stated that writing skill is an intellectual activity in finding ideas to express and arrange into writing statement, sentences, or paragraphs to be understood by the people. This is also defined as an active and productive skill of language and is of language use that is essential for professional and academic success. Well, it can be concluded writing skill is one of the most essential communicative language skills, which start from building sentences to joining them in a meaningful and communicative context. So that writing skill, the main goal of writing skill is building sentences to a meaningful and communicative context to be understood by the other people. Then on the academic aspect, writing skill is so essential for the student, especially on for the student in English language department, because this aspect of the curriculum of English as a major and for academic purposes. Besides that, this is the initial competence that should be experienced, should be mastered by students who focus on the English language major in writing to enhance the written text from paragraphs. So that the learner need to acquire primary competence in writing started from the paragraph writing. So that before the student acquire or master writing skill, the students should be master in the paragraph writing first, because paragraph writing is the basic level for the student in learning writing. Then according to this topic, I focus to the paragraph. The definition of paragraph is a group of related sentences with dealing with the topic sentence, main idea, and the supporting details, and ended with the conclusions that summarizes the whole of idea at the paragraph. So that writing skill is to produce a message into writing language. Okay. Focusing to the topic, our topic is about the descriptive paragraph. So it is better to me to inform you that the definition of descriptive paragraph, this is a type of paragraph to describe the appearance of things that occupy space, such object, people, building, and cities, and the characteristics of object to be described deal with the physical appearance. Well, the problem matter that happens with the students in writing descriptive paragraph writing, the student need to develop different sub skill, but they feel difficult to find this, such as how to build the topic sentence, followed by the supporting detail and conclusions and teaching technique. Besides that, the other problem that faced by the student in writing paragraph, descriptive paragraph writing is influenced by the material, media, teaching technique, and classroom management. Well, the phenomena that happened for the student in female student, especially in University of Darussalam Gontor, they're having trouble when they have to express their idea to form writing descriptive paragraph. Then they lack of experience and strategy in conveying their thought in written form. In addition, the expectation of writing skill is still far from the target. Then it needs of an applicable technique to support them in expression descriptive thing into written form that to be essential. So that this is they are the phenomena that happen on the student of University of Darussalam Gontor in learning descriptive paragraph writing. So the author, the researcher, tried to investigate the effectiveness of information transfer technique in implementing descriptive paragraph writing. Information transfer technique is a variety of language teaching, including 4 language skills such as listening, speaking, reading, and writing. This is an appropriate technique that can be implemented in teaching descriptive paragraph writing, because Yonata in 2020, the technique of describing the physical appearance of the object assists learner to enrich the writing ability where they represent the information they found in new term. So that based on this theory, based on this statement, the researcher believed that information transfer technique can be effective for the student in this case. Well, so that the researcher tried to propose the problem statement: do female students of English language education perform better in employing descriptive paragraph writing by using information transfer technique? Then the research method that implemented by the researcher, the first design is quasi-experimental designs, and then the instrument is tests, and the technique in collecting data is achievement test, pre-test, and post-test. And the technique of data analysis is statistical calculation with normality tests, cosmograph, Glocalization, sign rank formula. Then the hypothesis is the researcher proposed two hypotheses. The first is alternative hypothesis. There was difference between students on pre-test and post-test in acquiring descriptive paragraph writing through information transfer technique. And null hypothesis, there is no difference between pre-test and post-test. The examining hypothesis, alternative hypothesis is accepted if the significant values less than 5%, and alternative hypothesis is rejected if significant values more than 5%. So the result is the analysis can be started by examining the normality tests of the data through one sample Kolmogorov Smirnov test. Based on the table, we can see that the significant value is 26%, more than 5%. It means that the data is not normal, so that the next analysis can be calculated by the Wilcoxon sign rank test. Then we found that the significant value is 0.00. It means that more than the significant value is less than 5%. The interpretation, the female student of the English language department performed better in employing descriptive paragraph writing by using information transfer technique. So that from this result, it can be concluded that the ITT technique can be implemented for the student when they will learn descriptive paragraph writing. Okay. Based on the data, based on the calculation, there was a significant difference between descriptive paragraph writing of the student in pre-test and post-test after the implementation of information transfer technique. Then ITT model is assumed can assist the student to describe everything that student see, that student feel, and pick in picture or object as the writing material. Then based on the observation while teaching learning activities, the student more comfort and active when the lecturer explained the strategy in teaching descriptive paragraph writing. Because the student also implemented several teaching procedures that motivate the student to explore their capability. The student, activate their prior knowledge, and the lecture help the student how to transfer the descriptive thing into the written form, so that information transfer technique is assumed as effective for them in learning descriptive paragraph writing. The conclusion is the student score on pre-tests and post-tests were higher than pre-test. It means that the score of post-test after implementing the ITT, information transfer technique, is effective for them. It was influenced by two factors. The first, the female students' cognitive has influenced to the effectiveness of these teaching activities. Then after receiving material, the female student of English language department were motivated in joining writing class when the lecturer who implemented ITT. Finally, the assumption that transfer technique, information transfer technique can be effective for a student of English language department is accepted. Thank you. That's all my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Mr. Arias, for the presentation. So now we have 5 minutes to question and answer session. So for those of you who have any questions, feel free to turn on your microphone and deliver your question. So is there any question for Mr. Arias? All right, as seen in the chat room, we can see that Mr. Arias received a question from Mr. Kevin Reynald. I would like to read it out loud. So is there any difficulty during the implementation?
Thank you for the question from Mr. Kevin Reynald. The difficulty in implementation is to activate the student prior knowledge. Actually, the student or female student on University of Darussalam Gontor, the type of the student is independent learning, that they have a different prior knowledge, so that the one student and the other student have a different experience, so that we can help each other where the lecturer implemented this technique, so that the basic problem is a student prior knowledge. When the student difficult to find the term, to express their idea, the other student help them to compose or to express the difficulty in writing. Maybe that's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Arias. For the next question, you may write in the chat room or directly say it through the Zoom.
Okay, you're welcome, Mr. Kevin Reynolds.
All right, considering the time, I think we will proceed to the next speaker. So I would like to give the opportunity to our second panelist, Ms. Diana Octavia. You have the right to speak now.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the chance. Okay, in this opportunity, I would like to present my paper, and let me share the PPT on our screens. I'm sorry, it takes a bit long time here. Okay. Well, here I would like to present our paper entitled "The Development of Domino Game in Basic Spoken English Class." This research conducted by me and my team, Brenda Lestari. Before we go to the research, I would like to give you a little bit information. What is English Domino exactly? This game is a developed game that resembles to the real domino. But as you can see on the screen, on this domino game, there are two vocabularies on it. Each tune has a vocabularies, but in the real domino, they have numbers or dots. And here, I would like to tell you why do we need to do this research. As the title, it is the development game for the basic English spoken. Why? Because speaking is one of important skills that should be mastered by the English learners. And this speaking skill can be measurement of the English ability of English learners. And also, as we know that speaking also has been a big problem for the learners, because sometimes the learners feel afraid to speak in English, whether it is in the group, in the classroom, or outside of class. And this research was conducted in our campus, STKIP Muhammadiyah Marabungo. As I wrote here, speaking is one of obligatory subject in our campus, in our university. But the students here, even though they are enrolling as the English department students, they have lack of motivation in speaking practice. And they said that they have lack of learning and practice media, so they don't have a lot of trigger to practice because there is no exact media to improve, to help them, to support them to practice in English. And in this English department students, most of students speaking skill are still low. Not everyone can talk in English very fluently. So that's why we consider to develop a game as a media to improve their speaking skill, to improve their motivation in practice and learning speaking. Okay, as I told you before, the purpose of this research is to develop a domino game as a media to improve the speaking skills of English department students at STKIP Muhammadiyah Marabungo. This research was conducted using research development, and we use AD model, analysis, design, development, implementation, and evaluate, where before conducting this research, we analyze the students' need and the students' problem in speaking class. And then after that, we design a domino resembles the real domino, but with so many vocabularies. And it's implemented in the classroom. The research object, as I said before, the students of English basic spoken class, and it is in English department STKIP Muhammadiyah Marabungo. In this research, we use validation for the media validation, and then also observation sheet when it was trial. And based on the research, we found some results for the validation. First, it is content expert validation results. From the validation, we conducted, there were 3 aspects where suitable of content with learning material, the accuracy of content, and the relevance of content with the context. Based on the validation survey from our enquete from the expert, it was found that this game is very good to be implemented. And we go to the we go to the media experts validation results. There were 3 aspects that we validated: general aspect, the design of media, and the use of media. Based on the result, it says that, oh my God, it's stuck. Sorry. Okay. It was found that the experts said that this game can be implemented as the in very good criteria, because the average of this validation was 63.35%, and then there is not enough answer. And when we go to the lecturer's evaluation, we assess design of game, the content of game, and also the use of game. And we did a trial in a large group. It involved 30 students of English department, students at STK Muhammadiyah Marungo. And based on the observation, we could see the motivation of students were increased to learn and to practice English. We saw that there was a positive attitude from students toward this game, and the result of observation that we counted was 87.5%. So from this, based on this research, we concluded that the English dominant game is categorized as very good media to be implemented or to be used in basic spoken English class to support the students in learning and practice English speaking. So I guess that's all from my paper. Thank you for the participation. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, thank you, Ms. Diana Octavia. So now we have 5 minutes to question and answer session. So for those of you who have any questions, you may write your questions on the chat room or directly deliver your questions by turning on your microphone. So is there any question? All right, if there's no question, I would like to proceed to the next speaker. I would like to give the opportunity to the third panelist, Ms. Cindy Yunita. Time is yours.
All right, thank you for having me, Sarah. Okay, I would like to share my screen first. Okay. Can you see my share screen?
Yes, we can see your share screen.
Okay. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to present my research presentations, and it is about students' perception on using video project to promote their conversational skill. Okay. In this presentation, I will explain 5 parts. It is about research objective, research questions, method, result and discussions, and the last is claims. The first one is research objective. This research has one research objective, that is, this research aims to dig the study of students' perception on using video project to promote their conversational skill. And next, the research questions. The researcher deals with one research questions, that is, what are the students' perception on using video project to promote their conversational skill? And next is method. For the research design, this research was both quantitative and qualitative, managed by using survey research design. And for the participants were the college students in 6 semesters, which consists of 30 students. And for the setting is at University of Lampung. And then for the instruments, I use 2 instruments that are questionnaire and also the interview as supporting data. And for the data analysis, the researcher analyzed the data quantitatively by presenting the result percentage. And secondly, the researcher conducted interview to the tentative students in order to know student perceptions on using video project and describe it qualitatively. And here are the results and discussions. On the table below, it shows the questionnaire result of the process on using video project. Based on the table results, it shows that the highest percentage is 40% in the statement of number 3, that is creating video enhanced learning content. In other words, 12 students are agreeing that creating videos enhance learning content. And next, on the table below, it shows the questionnaire results of promoting second language acquisitions in their conversational skill, which is the highest percentage in this table is 46.7% in number 6. Based on the previous table results, it shows that the highest percentage is 46.7% in the statement of number 1. In this, 6, sorry. In other words, 14 students are strongly agreed that students in their English pronunciation is getting better after using video projects. And here, the results of interview. The interviews were done to tentative students to know their perceptions on using the video project. The student mostly responded that the use of video project was comfortable and also interactive. For example, about students' experience while creating video projects said, by having tasks of making video, we can practice in 2 things. First, about our English language skills, and second, about editing videos that are interesting, creative, and meaningful. And also the other students state that I think if it used on speaking skill, that is to do conversation, using video project can be a great alternative because it has a relevance that become the first stage in conducting the project. And the rest of students state that I like the atmosphere when creating the video projects, even though there are still problems, you are free to edit the video as creative as I can. And second is about promoting second language acquisitions in their conversational skill by using video project as the assignment. And here are the student response. Said that using video projects is really helpful for my speaking skill because when I saw the video about learning English content, it makes me know how to pronounce and how to speak words in English. So that I think it makes me good in my English conversation skill by using video project. And the other said it somehow influenced the fluency of my pronunciation because at times when I was creating video projects, I found new words that I never knew before. Therefore, it makes me interested in learning those new words. Little did I know I have just expand new information and new vocabulary. And the rest students said it is really exciting and easier to upgrade my skill in speaking. So it makes me more confident when I do conversation in English language. And for the discussions, based on the finding of this research, the college students in 6th semester had increased in their pronunciation after using video projects. This result in line with study conducted Saito and Akiyama in 2017, which examined the longer-term effects of video-based conversational interactions on second language learners' speaking abilities. The researchers found that the group that had done conversation practice improved significantly in their general fluidity of speech, variation in vocabulary, listening comprehension, and correct use of grammar. Whereas the group that only practiced vocabulary and grammar showed no significant improvement over this time period. The video project was considered as a method to train the students to speak. It means that they speak English more often. Moreover, they get the benefits such as through video projects. It facilitated them to improve their pronunciation. They also claim that it could increase their confidence when practicing to speak in front of the camera. And for the conclusion, based on the results, whether there were still few students who mentioned that they still get confused for its various functions because of lack facilities when creating the video projects outside the classroom. However, most of the students state that the video project helps them to practice their conversation because they have the media and also the peers of study when creating the video, so they did not need to get confused about what to say if they find difficulties in arranging conversation, and it could also increase their pronunciations. And for the implications for teacher, they can solve the problems in the class because the atmosphere in the classroom is also more interactive between the students and the teacher. Even students who tend to be passive in the class begin to be active by asking questions when they experience confusion in working on an assignment or using the media. The students also feel comfortable and enjoy when they were using the technology that they know as the learning media. And for the suggestion, the first suggestions for the future researchers, the study was only deal with the student perception on using video projects. Future researchers are suggested to give more students opportunity to practice. It is another crucial thing to be considered. And the last for the teacher, therefore it was kind of challenge for teachers to improve their teaching technique in order to avoid student problem in their learning experience. And that's all from me. Thank you in advance.
All right, thank you, Miss Cindy Unita. We have now 5 minutes to question and answer, and we have already seen a question from Mr. Kevin Reynald in the chat room. I would like to read it out loud. Okay, so I have difficulties when using this to teach students from low-class society, especially in device and internet. Do you have any suggestions to overcome this problem? Thank you.
Langsung dijawab ya. Okay, thank you for the questions for Kevin right now. I think when we teach and it needs using device and internet, as a teacher, we could work in peers. So students doesn't need to have individual work, but it would be better if we give them in working in peers. I think the answer. I think it's the answer. Thank you for.
All right, thank you, Miss Cindy, and thank you, Mr. Kevin, for the question. So is there any question? All right, if there's no more question, I would like to proceed to our next speaker. I would like to invite Mr. Kevin Reynolds to present his presentation. So you may speak now.
Okay, test. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the introduction. Hopefully we will have interesting session. Okay, here's my dissertation proposal: fostering effective argumentative writing through the classroom. And this study is targeted for tertiary education, especially for undergraduate students. Okay, let's move to introduction. Okay, let's talk about the argumentative writing first. Argumentative writing is an unavoidable part of a university student's journey to become an academician. Due to its high amount of skills to be mastered, argumentative writing is respected in university credentials. It also influences students in academic success and employment career. Their successful career progression is determined according to their writings. So, as a consequence, academicians have to deal with argumentative writing frequently in their academic life. Okay, let's move to number 2. Such high demand would be qualified if the argumentative is considerably effective. An argumentative writing must be persuasive with a precise timing and tone and a proper structure. Effective argument should have open interpretation, avoid deceitful means and false premises, and eliminate ambiguity instead of exploited. It also requires premises in well-organized, relevant to the truth, possible for logical people, have sufficient evidence, and provide an effective rebuttal. Eventually, the students need to demonstrate logical reasoning from the introduction, body paragraph, into the conclusion at the end. So I move to the number 3. Unfortunately, argumentative writing is noticeably problematic for Indonesian tertiary students. Students tend to have inadequate control of their semantic structure and linguistic features in their writing. Logical fallacies are also normally committed in their writings. Avoidance and rebuttal paragraphs are mostly absent. And well, as a consequence, building arguments and rebuttals and providing evidence become a quote-unquote burden for the students. So to diminish those constraints, to number 4, a flipped classroom is therefore introduced and a contemporary teaching approach where conventional learning is switched. It has empirical positive evidence in their writing skills, in teaching writing for recent years. Quantitatively speaking, flipped classroom significantly increased students' writing performance. For example, in study by Morris 2018 or Nguyen and in 2019, this teaching approach also affect students' cognitive learning outcome, charge their motivation, and increase their satisfaction in learning process. Other studies also reveal that the students become more prepared and proactive in learning activities. So the the writing quality becomes more convincing, where the classroom could be followed by the teacher feedback. However, the idea of flipped classroom in fostering argumentative writing has literature shortage. So this topic is currently underexposed. Okay, as you can see right here, this is other items that is imprinted in my research. This question. This is also very objective to investigate how the classroom could foster students' argumentative writing. This is significance for scope right here. It's students oriented. So perspective from teachers is not included. And this is for a discussion genre. So analytical and expository would be not included. So okay, this is my small portion of literature review. So the concept of the classroom is lies on the incorporation between argumentative writing and flipped classroom. So in order to create an effective argumentative writing, the students must perform 4 main activities: developing a professional thesis statement, building arguable position, and then exploring opposing views, and write conclusion with alternative stance. The activities also probably undergo in multiple phases, such as brainstorming, drafting, revising before reaching the final draft. In other words, each activity may consist more than one step in order to build a consistent logical reasoning for its writing. So, reflecting to the idea, creating effective argumentative writings require a heavy workload for students. It may be impossible to conduct all of them in classroom activity. So, flipped classroom is introduced to optimize students' learning time, extending in real life beyond classroom. Okay. Distributing each activity from classroom to house in-house work would lessen students' heavy workload. So, okay. So the the distribution occurs in 2 places, home and class. So they can build topic and knowledge. Sorry, they can build topic and knowledge as well as drafting their writing at home, followed by revising and redrafting at school for introductory paragraph, and then body paragraph and conclusion. As a note, however, lecturers may consider how they should deliver the material. So their technological savviness and budget also should be considered here. And the possible tasks which should have completed by student at the end of each meeting. So the task itself shouldn't too heavy for students. Here is the implementation. For example, at the first one, okay, the lecturer could plan what subject and the purpose of the writing, the topic, and also the thesis statement. And during the home activity, the lecturers can, the students can consult to the teacher. And also if there is a need for extra time, the students can consult to the director in face-to-face instruction. So this is the development. It can be conducted in two places, in the classroom and also outside the classroom. Similar to before, consultation, and then revising, and finally the consultation before reaching the final draft. Okay, for the methodology, I would use qualitative research. So because I want to explain the phenomenon of flipped classroom in fostering students' argumentative writing. So this research itself will be conducted at one private university in Bandung, West Java, Indonesia. The participant will be 6 out of 30 English education department students. Well, the selection chosen because my access to the institution. So, okay. I would seek the lecturer approval to allocate 6 weeks or 7 weeks, okay, in hortatory and analytical exposition course, which is in the 3rd or maybe 4th semester. Okay, since flipped classroom requires stable internet connection, efficient technology devices and software, and the necessary technological infrastructure from both the director and the participants will be observed by the researcher at firstly, initially. So there are 3 instruments that I will use: documents, semi-structured interview, and diary. So the research, I initially instructed our 30 students to write handwritten or computerized diary each time they work on argumentative writing in their 6 weeks. Okay, and they need to know how they search for evidence and write thesis statement, for instance. They are required to write interesting perception on language learning. For example, the process, the attitude, and the approach of their learning. That is, those are the notes. So, okay. Okay, the documents will be collected at the 6th week of the hortatory and analytical exposition, maybe probably in January 2022. I assume that in the final meeting, the teaching material should be sufficient to demonstrate effective argumentative writing. And the lecturer initially would instruct the students to write argumentative about maybe controversial current topic or issue within at least 5 paragraphs. And then 6 writings would be chosen in 3 categories. The participant, the high achiever, 2, the medium achiever, 2, and the low achiever. So, okay, before conducting the interview, the researcher will confirm qualified participant according to this research necessity before their diary information and writing performance in the 6th week. After the confirmation, I would contact all 6 participants to gain permission for their interview during their day off in maybe one cafe or restaurant, whatever, individually at different time days. So they will be interviewed separately. So for the analysis, I initially would provide 3 themes right here. You can see Flip classroom to create persuasive argumentative writing, flip classroom to create consistent and logical argument, and flip classroom to make the writer credible and trustworthy. And then I would manually scan the student's diary and reduce unnecessary information in order to select 3 best candidates to be the participants. So for data interview, initially I would record audio by using software in my smartphone, and I also would ask permission to the participant to record the interview, and the data would be transcribed, categorized, and interpreted after the interview. So this is, I haven't changed it. Sorry. Okay. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope we have a meaningful session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kevin. So now we have 5 minutes for the question and answer session. And we can see that there's a question in the chat room here from Miss Nurul Puspita. How does the teacher accommodate and monitor students during home activity? Time is yours to answer.
Okay. Since the teacher perspective is not included in my research, therefore, I won't. But the research, the lecturer may observe, okay, the students' activity, for example, via group chat or maybe Zoom meeting. Depends on the selection from the lecturer itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kevin, for the answer. Is there any more question for Mr. Kevin? Feel free to turn on your microphone or write your question on the chat room. All right, since no one is asking more questions, now I would like to give the opportunity to our fifth panelist, Ms. Nurul Puspita. You have the right to speak now. I'm sorry, but we couldn't hear your voice. I still can't hear you. I'm sorry. We still can't hear your voice. All right, that's fine. We will wait for Miss Nurul to fix her microphone. Hello, Miss Nurul. Yes, there will be link for attendance form, but the link will be on the main room. So you can access it after the session finishes. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Sarah, can you hear my voice now?
Yes, I can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, maybe there's some problems with my AirPods.
I see, that's fine. All right, you may proceed your presentation now. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, firstly, for Sarah for the time given to me and all the presenter in this room for the participations. I'll say sorry because there is a trouble with my earphone. Thank you for waiting me actually. Well, in this occasions, I'd like to share you about my paper. Actually, it's quite the same with the previous presenter. It's about students' perspective or students' perceptions. But in my paper, it's about students' perspective in doing peer corrections of cause and effect essay during pandemics. It's about athlete implementations. Well, before going to the next slide, actually, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Nurul Puspita. I'm from teacher and training faculty of UIN Raden Intan Lampung. Well, thank you. That's for my beginning or introductions. Come to my next slide. It's about the introduction. Actually, this paper is inspired by my own experience when I taught my essay writing students, especially in learning cause and effect essay. Well, as we know that today's situation is pandemic situations that all of the country in this world is getting an outbreak from the viruses, especially coronavirus. So that because of the situations, it switch or it is turning on the way the teacher or the lecturer giving any teaching and learning process. Before the pandemic situations, teaching and learning process is in offline settings, but now on the teaching and learning process is in online learning, so that every educational practitioner like teacher and also lecturers have to turn on the way they teach their students into online settings with the use of some online media or online tools. And one of the online tools that I have applied in my essay writing class is Padlet. There is the use of Padlet. And I believe that every teacher or lecturer have familiars with the use of Padlet itself. And then the next one is I've implemented or applied this the use of Padlet in my course and EVAC essay classroom by doing peer correction. So for the first one, I'll show you or share you about what is actually Padlet itself. Like I've said to you before, that Padlet is a very familiar or famous online media or digital platform to be used for every single teaching learning process. And in this research, I've used this online media for doing peer corrections, because in writing, to get any feedbacks for the students is very essential. So I introduced this Padlet in my classroom. It's such kinds like a digital media or digital walls that can help the teacher and also lecturer to share, to post or submit their materials for the students. The materials itself, it can be in form of a video, PPT, PDF file, pictures, and many others. They can be in form of document, PDF, JPG, and MP3 or MD4. So here the sites of some pictures that I can show you about how to use this account. So as the teachers or lecturer, we should make our account first, like I've said to you, that we can start from making our account in Gmail, and then we can connect it in the form of Padlet. Then we can search padlet.com and we can start to log off or sign up to get any facility of the Padlet itself. There are two kinds of Padlet that can be used by teachers and also lecturers. But the first one is free Padlet, and the second one is premium Padlet. For the free Padlet, the teacher and also the lecturers are limited for getting any walls. So it's about 3 walls only. And then for the premium one, the users or the teachers or lecturers can access all the facilities or the features in Padlet itself. And then the next one is about cost and evac essay itself. In the last semester, previous semester, I have taught my 4th semester students, especially in essay writing class, and the specific one for cost and evac essay. As we know that there are some part of essay like introductory paragraph and then body of paragraph, and the last one is concluding paragraph. And here for showing you, I focus on cost and evac essay. As we know that this essay shows the reader the relationship between something happens in the sequences or between actions and also a result. So there will be some case or cause, then there will be any effects. Here are examples of the picture that if there are a guy or boy like to smoke, so that will get any effect of doing these activities like physical inactivity or unhealthy diets like cancer disease, diabetes, chronic lung disease, and many other diseases that can, can make their body destroy. That's about the cause and effect essay. And the next one is about the peer correction itself. Like I've explained to you before that I use this Padlet as an online media in my essay writing class for doing peer correction because it has helped or assisted me during this pandemic situations. Although they were learning in online system or in online settings, but they should get any feedback from their writing. So by doing the corrections in the Padlet or in an online, they will get any betterments for their essay. That peer correction itself is like when the learners correct each other mistakes, or the learners look at their friends or their peer, and then they will correct it or discuss the possibility of the mistake itself. Then they can get a response or suggestion for their betterment. The next one is the method of this research is about qualitative research, where this qualitative research is known to build any understanding and discovery of the case. And in this research deals with the data of the words in form of the word and also the pictures rather than a number or situations. In collecting the data, I use two kinds of data collection. They are observation sheet and then questionnaires. In observations, I directly observe students' activities during the implementations of the Padlet when they were doing peer correction. And the next one is about the questionnaires. I distributed some questions to my students and I'll take and the feedback through the questionnaire itself so that I can take a conclusion of it. And then the last one is for analyzing the data. In analyzing the data, I use an interactively method to analyze them. I mean, that refers to some utterances or the words. And this is the result and also the discussions from my research that the research of the Padlet for the first one is the result from the observations that I have said the class in or the work in the Padlet. Then I've give some note or information on what class that they should enter, or I share the link of the Padlet, then they can directly access of the Padlet itself. For example, here for the class, and then I give the information about peer connector activity. So all the information, all the instruction that I've post can be read by the students in this world, and they can directly post their essay writing, and then they can read or download something that I've post that is the list of peer and also the instruction. Then they can directly respond or give any comment or suggestion to their friends' essay directly in the wall of the Padlet itself. So I think it's so easy in the use of it so that everybody or every students can use it easily. And then here is the result of the questionnaires. Actually, I've distributed some questions to the students in form of G form. Then I can get some conclusions related to the question that I have distributed itself. It's related to questions of motivation, their interest, then whether this Padlet or this media can actually assist them during peer editing activities. And most of the students agree, or more than 50% of the students agree that this media or this Padlet help or assist them in doing their correction. And then this is for the last one.
All right, I think Miss Nurul has disconnected her Zoom meeting. We will wait for another minute for her to come back.
I'm sorry, Sarah. There is any unstable connections with my device. Actually, I can continue or stop now. How about you as the moderator?
Yes, you may continue your conclusion.
Thank you. Here is my conclusion. I can say that Padlet gives students and lecturers such kinds of positive possibility so that they can share any text, document, links, picture, video, and also PowerPoint presentations. And here, maybe you can now see my slide. Padlet also can encourage the students in engaging fun activities during peer corrections. And lecturers and also the teacher can utilize the virtual world effectively by posting any information, guideline, and also instruction. And the last one is the process of peer correction during this pandemic situation can be switched by using Padlet so that the students can still get any feedback for their betterment in their activities in writing. Since writing is a conflict that all the students should follow or obey all the process of writing itself. I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for the Ms. Sarah as the moderator. If there are any questions directly, you can ask me, or for further questions, you can get my email at nurulpuspita@radenintan.ac.id. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Nurul Puspita, for the presentation. So now we have 5 minutes for the question and answer session. And we can see in the chat room here that we've got a question from Mr. Kevin saying, how did you ensure the peers corrections are true and clear?
Okay, it's so easy for the lecturer or the teacher to ensure about the student's response or the student's activity during their peer correction because I've uploaded the guideline of the peer correction so that the content of the guideline is like the part of the essay, like if there are an introductory paragraph, there are an body of paragraph, or there is an concluding paragraph, something like that, or how about the grammar, how about the mechanics, and then how about the topic sentence, a supporting sentence, something like that. So it is clearly stated in the instructions, especially in the pointers or guideline that I've posted in the Padlet, so that the students will really obey or use this guideline here. I've posted here in this wall so that they can read the guideline first, then they can read their friend's essay. So they will check or correct their peer essay correctly based on the guideline that I've served. I think that's my explanations related to the questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nurul Puspita. Is the answer enough for you, Mr. Kevin? All right, thank you so much for the question, Mr. Kevin. So is there any more question for Ms. Nurul? All right, I think it's enough for the question and answer session. Since we actually have two other presenters who haven't joined this room yet, so we will wait for another 5 minutes for the presenter to come. But if they do not come, then we will proceed to the next session. Please stay in this room. Thank you. All right, since the time has over, we will proceed to the next session, which is keynote. For the participants here and the presenters, please go to the main room and attend the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Tes.
Test, test. Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and tabe pun. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, of course, would like to thank you very much for your stay from morning session until afternoon session in this international event. Yeah. And right now, we have been in the last sessions, but also one of the key sessions for today's conference. We have two more sessions. The first one is keynote speaker talk or speech by Dr. Ang Chiu Hong from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And the second one is, the second keynote speaker is Bapak Ujang Suparman, PhD from University of Lampung. I'm sure that the topic that we would like, let's say, be discussing today and information and the knowledge that we could get from the session will be beneficial to all of us. And first of all, of course, would like to address Honorable both keynote speaker, Dr. Ong Chiu Hong, and also Bapak Ujang Suparman, PhD. And because for the last session, for today's sessions, I think we would do a bit different as Dr. Ong Chiu Hong would have the first session and then directly followed by questions and answers. So before we'd like to have the first speech or the first session by Dr. Ang Chiu Hong, I would like to let's say, to read her curriculum vitae, that she is a senior lecturer at the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University. And she did her PhD in Monash University, Master's in Applied Linguistics at Nanyang Technological University, and she was also a fellow at the College of Teachers F. Galty in London. Her latest book chapter was Current Trends and Future Directions in Pre-Certificate Teacher Training Programs for English Language in ASEAN +3, a synthesis of recent research in Zane and S/R editors, English Language Teacher Preparation in Asia, Research, Practice, and Policy, everything by Routledge. Her latest journal article was Mediation in a Socio-Cognitive Approach to Writing for Elementary Students, Instructional Scaffolding in Education Sciences Journal. And she was formerly teaching English language and literature in secondary school and was the level head of English and senior subject teacher for literature. Since joining me in 2000 as teacher educator, she has led and taught pre-service in service and postgraduate curriculum studies, pedagogical courses on language teaching process as well as reading, listening, speaking, writing, and grammar pedagogies. So her areas also include reading and reading comprehension, literacies, teacher cognition, and then grammar, writing, oral communication, etc. She has researched on reading and on the internet for her PhD. Recent book has been published in Changing English and European Journal of Applied Linguistics. So it's quite CV, and actually there are many more that she has been working on. And the second speaker, we have Bapak Ujang Suparman. He is a lecturer, a senior lecturer in Lampung University. And he did his bachelor degree in OP Bandung, and then he did master degree in Monash University and also Latip University for his PhD. Graduated in 2001 from with majoring on applied linguistics. His experience in publishing such articles in the last 3 years includes promoting learning performance and learning outcomes, the case of Indonesian school in ASEAN EFL Journal. Also, he wrote Overcoming Students' English Pronunciation in Remote Areas in Indonesia, Motivation and Learning Strategies, and then completely randomized block design for assessment and gender and personality effect on reading comprehension ability. So, yeah, of course, we believe that there are many more works that have been related by both keynote speakers. So without further ado, we would like to have the first session from Dr. Ang Chiu Hong. And after that, the session will be followed by question and answer. Time allocated for the first keynote speaker will be an hour, which is 45 minutes for presentations, and then 15 minutes the rest for question and answer. So please welcome Dr. Ang Chiu Hong for the first afternoon session of this international conference. Time is yours, Dr. Ang Chiu Hong.
Thank you, Dr. Kadayanto. Okay, what happens that I hope you can hear me. Can I just check that you can all hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me before I present?
Yes, the voice is clear enough.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be one of the keynote speakers for the 3rd International Conference on English Language Teaching and Learning. Okay, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Pantuan Raja, Fajar Riyatika, Novita Nadiana, Rafiska Dibyanyanti, and Gita Humor Prakuso. I hope I pronounced the names correctly. Okay. Thank you for the privilege and the honor. I will be speaking on the topic of glocalization in English language teaching. Okay, so to begin with, I would like to go on to my next slide. Okay, I hope I can display it. Okay, to begin with, I'm going to define what glocalization is. Okay, and what happens that glocalization was actually used by the sociologist Ronald Robertson as early as 1995. Glocalization describes the interaction or connection between the local in the global and the global in the local. And it is the result of the process of globalization as well as localization, according to Ahmadian and Rad 2014. The terms glocal and glocalization have mainly been associated with business, technology, and sociology discipline, according to Pate and Lynch 2013. Okay, so what happened is, when it comes to glocalization, it is actually used to refer to the modification of a global product to meet local needs and norms. It is a term to advocate the slogan, think globally, act locally. In domains such as food, culture, and pop music, glocalization results in local adaptations of globalized products, with various cultures of the world becoming outwardly more similar. For example, the menus of McDonald's or Starbucks, or the rhythms and themes of pop songs, which are adapted to local audiences based on local values and cultures, even when adhering to a globally recognized product branding. For instance, if you look on the slide, okay, Yunia et al. 2019, okay, in Indonesia analyzed the phenomena of globalization product advertisement, okay, of Starbucks. And the product they were looking at was Panang Gula Arian. okay, which is one of the Starbucks cake innovations, and advertised through the Starbucks Indonesian official social media research. So there's actually interest in Indonesia when it comes to localization of products, okay, even in research. Next, I'll be looking at English, okay, glocalization and intercultural communication. English language has become a lingua franca, a language that is widely used as a means of communication among people with different mother tongues. The spread of English through globalization has led to native standards, especially that of Britain and America, being the goal for other non-dependent or what Kachru 1985 has termed expanding circle countries. It is estimated by Crystal 1997 that more than 80% of communication in English is now taking place among so-called non-native speakers like me and you. Okay, so the dominance of English creates concerns such as linguistic imperialism and also identity crisis, as people worry that local languages, cultures, and identities will be destroyed by the blind worship of English, according to Fang 2018. To overcome this linguistic imperialism, the speech communities tend to develop their varieties by localizing English to express their cultural conceptions. And this dual and parallel process of globalization and glocalization, okay, is the glocalization of English according to Sharifian 2016, or localization due to globalization, Luzianov 2020. The term localization has since been adapted to language studies in relation to the widespread use of English as an international language. English is no longer viewed as the property of the inner circle English-speaking country. In its journey across the globe, English has become increasingly localized by many communities of speakers around the world, as they adapt it to encode and express their cultural conceptualization, a process which may be called glocalization of language, according to Sharifian 2013. It has promoted the development of new localized varieties of English beyond the traditional Britain and American varieties, as English usage becomes more widespread and as an international commodity, sometimes referred to as world Englishes. For instance, in Singapore, you notice that we actually have our own local variety called Singlish. Okay, because you notice that we're more speakers speaking a language, you find that a new variety will actually evolve. Okay, English does not only carry Anglo-English conceptualization, but new cultural conceptualization, a process which has led to the nativization and development of new Englishes. And according to Sharifian 2016, glocalization of English involves various processes at the level of cultural conceptualization, in terms of the use of English to encode cultural conceptualizations that were not originally associated with language, the spread of Anglo-English cultural conceptualization to non-Anglo speech community, and thirdly, the blending of cultural conceptualization. Okay, now when it comes in a field of language teaching, glocalization refers to the interplay between the external global and the local teaching approaches, methods, and activities, or the process of adapting external and local pedagogical knowledge into the teacher's classroom practices, according to Pawan and Poo 2019. In other words, think globally and act locally regarding teaching and learning of English, according to Shi 2018. Kanaraja in 2005 in his book, Reclaiming the Local in Language Policy and Practice, argues against the acceptance of a universal standard of Western-based approaches, such as the communicative language teaching approach for second and foreign language teaching. In the field of ELT in particular, scholars are now focusing on the importance of introducing local aspects into classroom teaching, especially in the countries of expanding circles, according to Higa 2016. Glocalization has effects on interlanguage and culture, individual differences, and learning strategies. So language teachers have to include local culture in their English teaching and to teach their students based on individual differences and learning strategies of their students in this context of localization, according to Luciano 2020. Okay, now the globalization of English and the increasing development of Englishes have significant implications for the field of TESOL, such as the need to expose learners to a variety of Englishes and the associated cultural conceptualization, according to Sharifian 2016. The increasing globalization of English has blurred traditional dichotomies and distinctions that were once dominant in the field of TESOL, such as native versus non-native speaker, ESL and EFL, according to Sharifian 2016. Although many users of English may be classified as non-native speakers of Anglo-based varieties of English, they are actually native speakers of their own local variety, which is a marker of their identity. Take me, for example. Can you see that when I speak, you know that I'm not Indonesian? I'm actually Singaporean in the way I enunciate my accent. Okay, so what happens is that, therefore, I'm suggesting that if you look at globalization of English in terms of teaching in the TESOL, we need to have a paradigm shift. So I'm suggesting that we look at teaching English as international language, translanguaging, and post-method pedagogy as three approaches to globalization in language teaching. Okay, so now what happens is that I'm actually going to now elaborate on English as an international language approach. Firstly, she in 2018 talks about globalization of English as having implications for teaching English as an international language in the context of world Englishes. Teaching English as an international language is conceptualized as a framework or paradigm developed alongside the globalization of English. And it is a multicultural way of thinking, doing, and being, according to She 2018. In English as an international language pedagogy, McKay in 2003 sees the need to be culturally sensitive to the diversity of contexts in which English is taught and learned. And according to McKay and Brown 2016, pedagogy for teaching English as an international language will encourage global and local purposes of language learning, as well as promote linguistic awareness and cultural differences. The English as an international language approach recognizes English variations and variety, including different dialects of English and world Englishes for international and intercultural communication. For intercultural communication through English as an international language, she in 2018 advocates following the AAA principles, anticipate different cultural conceptualizations that are embedded in English when using English as an international language for intercultural communication, acquire and accomplish new literacy, proficiency, and competence to engage in intercultural communication in English as an international language. Next, I'm going to talk about translanguaging. As for this second approach of translanguaging for globalization in English teaching, William 2002 sees translanguaging as a form of communicative globalization. Williams first coined the term translanguaging in Welsh to refer to pedagogical practices in which English and Welsh were used for different activities and purposes. For example, reading in one language and writing in another. Colin Baker in 2001 then translated the term into English as a translanguaging. Garcia in 2009 defines translanguaging as multiple discursive practices which bilinguals engage in to make sense of the bilingual words. As Garcia and Leeway in 2014 explained, translanguaging is different from code switching because bilingual speakers construct complex discursive practices by using their complete language repertoire. And these practices cannot be easily assigned to one language or another. And according to Senzo and Gota 2017, translanguaging is a pedagogical tool to develop language and metalinguistic awareness and to expand the learner's linguistic repertoires. As multilinguals like us, process language and communicate by using the resources at our disposal. For example, for me, I can speak Hokkien, English, Mandarin. So you notice that for me, I believe in a translanguaging and not just purely be very English in my approach. So in translanguaging pedagogy, teachers build on students' diverse linguistic practices, support students in expanding their linguistic repertoires to include features needed to develop different kinds of literacy and subject matter knowledge, and to perform in the academic environments, according to Garcia and Liwei 2014. In their research, Pawan and Pu in 2019 observed glocalization attempts by teachers in combining the local and the external by undertaking communicative language teaching, including task-based language teaching approach in their classrooms. They observed the teachers in their study change and localize the approach in ways most suited to the classroom. The teachers tried to engage students in the oral use of English language in student-centered, open-ended, and authentic ways through tasks and projects. Pawan and Po saw Chinese English language teachers in the study, often shuttling back and forth between Mandarin and English to sustain communication with students. And in several schools, some teachers use Nasi, the native language of a large minority group in the region there, in addition to Mandarin, to sustain communication in the English language classroom. Okay, so you notice that there has actually been research about translanguaging in multi-language classroom. Okay, so the example that I cited for you is actually in China. Now, then I go on to the third approach called post-method pedagogy for glocalization language teaching. The third suggested approach has to do with post-method pedagogy. The post-method era has to do with glocalization because it is influenced by postmodernism and constructivism. Post-method pedagogy has been suggested by Kamara Develu in 1994. He views post-method pedagogy as a three-dimensional system made up of three pedagogical parameters: particularity, practicality, and possibility. The parameter of particularity starts with practicing teachers either individually or collectively, observing their teaching acts, evaluating their outcomes, identifying problems, finding solutions, and trying them out to see once again what works and what does not. Such a continuous cycle of observation, reflection, and action is a prerequisite for the development of context-sensitive pedagogic knowledge, according to him, in 2001. Because all pedagogy is local. To ignore local exigencies is to ignore lived experiences. A pedagogy of practicality encourages and enables teachers to theorize from their practice and practice what they theorized. The parameter of possibility mainly comes from the educational philosophy of the Brazilian critical pedagogies, Paulo Freire. In the classroom, teachers acknowledge and highlight teachers and students' subjective position, that is, acknowledge that they have different class, race, gender, and ethnicity. And this will encourage the students and the teachers to question whether English has kept them subjugated, whether any language has subjugated them. The use of English is always context-bound, and language use is a local practice. For teaching English as an international language in multicultural and multilingual societies and communities, teachers need to develop awareness as well as various types of competence. For example, linguistic competence, communicative competence, intercultural communicative competence, and metacultural competence in relation to English language teaching, and then use them in both the classroom and the real world, according to SHE 2018. Localizing English language teaching does not only develop learners' awareness towards their own culture, it also draws attention to real-world issues outside the classroom, giving both local and global perspective in balance, according to HIGA 2016. For example, to promote border-crossing communication between cultures, Kobuta in 2011 uses a global approach to teaching English in Japan to allow a creative use of language and inventive cultural expression, which are not bound to fixed pre-existing norms in English. In Indonesia itself, Prastiwi, 2015, examining the use of Western and Indonesian folk tales to teach English in primary school, by 2 teachers to 6 12-year-old students. The teachers were asked about their understanding and interpretation of Indonesian government policy in covering the local cultures in the classes, as well as how these teachers implement the policy. Prastiwi found that teachers chose Indonesian folk tales, which are translated to English, to teach English and local cultures. As a result of their teaching, students seem to be interested to read further both Western and Indonesian texts. So we realize that this strategy actually will benefit the learning of both Indonesian and English. Local perspective can be integrated through discussion, that focuses. Now this is, I'm talking about English as an international language, in terms of teaching. So what happened here is this. Local perspective can be integrated through discussions that focus on local social, economic, and political concerns, according to Pate and Lynch. And I'm showing you now Wayudi's 2016, what he was looking at in terms of incorporating local cultures into teaching on the English in the Indonesian Islamic University context. Wayudi used autoethnography in teaching a discourse analysis course for 2 classes of students in the 6th semester. And in terms of pedagogical recommendations for English foreign language teachers, especially in teaching content courses, Wahidi has suggested, contextualizing materials from Western contexts to students' own culture, associating the topics in the Western materials to students' own interests. The local examples teachers bring should touch students' emotional engagement through humor, love, marriage, politeness, and other potentially engaging topics. McKay 2003 talks about how for teaching materials, instead of Western cultural content, source culture content should be used to encourage learners to gain a deeper understanding of their own culture so that they can share these insights when using English as an international language with individuals from different cultures. Next, I'm going to move on to the post-method pedagogy. Through a more localized English language as teaching approach. So the slides there. So what happened is this. Given the diversity of local cultures of learning, it is unrealistic to imagine that one method such as CLT will meet the needs of all learners. Rather, local teachers must be given the right and the responsibility to employ methods that are culturally sensitive and productive in their students' learning of English, according to McKay 2003. This can be done through introducing locally produced English books as a post-method pedagogy. Gray considers global English textbooks as a source of the spread of European or American dominance, with one size fits all, as those textbooks exclude the local content. To solve the problem and raise awareness for diversity, acceptance, and better understanding of the world outside the inner circle, he suggests introducing local aspects in the course book for a better fit. Now, this is in line with the post-method pedagogy, where localizing or glocalizing recognizes that what may work in one particular setting may not necessarily do so in another context, according to Luciano 2020. Through a more glocalized ELT approach, you find that students will not only be able to avoid learning only Americanized English, but they also will grasp the concept of English diversity. Okay, so you can see that it's actually quite important for us to think about introducing different local language books. Okay, now write and think to advocates the use of activities and materials with both local and global situations to create awareness and interest of learners as materials based on unfamiliar global contexts can be beyond the learner's experience. Now, the next approach is translanguaging. Okay, now, and I'm suggesting that we can actually do translanguaging through designing of courses and the use of media. Now, in terms of translanguaging, as an approach where translanguaging involves multiple discursive practices which bilinguals engage in to make sense of the bilingual words, according to Garcia 2009, this can be done through language courses. Okay, for example, in West Java, Awasila in 2006 included Sundanese literature into one semester-long collaborative writing class. He went through 4 modes, writing Indonesian responses to published Indonesian texts, writing poems in 3 languages, Sundanese, Indonesian, and English, and short stories in English. Thirdly, writing comments in English, and fourthly, writing a reflexive essay. At the end of the course, he found students responding positively to these collaborative writing classes involving Sundanese, Indonesian, and English for translanguaging as an approach. Okay, now to Pate and Lynch, media can actually provide endless possibilities for enhancing teaching and learning effectiveness in the global perspective approach. Media can be used for teaching English through translanguaging when bilingual speakers construct complex discursive practices by using the complete language repertoire. And in the Indonesian context, it will be in English, Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Gaul, and Indoglish. Okay, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Now, if you look at my slides, you notice that Tamtomo in 2012 suggests using YouTube videos to teach English in Indonesia. Given that the majority of Indonesian youth use a foreign language, mainly English for communication, as well as Indonesian youth language or Bahasa Gaul, which is a speech variety associated with Indonesian youth and based on Indonesia's national language, containing abbreviations of original Bahasa Indonesia, as well as borrowings from the local and English language. Young people in general use Bahasa Gaul only among their peers, as this youth language supports the construction of the youth identity. Okay, Gantalo and Sabrina also did another study in 2019 to analyze line YouTube videos, advertisement to find that they portray youth culture in a globalized era through young people's engagement with mobile phones and the internet, use of youth language and English language, the embracing of dominant and traditional values and the social connection. The video advertisement also implied that the language switch and incorporation of Bahasa Gaul with English, Bahasa Indonesia, and local language are factors that establish youth identity and the way the young people preserve their local identity as Indonesian. Now, you notice that in terms of Bahasa Gaul in YouTube videos, Sahono and Sono in 2018 examined the emergence of Indoglish, the Indoglish phenomena in social media use in everyday live conversation among youth in the major city of Jakarta, Surakarta, Surabaya, Denpasar, and Bandung. Indoglish is English adaptation in use in Indonesia with variations such as sound change, okay, word combination, word form adjustment, and more. The unit form in Indoglish is a combination of the affixes of Indonesian language with the words of English, such as the follow, the act, the download, the safekan. Okay, now I'm not sure whether I have pronounced it correctly, but according to Sahono and Sulaksono, they give this example, but I think I cannot actually duplicate it correctly. So maybe just read my slides. Okay. Okay, now, so in conclusion, in raising awareness of cultural issues of globalization and the globalization of English, there is a need to readjust mindset and perceptions in using English for intercultural communication. Localization of English requires a paradigm shift in TESOL. And you notice I suggested these teaching approaches. Teaching English as an international language, translanguaging, and post-method pedagogy. Okay, and in terms of the implementation of teaching strategies for the three approaches, localization in teaching English needs a lot of attention and effort from school, the local government, public administration, and the national government, according to HIGA 2016, because there's a need to introduce locally produced English books for post-method pedagogy. Besides, teachers have to be trained to teach English for intercultural communication, use media and design language courses and lessons to incorporate discursive practices for translanguaging. And in translanguaging, teachers have to be conversant with Indonesian youth language, Bahasa Gaul, English, Bahasa Indonesia, and English. So it's actually going to be very challenging for teachers, okay, to do localization in language teaching. I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for inviting me to present at this conference. Okay, I will now take questions. Yeah, I will stop sharing.
Dr. New Hong. It was very nice, very interesting and informative presentation. Is my voice clear enough?
Can you speak a bit louder? Because I had to, it's a bit on the soft side, yeah. You can see that I'm trying to read very loudly in case you all can't hear me. Okay, yeah. Yes, okay, thank you. I mean, can I take your question? Professor Kadayanto here. Is it Professor Kadayanto is asking?
No, I was just asking whether my voice was clear enough, Doctor.
Yes, it's clear now, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah. Because I saw you closing your ears to laptop, so I was assuming my voice was not clear.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Chiu Hong, and it was very interesting and informative. I found some new term as well, and it gave us insight, especially in the in today's session. We were talking about glocalization in English language teaching, and then you gave us very thorough definitions, and then the position of English itself, the position of intercultural communications, and also maybe before we go to the question and answer, I would like to give a short summary about what the talk that you just gave. And also, we also got a lot of information about your story from the beginning. This idea of localization appears in international literature or discussion. And then also, I was very interesting. It was very good example. Like when you give example, the one happening in Starbucks, pandan gula aren. Yeah, I think that could be a case that could be an example that the position of how localization in language teaching as well. Until it came up to the idea of three main points that we need to consider when we were discussing about localization, English as international language in its position, and then translanguaging, and also post-method pedagogy, which was introduced by Kumara Fadivelu, yeah? All right. And this is, well, it was also interesting to find a phrase that was said in your presentation. All pedagogy is local. All pedagogy is local. I think I know that participants will be, let's say, questionings or maybe eager to know more deeper about the presentation that you just had. So I think participants have been waiting for questioning or maybe sharing ideas, please, we still have more or less 15 minutes to go before the second session. Dr. New Chiu Hong is still with us for the next 15 minutes for question and answer. Please, time is yours. I don't know whether it is, okay, maybe let me start from reading question from the chat box. Yeah, okay. All right. So the first one is from Entasar Al-Buri. Please, sorry if I miscorrectly pronouncing the name. Okay. Thank you, thanks, Doctor, for presentation. Does this mean that we achieve global by local content to avoid losing social identity? Okay. Maybe, so the question is, does this mean that the idea of glocalization is that we achieve global? I mean, maybe we have to go global by bringing up our local content without losing our local identity, our social identity locally. I think we need to discuss it one by one. Dr. Chi Hong, maybe you can just directly answer before I go to further questions.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, what happens that I agree with you, because what happens that, let's say in the Singapore context, when I prepared this, I was thinking that Singaporeans are also struggling with our own brand of English. Okay, and I noticed that even for me as a presenter, okay, and I will have when I speak, you will know that I come from a different country. There's somehow that kind of local influence. But I noticed that in what you call the international context, can you see that when I present, we must still have a certain kind of minimum standard. For example, the sentences must be grammatical. Okay, some of them it must appear. We must also be internationally acceptable in terms of, let's say, articulation or pronunciation. But the thing is that when we are teaching our students, and when they are very basic in terms of the level of language, we can bring in local examples, because sometimes when you teach your students English as a foreign language, they don't see the relevance of what they're learning. Why should they want to learn an English language when they can actually communicate in Indonesian language? Okay, so you notice that there is maybe that kind of what we call fear that they will lose their identity when they pick up a foreign language. So you find that glocalization in a way is highlighting the dilemma of us multilinguals or bilinguals having to straddle two different kinds of cultures, two different kinds of languages, and then having both in balance. Okay, so you find that it is talking about how, as an English teacher, we must, in a way, if you find that your students are not able to understand, we have to bridge.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we have to bridge the gap.
Recording in progress.
We have to bridge the kind of gap in between, English language and then their local identity, so that they can preserve their local identity, while at the same time they are able to be, comprehensible to international audiences. Okay, this is what glocalization is about, meaning that we do not just wholesale take textbook from England or America. We can actually maybe localize it in a kind of our context. For example, in Singapore, the primary school teachers, we actually have a set of local books for the Stellar program. Okay, where you find that instead of John and Mary, we might have Abeng, Asing. Okay, so that the students will feel a kind of what we call connection with the characters. Okay. Does that answer the question? Okay, meaning that it is actually having to balance both international English standard, at the same time preserving our identity, okay, with and then our ability with different kinds of languages.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive explanation, and yes, let's say Entasar Al-Bugri has answered that the explanation was was thorough, and thanks to Dr. for the answer. Okay, so we move to the second session. Sorry, I'm sorry. Questions?
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I mean, I hope the Indonesian examples have been very useful, because when I prepared this, I tell myself not to talk too much about Singapore, okay, and to make it more relevant for you. Okay, so I hope the session is useful for you. Okay, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you. Yes, yeah, I'll stay on for the second session. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It was very helping to giving some example from Indonesian context. And the next question is from Pak Gede Eka Putrawan, yeah, and it's quite long because it's initiated with let's say explanation. So thank you, Dr. Hong, for sharing with insight with us. That was great. I am Gede from University of Lampung. The pedagogical intervention under the structuralist linguistic paradigm, with that says Bloomfield and Saucer, see first language, second language, third language, and so on and so forth, as separated, as having linguistic boundaries that in many cases are not supposed to be crossed over. Translanguaging, on the other hand, is a new paradigm, leaving out the structuralist linguistic seeing features of the so-called first, second, third language, and so on, as features of one linguistic repertoire. In the literature, it is commonplace that EFL teachers view monolingualism as a norm. In reality, however, they actually practice translanguaging in their classroom. The question is, how do we convince them that the so-called new paradigm in ELT plays a vital role?
Okay. Now you notice that I have called that the new paradigm. Now these are paradigms that are proposed by researchers in pretty recent years. So you notice that when I was doing this paper, it was quite a challenge, because if you actually look at translanguaging, postmodernism, and I mean, there are English as an international language. I mean, you actually do get a lot of criticism as well, because I think one of the fears that we have if we do translanguaging in our classroom is that, I mean, we might be teaching them maybe more Indonesian rather than English. So, and then we might ask ourselves questions, am I more an English teacher or an Indonesian teacher? It's the same fear that we have in Singapore. So you notice that in Singapore context, our government actually encourages us strongly not to use English in the classroom, but to use pure English as English teacher. Okay? But the thing is that sometimes I might get my teacher trainees saying that, but sometimes you just need to give them that Singlish word, and that will help them understand immediately the English concept. So you notice sometimes you ask yourself, okay, I mean, is it useful for you to maybe sometimes use that local cultural concept and the local words in order to help them understand maybe very foreign English concepts? Okay, so you find that although I propose this, but in reality, we still have to think about the balance of how many % of English can we use, how many % of, let's say, Bahasa Gaul can we use, how many % of Bahasa Indonesia can we use. Can you see that there is still that practical problem, and we actually need to have a lot more research. But if we are teaching English as a foreign language, okay, and they're talking purely in English, it might actually be very difficult for your students to relate to you because it's still a foreign language. Okay, so translanguaging might be good in a situation where maybe the students are still at the basic level of grasping. But I don't think translanguaging cannot occur even in higher level education, because sometimes we can talk about, I mean, very big concepts like why in the world did this person use that language when they want to express this cultural concept. Okay, I mean, it can actually also be a very rich means for in university development in terms of conceptualization. So I wouldn't say that You cannot. But I don't think I've enough research to tell you very practical strategy. Notice I call this a shift in paradigm, and this shift in paradigm is still like not taking place yet. Okay, so I mean, I'm just proposing. Can you see? I just put that proposal. Okay, yeah, because we for this very interesting concept or new concept of localization, I mean, we need to think about how we can put it into practice. Okay, so I always say a paradigm shift, which has maybe not happened yet. Okay, but slowly. Yeah. Yes. Am I answering the question? Okay, I'm just being very honest with you that I'm proposing something maybe futuristic. And then maybe by the next another 5 years, I might have very good research to present to you. Okay, because maybe by then people actually do try out and find that there are certain things you can do, certain things you can't do.
All right, we hope so. We hope we will wait for that. And let me just do Pak Gede. Does that answering the questions? I mean, do you have anything else to discuss more, to talk more to Dr. Ang Chung Hong?
You can put it in the chat because I can see your chat response.
Yeah.
Whether I can answer your question.
Okay. So please, participant, if you have more questions, you can just post in the chat box, because I think let's say the voice from the participant is disabled by the committee in order for the smoothness technicalities of the conference. All right. Maybe while waiting for the questions from the participants, actually there is one thing I'd like to know further from you, Dr. Han, which is the idea of bringing post-method pedagogy into this, let's say, globalizations. Because it has always been, it's not debate between, let's say, learning language as international language, bringing the proportion of international context into the local context, which is in the classrooms. So that's why Kumarava Divelu was proposing post-method pedagogy, that actually there is no single best method. The best method is actually known by the teacher himself or herself. So that's why maybe, is it the case that you relate this idea when you say one of the slides that all pedagogy is actually local? So this is very interesting actually. All pedagogy is actually local while we are learning local language. So how do you explain more about that?
Okay, actually what I mean is this. Can you see that, let's say for example, I am teaching in a Singaporean classroom, and let's say I do teacher training. You realize that as a teacher trainer, let me just share with you my personal experiences. You realize that I always have to teach my students teach them the theory. Then after that, I will ask them to reflect on the theory in practice. And there is actually localization, because you notice that, let's say if I want to do CLT, I have to start thinking about what kind of materials do I use so that my Singaporean students can relate to it. Okay, do I use maybe Singapore taxi drivers? And I remember giving a role play where they role play as taxi driver, and my students had fun like speaking in Singlish or speaking in broken English. So there is that kind of localization for what we call international pedagogy called communicative language teaching. Okay, then notice that when they do that, I then use the Singlish as example to teach them about how it's inappropriate if it's in a formal situation. But in real life, when you get into a taxi driver might actually be speaking that kind of local variety of English. And that's what I mean by, this post-method pedagogy. Notice that post-method pedagogy is very tough because your teachers must actually be well-versed in methodology before they can even go into post. But post-method methodology means that they themselves would have to come up with their own theories based on teaching, and then maybe even write about a new theoretical approach that will be very relevant for teaching English as a foreign language, instead of just depending on, Richard's book. Okay, I mean, I remember they had this methodology book about communicative language teaching, the silent approach, suggestopia, whatever. So we find that I think it is a kind of reaction to superimposed pedagogy on us. But you notice that even for teacher training, I do talk about these methods first. So these methods have to be taught to your student teachers or trainee teachers before they can even go into post method. Okay, but you can do deconstruction, you can actually come up with your own theories, and then you start thinking about things that are more relevant for your local classrooms. Okay, so I find that I did say that it's actually going to be very tough in my conclusion. When I propose this, I'm not saying that it will work 100%. Okay, but the things that it will free students from, I mean, of our teachers from having to teach according to the Western methods. I mean, to be very honest, I actually do localize my teaching examples. Okay, because I cannot simulate a taxi driver in London. It's not real. Okay, I have to ask my students to simulate a taxi driver in Singapore where they speak English. And then they can relate to it, like, oh yeah, there's this variety existing in Singapore. Okay, because a lot of tourists sometimes they'll complain about it. Okay, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Professor Kadayanto? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Hongwell. Actually, it's discussing about localization. It's a long talk. It's a long discussion anyway, and we need more time because there are many sources, there are many debates and different ideas regarding this one. But I am afraid that we are running out of time.
Okay.
So because we need to give maybe 2 minutes before we move to the next sessions. So once again, big applause, big thank you. Thank you very much to Dr. Chiu Hong for the very interesting presentations and discussions. So we hope to see you in the next sessions. We hope to see you in the upcoming webinar, the seminars, or maybe other academic or non-academic occasions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kadayanto. Thank you. And thank you, okay, for listening to my speech. Okay, I was like trying to speak very loudly. I hope that you can hear me. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. Okay, that's a Chinese way of saying thank you. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, I will I'll just stop video so that I will not show myself now. Bye-bye. Then I can have the next speaker be the focus. Okay, see you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Prof. Okay. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first keynote speaker in the afternoon sessions. Now we have been waiting for the second session in the afternoon session, which is Bapak Ujang Suparman, PhD. He has been ready for the presentations. And of course, he will talk some interesting things about glocalization, about English language teaching and learning, and etc. So without further ado, and just like before, we have more or less an hour or 45 minutes for presentations, and the rest will be used for discussion. Time is yours, Bapak Ujang Suparman, PhD. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session. The topic for today is globalization in English language teaching, a case study in higher education in Indonesia. In this session, we are going to try to address 4 questions. The first one, what is globalization in English language teaching? The second one, why should it be globalized? The third one, how does global practice work in some countries? And finally, what about the national practice in Indonesia? What is the empirical evidence? Right. We start from the first Question, what is globalization? Or what is globalization in English language teaching? To some extent, there are some concepts just similar to the previous presenter. Globalization has been defined differently from different perspectives. But in general, globalization is the power that makes the world without borderlines. For example, people all over the world can communicate with one another easily, share ideas and information, do business, exchange students, teachers, lecturers, and other professionals using international language as major medium, such as English, with the help of information and technology. The second question that I addressed in this session, why should English language be globalized? Hamid and Nguyen, 2016, state that if globalization is considered as interconnectedness of people, societies, and nations on the global scale, the role of English as global language cannot be neglected in the process of global interconnectedness or global interdependence. English has affected all aspects of life in major parts of the globe. English is the influential language of entertainment, academia, technology, communication, and capitalism. Crystal, 1997. Hamid and Nguyen, 2017, state, whether English is the cause of globalization or vice versa, globalization caused English, for example, is unclear. But it's clear that relationship between them is symbiotic and mutually beneficial. If English provide linguistic and communicative infrastructure to globalization, the latter promote the cause of English by making English imperative for participation in globalized network, markets, and resources. It's a combination of English and globalization, whether planned, like discussed by Philipson's 1992, or coincidental, discussed by Crystal 1997, and merger of the underlying discourse of the two, as discussed by several authors, that derive individual groups of individual societies toward more English. This discourse of English and globalization can be seen as the bigger of English in education policies in Asia. The third question, how does global practice work in some countries, especially in Asia? First, I discuss Turkey briefly. In January 2017, Minister of National Education Turkey, or MONI, announced its new curriculum reform in all subject areas, including English, to be implemented starting from 2017-2018 academic year, based on Altan 2017. The quality of English as a foreign language in Turkey is almost similar to that in Indonesia. They are still trying to make the curriculum better to meet the needs of globalization. For example, in 2013, English Proficiency Index, or EPI, in Turkey was 41st out of 60. In 2017, 51st out of 70 countries, based on Altan 2017. In 2016, the average total of TOEFL score was 78 over 120. That's according to ETS 2016. It means that even Turkey they are still trying to make the curriculum better, to make the globalization of English better, but still trying. In other words, the quality of EFL, teaching and learning in Turkey, is almost similar to that in Indonesia, but in so far, Turkey is still better. They are still trying to make it better in the future to meet the needs of globalization. The second country that we can discuss, Malaysia. Its national ambition goal for English as stipulated in its national blueprint called Vision 2020 states its aim to prepare the nation to become an industrialized nation by 2020. That as stated by Malako Luntu and Rangasamy 2012. The effort to internalize of higher education is considered as the social means for Malaysia's success in the globalized world. Malaysia has already changed from Malay into English as the medium of instruction for higher education. Malaysia has experimented with English medium of instruction policy at the primary and secondary school level for science and mathematics subjects. However, due to the inefficient implementation, poor learning outcome, and what is more, is political complicating consequences, it was cancelled in 2017. That based on Gill 2012 and Lee 2014. It means that Malaysia also still trying to do better and better. Yeah, it's almost not so different from Indonesia. The next one, Japan. Japanese authorities' effort to engage with English as a global language for internationalization objectives cannot be underestimated. That according to Hashimoto 2013. For example, Prime Minister Abe emphasized that TOEFL testing will be used to raise the standard of English of his fellow countrymen. So all countrymen should be tested, should have a certain TOEFL score. That according to Kim 2013. Japanese students will be required to take the English test as requirement for admission in tertiary institution and graduation. The TOEFL strategy is one of education reform in Japan to keep up with globalization. So the focus of Japan is on TOEFL. Yeah. So every country has its own focus. It has its own emphasis. The next one, Vietnam. To face globalization, there was an increasing realization since 1990s that competence in foreign language was a key factor in facilitating the open door policy, or they call Doi Moi, and improving Vietnam's economic and political competitiveness in the age of globalization. That according to Hamid and Nguyen 2016. In 2008, the Vietnamese Ministry of Education and Training, or MOET, issued the National Foreign Language 2020 project, emphasizing foreign language education as the key trigger in national development, based on Hamid and Nguyen 2016. MOET was aimed to ensure that by 2020, most Vietnamese youths who graduate from vocational schools, college, and universities could use a foreign language independently. This has led to changes in English language education, including increasing the teaching time for English, changing textbooks, offering English as the medium of instruction program, training and retraining EFL, English as foreign language teachers. Although we can say that Vietnam also similar to the condition of Indonesia. It means that they are still trying. She is trying to globalize their English competencies. The next one, India. English is taken for granted as Indian language because India is one of the Commonwealth country. It means that once was under the control of British. So English has become first language in that country. India, to some extent, the Philippines has been enjoying the benefits of English in globalized world by committing itself as the preferred destination outsourcing and call centers. That's according to Bolton 2008. Consequently, India's commitment to English can be considered more pragmatic and outcome-oriented. That's going to Hamid 2010. The next one, Thailand. How is the practice of globalization, English globalization in Thailand? Thailand is a country where the need for English is high, especially after the establishment of Asian Economic Community or AEC. But in general, English proficiency is low. In general, English proficiency in Thailand is still low. That's according to the study by Watson Todd 2020. In the international comparisons of national levels of English proficiency, Thailand lies in the bottom third of all the countries. It means that the condition of Thailand also still similar to the condition of Indonesia, where Thailand is still belong to the third, bottom third of all countries. To solve the problem, Sai, Minister of Education, has implemented some major changes. For example, massively increasing the amounts of English language education in primary schools. Although the intentions are good, the practice has lagged far behind the goals. It means it's still unsatisfactory. The primary reason for this is lack of teacher preparation to implement the changes. The program is good, the program is good, the blueprint is good, but unfortunately in the field, the teachers are still unready to implement the program. That's the problem. The teachers at primary levels are often unqualified to teach English. Their own English is still weak, very weak. The classrooms are overcrowded. The teachers know little about communicative approach to language teaching. That's according to the study done by Kirkpatrick 2012. Okay, we come to the last question. National practice, Indonesian practice. What is empirical evidence? Minister of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia has launched independence learning and independent campus. In Bahasa Indonesia, it's called Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus Merdeka, MBKM. This is the youth program for improving the system of education in Indonesia. This program is intended to respond to the fast changes coming in this era of information and technology, that is to face social, cultural, technological, and workplace requirements. The MBKM, or Independent Learning and Independent Campus Program, which was launched in the early 2020, is expected to be able to respond to the challenges for universities to produce graduates relevant to the current development, science, and technology enhancement, requirements for industry and workplace, as well as social dynamicity. The MBKM program is the implementation of autonomous and flexible campus which can create creative, innovative, and non-restrictive as well as relevant to the student needs. It means that the government, Indonesian government, has a blueprint, but the implementation of the blueprint is not restricted. It depends on the teachers, depends on the lecturers. Okay, concerning with this, I carried out little study, I called case study in Indonesia. To respond to the 21st century needs and to overcome the problem at hand, the researcher tried to carry out research in a university with a very unique feature. Very big class, more than 90 students in one class, comprising of more than 10 departments, with of course different motivation, different English competencies, and different interests. Very big problem. It was thought that it was impossible to teach all students with the same material from the same sources at the same time. It's impossible. The question is how to solve this problem. Then the researcher determined to use a really unique approach to teaching for almost all teaching components, starting from the planning to the assessment. The first one, I tried to use authentic material, that is article from international journals. Given that the students were very heterogeneous in terms of disciplines, around 15 different departments, which were impossible to be provided with one material at one time for all students in one class or in the class, At that time, I thought that ideally each student was assigned to read, analyze, evaluate, and create their own new ideas based on the information they got from the passage. I then determined to assign all the students to browse the international journal article which was relevant to their major and interest. I believe that by so doing, all students would be more interested in reading, analyzing, evaluating, and synthesizing the ideas conveyed in the articles because it was relevant to their major and interest. And usually, if students learn some material which are relevant with their discipline, their motivation tend to improve, their interest tend to improve. It was assumed that if the student learned something which was relevant to their interest and major, they would tend to be more motivated, more relaxed, easier in trying to digest the idea conveyed in the passage. The second one, the feature that I used in overcoming the problem is question prompts. Question prompt to help students learn, comprehend, analyze, evaluate, and synthesize the ideas in the text. There is a used question prompt, that is questions provided in the first day of the semester to be used throughout the whole semester, whatever article they selected to be analyzed. So this is a kind of guideline for the student, what to read, how to identify the information, etc. The question prompt functioned to guide them in determining what information they needed to find out, why they needed that information, how to get information, how to evaluate the relevant information to their local city or to their country. Since the students were required to comprehend English text for developing their insight and understanding about concepts in their own department, besides, they were also required to write their final tasks at the end of their study in their higher education, as well as they should present the results of their proposal or the results of the research orally. The question prompt were designed in such a way that they were in line with their future tasks. Question prompt makes students more creative, more innovative, more autonomous, more independent, more relaxed, easier to digest the ideas. Student active learning emphasize the use of higher order thinking skills, provide authentic material exposure for students, and student-centered learning. All of these seems to be relevant to the MBKM. Now, for example, question from comprised of the following item. What is the problem that the author raised in the article? That's the first question. This is belong to lot, lower order thinking skills, because here the students are just to identify. That's lot. The second one, why was the problem important to be investigated? That's belong to hot, higher order thinking skill, because the students should try to to internalize by themselves and to put forward their own argument. The third one, what kind of research instrument were used to gather the data? This is belong to lots, because that's just identified from the text. Why were those instruments used? Again, this is hot, higher order skills, because they should try to internalize by themselves, should try to infer by themselves. Number four, where was the locations of the study? That belong to lot, because the student just identify from the text. And then what were the objective of the research or research participant, human or non-human? Because in the technology university, the participant of the research not necessarily human being, and quite a lot non-human being. Therefore, I ask here whether human or non-human. Number 6, how were the data analyzed? Why were the data analyzed in such a way? This belongs to higher order skills, because the student mostly make use of their inference instead of just identify information from the text. Number 7, what were the findings? This belongs to a lot, because they are lower order skills, because they just identify from the text. How the findings were interpreted? Again, this is lot, hot, higher order skills, because the student should make up their way of thinking. How number 9, What were the conclusion? Lots, lower on skills, because that's identify, yeah, information that's in from the text. Number 10, in your mind, is the research finding relevant to and beneficial for your city or country? This is hot. This is synthesis. They should make their own idea based on what they read from the article, and then they try to relate what they read with the situation, condition in their city or in the country. Number 11, in what way are they relevant? Again, this is their interpretation. This belongs to HOT. So the students are invited to make use of their way own interpretation. Describe your argument. Again, this is synthesis, yeah, HOT, higher order thinking skills. All students were required to get an article to be analyzed, evaluated, and synthesized at home 1 week before they attend the class, because it's because the students are expected to have more familiar with authentic material, more exposure to authentic material, so they are assigned every week to read one article at home, and then after that they have to present in the classroom. By doing this, so they have an exposure to the material. In the classroom, what they had to do was to present the results of their analysis, evaluation, and synthesis in their places in the previous week, and then to discuss them with their friends, with their classmates. While the presenter was presenting their material, other students asked questions, commented, and or argued for or argued against. Since what they did was evaluated, yeah, as the researcher and also the lecturer, I evaluated what they did, what we're doing. So since what they did was evaluated, scored, and appreciated, the class was very active, enthusiastic, and highly motivated, because all material presented were very interesting, newly published, of course, very up-to-date, presented by expert in quotation, because if, for example, mathematics student discuss mathematics material from Journal of Mathematics, physics, like that also. Yeah, so I called presented by expert in the classroom. All questions could be answered satisfactorily. The next one, next feature of this research, of this case study is authentic assessment. As stated in the previous slide, almost all students' activities were evaluated and appreciated. This was found to make them very happy, very interested, because they felt appreciated. Therefore, feeling appreciated played an important role in the success of learning process. Every student did not want to be left behind without getting scored in that great opportunities. Therefore, each of them tried to raise hand, to put forward some question, to put forward comment, to put forward an argument for or argument against what was presented. Now, it was found that not only presenters who were very enthusiastic, but also other students were very highly motivated to engage in the classroom activities, such as put forward some question, argue, and so on. When they were asked whether they liked the way they learned English in the class where they were engaged, they responded very positively. And some of them stated that the model of learning English was really new experience for them, which they did not have never before. The next feature, higher order thinking skills, HOTS. Students were directed to use higher order thinking skills, analyzing, evaluating, and synthesizing or creating by means of question prompts as the trigger. In the beginning of the semester, they were briefed on how to use higher order thinking skills while they were trying to read an article. Analyze here means they had to read and see parts by part of the article to understand the whole text clearly. So in order that they understand the whole text, the whole idea conveyed in the whole text, they should analyze part by part. Evaluate means they have to identify good points as well as weak points of each article, including what was missing from, which ideally should be there. They were assigned to evaluate good point and weak points of the article they read they read in relation to hometown, city, country. So while they are reading, they are supposed to relate what they read, the idea, to their own country, to their own locality, to their own country. They did it in their own houses once a week before attending the English class, and presented it, discussed it, argued for in front of the class discussion. They did such activities every week for every whole semester. Hence, they had exposure to the authentic material and to the question prompt. Ladies and gentlemen, in this case study, there are three major variables. The first one, gender. Yeah. The second one, personality. The next one, academic presentation component. The question is there any difference, for example, in student academic presentation performance, or APP, by gender? That's getting to the first variable. The second one, is there a difference in student academic presentation performance by personality? The third question, is there any difference of student academic presentation performance by academic presentation component, or AC? Number four, is there any interaction of student gender, personality with their academic presentation performance? And number five, is there any interaction of student gender and academic presentation component with their academic presentation performance? The following hypothesis, there was no difference in student academic presentation performance by gender. There was no difference in student academic performance by personality. There is no difference in academic presentation performance by academic presentation component. There is no, and so on. Now, methodology. The research uses completely randomized design with factorial treatment structure, G for gender, P personality, AC academic presentation component as factor. It is one of the simplest experimental design for standpoint of assignment of the treatment level to subject or experimental units and data analysis based on Milikin, Johnson 2009, Usman, Juho, El Faki, and Dawood 2011. Gender data were got from the demographic data where the students were asked to fill the form of personality. To have the student personality data, a questionnaire on personality that had been validated by experts was employed. To measure the student academic present performance, they were assessed while they were doing the task of presentation, authentic assessment, by 3 professional judges. Then the reliability was calculated using Cromba Alpha, which was found to be 0.91, very high. To determine whether there was a difference of student academic present performance by gender, personality, or academic presentation component, and interaction between gender and personality, the interaction of gender and academic presentation component, and so on. Personality and academic present component, the model used this one. This is the model. Okay, I'm going to show it in the link. This is the model. Here you are. Now this is the model I used in this research. APP, IJKL, and so on. Yeah. It means academic presentation performance, or APP, is the student academic presentation performance after being exposed to the use of authentic material using question prompt as the trigger to understand the ideas conveyed by the authors in the authentic material and to make use of it to deliver a presentation in front of the class like mini seminar. I think the next one not necessary. We can go on to the next slide. Yeah, the finding. First, analysis of variance. Yeah, this is analysis of variance, the result analysis of variance. G means stand for gender, P personality, AC academic presentation component, comprising of content, naturalness, pronunciation, and understanding. GP mean interaction of gender and personality. G time AC mean interaction of, and so on. Yeah. Okay. Let's go on. Results of analysis, comparison by gender. The results of F-test for all variables are shown in table 2. The following is the results of differences of student academic by gender. If you see Takis grouping, here the Takis grouping shows the same letter A. It means that there is no difference. There is no in gender. It means that both male and female have the same capacity, have the same opportunity in academic presentation, as long as they are given suitable atmosphere. Yeah. Next, comparison by personality. Now this is based on the result of Takis standardized range, or HSD, test for score. There are 6 here. There are 6 comparison: choleric, sanguinic, choleric melancholic, choleric phlegmatic, sanguinic melancholic, sanguinic phlegmatic, melancholic phlegmatic. And based on the analysis, there were significant differences among different types of personalities at alpha 0.05. There were 6 categories of comparison shown in table. That's first, comparison between choleric and sanguinic people, showing significant difference. Secondly, comparison between choleric and melancholic people, also showing significant difference. Number 3, comparison between choleric and phlegmatic people, showing significant differences. Fourth, comparison between sanguinic and melancholic people resulted in significant difference. Number 5, comparison between sanguinic and phlegmatic people, indicating significant difference. And finally, comparison between melancholic and phlegmatic people, reflecting significant difference. So all the comparisons between or among personality are significantly different. It means that personality cannot be neglected in the process of teaching and learning English, especially if you want to be successful in globalized English. Now let's continue to this is the distribution score. Yeah. As we can see here, choleric is the highest performance, academic performance, and then followed by sanguinic. Yeah, followed by sanguinic, and then after sanguinic, followed by melancholic, and the lowest one in academic presenter performance is phlegmatic. This might be relating to do with the nature of each personality, because phlegmatic tend to be shy, tend to be calm, do not want to be do not want to show up, something like that. Yeah. Now let's continue. See the differences of student academic presentation performance by academic presentation component. The next finding related to the third research question, that is whether there was a difference in engineering student academic performance among the academic present performance. The null hypothesis was there was no significant difference on the student academic performance by academic present component. The finding of the data analysis shows that there is significant difference of student academic presentation performance by academic component. Let me see, significant difference in the link. Yeah, here the result. As we can see, Takis grouping here consists of A, B, C. The first one here, content, very significantly different. from pronunciation. Pronunciation very significant from understanding, but understanding are not significantly different from naturalists. So naturalists here not significantly different among all the students. Why? Because English in Indonesia is considered as foreign language, so the student get difficulties in performing it naturally. Yeah. Therefore, the difference is not significant. Conclusion. First, globalization in English language teaching is a must due to the development of global economy and technology in the globe. That's number one. So we cannot avoid it. Yeah, we cannot avoid it. Globalization in English language teaching is a must due to the development of global economy and global technology in the globe. The second one, to face globalization, almost all countries in the world are still trying to find suitable model to meet their own needs. And there is no similar way to globalized English way teaching. All countries that have been discussed here have their own different and unique approaches to globalized English teaching. Okay? And what is important thing is that all countries that we discuss in this research or in this article, almost similar to the situation and condition in Indonesia. They are still trying. So don't be pessimistic. Yeah? Number three, since globalization requires students to think critically, innovatively, independently, globally, and globalization in English language teaching should involve the use of higher order thinking skill. This cannot be neglected. Yeah? Globalization in English language teaching should involve the use of higher order thinking skills or HOTS in all levels of education institution, with the proportional emphasis with the lower order thinking skills, LOTS, and higher order thinking HOTS, more emphasis on the use of HOTS is recommended. So first of all, for example, we use, although in university we use LOTS, but then we minimize the LOTS and try to emphasize more on HOTS. Number four, since students are required to be familiar with real culture of the globe, globalization of English language teaching should involve the use of authentic material and exposure to authentic material so that the students are more familiar with authentic material and authentic culture used in the world. Number five, given that the student competencies should be assessed comprehensively, that is, all student activities should be assessed while the real student learning activities are still going on. So here the assessment should not only be based on the mid-semester examination and final semester examination, but the scoring should be based on all the activities that the student do in the classroom. Yeah. In other words, globalization in English language teaching should involve authentic assessment. Yeah. By so doing, the student also tend to feel appreciated. The competition among the students to get scores as many as possible make the class livelier. Students are more enthusiastic, and what is more is that the classroom atmosphere looks like the real situation. Recommendation, last one. Number one, EF English as a foreign language teachers and lecturers are recommended to consider the use of personality. To consider student personality, because it was found that personality contribute to the success of English as foreign language learning. In the field, rarely teachers or lecturers consider the personality. The second one, EFL teachers and lecturers are recommended to consider the use of authentic material taken from international journal relevant to the student major or discipline. Especially this is relevant for university students, although non-English department. Number three, the relevant journal articles which with the student major of the study is imperative. So the material should be selected in such a way, but the selection is better done not by the lecturers but by the student themselves. Lecturers should put priority of making students exposed to higher order thinking skills by assigning to analyze passage every week, see part by part of the passage to clearly understand the whole passage, to evaluate the strong and weak points of the ideas in the passage, especially in relation to their world, to their localities, their workplace, and the like. And finally, to synthesize what they have analyzed using their own words and style. And the last one, to direct and help students easier in keeping up with this idea conveyed in the text, the use of question prompt should be considered. Thank you.
Yes. All right. So thank you very much, Bapak Ujang Suparman, PhD. What we usually remark from his presentation, in every occasion he has presentation, is that he always delivers the presentations in a very spiritual way, very energetic. That's what that is the spot from Pak Parman. And so that's why it can avoid, let's say, feeling sleepy and then, well, some boredom, and being energetic and being full of spirit. That's one thing that we can spot. But the presentation that he delivered was a completion of previous session, previous discussion. It was about globalization, the position of being global, and then how do we have to deal with that. One, not only one actually, there are several points that we can see from Pak Parman's presentations, is that the first idea being global, it's must, especially in the context of English teaching and learning. Well, how much global, I mean, how much to what a must in learning English, or being global by learning English, should be incorporated in today's classroom, that becomes our questions. And that might raise also questions among participants as well. And the other ideas, the other, let's say, discussion or debate that was raised about the teaching of English by using hot and then, well, to what extent hot teaching is implemented in English teaching learning, and to what extent lots teaching, lower order thinking should be implemented in English language teaching, and also raised questions among us participants. So that's why I'm sure that there are actually a number of questions or maybe confusion that we need to discuss further from Pak Parman's presentation. So I'm still waiting. So we wait for participants. If you have any questions regarding Pak Parman's presentation, time is yours. Feel free to ask. You can. I'm not sure whether you can do it orally by using Zoom, or participant can just type questions via chat box. So whichever way you like. Please, if you have any questions or anything to discuss from Pak Parman's presentation, from what has been discussed, actually there were a number of recommendations and conclusions that, well, yes, some have to be questions and some have to be in which position we have to sit in relation to several studies that were presented by Pak Parman as well. We still have maybe more or less 10 minutes, yeah? More or less 10 minutes. Let me see the chat box. All right, so waiting for the participant preparing for the questions. Maybe I'd like to just some questions to Pak Parman related to what was presented is that yeah, some people still argue, or maybe some of us still confused how far we have to teach our students in the context of English ELT, yeah, ELT classrooms, that hot higher order thinkings have to be implemented, because learning language might be different from learning, let's say, natural science or social science, or maybe other subjects that our curriculum says teachings have to be conducted in hot, especially for higher classes, higher elementary school classes. What do you say about that, Pak Farman?
All right, thank you. To implement HOTS is really not necessary for, there is assumption that HOT is for science, but really HOTS, high order skill, is not only for science, for subjectively, including English, including language. And HOTS is not necessary to be addressed or to be used, to be implemented in a higher level of education like university student. No, even for elementary school, HOTS can be implemented, can be used. Because, you know, I have grandson, yeah. I have grandson, very little grandson, has not entered school, yeah. But the question is very hot. You see, for example, he always asks me, Daddy, why? Daddy, why it happens? Itu pertanyaan, kenapa kok begitu, Daddy? My grandson call me Daddy because imitate his mother, yeah. Daddy, why? Ini the question of why is quite a lot addressed to me. How? Now that's hot. In other words, that hot is used in daily life, even by maybe by young children. It means that HOT can be implemented not only in higher level of institution, not only for science, but also for daily life, for everything. The characteristic of HOT is using or triggering the student to make use of their own way of thinking. Why? How? Something like that. Yeah. But the question, for example, what? Now, this is a lot. But it doesn't mean that what question is easier than why. No, not necessarily. Even sometimes why what question is really much more complicated than why or than how, for example. So there is what's it called, misinterpretation of hot. Usually people, including teachers, thought that hot must be more complicated than lots. Yes. But in reality, no. In reality, no. Okay. And therefore, I conclude that first, hot is not necessarily much more complicated than lots. The second one, hot is not necessarily given or implemented in higher level of education or in science. But hot really can be applied to any student, any subject. How to implement it in the way we provide questions. Okay. So if our question, for example, motivate the student to make use of their thinking, like finding out the argument for or argument against, for example, that's belong to hot. Okay. And if the student are asked, for example, to analyze parts by parts of certain item, that's belong to hot. If we ask the student, what are the good point of this? What are the weak point of this? That's belong to hot. Really not complicated. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Farman. We've got one question from Novita Nurdiana from University of Lampung. She asked, how can we motivate our students to have critical thinking? How can we motivate our students to have critical thinking? How can it connect to our topic today about glocalization? So she addressed two questions.
All right. Okay. The first one, how to motivate a student to make use of their higher order thinking skills. First, the student do not know what is higher order thinking skills. And then we as the teacher or as the lecturer should direct them to make use of higher order thinking skill. And it is not necessary for the student to know that it is higher order thinking skill. Okay? The concept of hot belong to us, belong to teacher, belong to the lecturer. The task of the lecturers, the task of the teacher is to address appropriate question to the student so that they make use of their thinking, their creative thinking ability, their critical thinking ability, something like that. Okay, so the way to direct to our student, the way to help our student make use of HOT by addressing appropriate question for the student. Okay.
That was the first question, Pak Parman.
Yeah.
Motivating students by, let's say, asking and then stimulating students to think critically.
Yep.
And then the other question was about how can it connect to our topic today about globalization. So it's about motivation, critical thinking,
yeah,
in relation to globalization.
Good question, very good question. TIMSS, PULSE, and also PISA, and these are three international tests of reading ability, mathematics ability, science ability, found that Indonesia lies in the third rank from the bottom. In the third, every 5 years, because these three tests is conducted every 5 years, and every 5 years the result almost the same. We lies at the third rank from the bottom. Why? The question is why? And this is global. This global, not local. Yeah, this global. Why? Because the students in almost in all level of institution are familiar with lots question. What? So identifying, remembering, something like that, including in mid-semester examination, in final semester examination, in semester examination, in school examination, similar. The question are addressed with the question containing with remembering the fact, and rarely question about higher order skills. That is why Indonesian Indonesian competencies in mathematics, in reading, and also in social sciences is almost similar. That is the third from the bottom. So that's beyond to globalization. Now the highest in the world is Singapore. Even United States and European countries are below them, below Singapore. Singapore always in PISA terms, and also PULSE always in the first place. Why? Because their way of thinking is using HOT. The question is using HOT. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Parman. And so we hope that has already answered Novita's questions. Well, actually, we still have, but I think if we have one more question, that would not be enough. So we still have 2 minutes left, more or less. So that is why, as the closing part of this afternoon sessions, is that from these two speakers, we have learned how the position of global and then local and then English teaching and learning has to be well put in its positions, And we've got some insights from Dr. New Chi Hong and also from Pak Parman, and from the information, from the knowledge, from recent research about this sort of localization thing. There are many more things we can discuss about that, because it's relatively new areas, and the position of being global and local in language teaching has always raised debate, and I'm sure that scholars are right now still still undergoing research for, let's say, this issue. Okay, so that's more or less what we have learned from these afternoon sessions. So I believe that communications are still open outside this forum, either to Dr. Ngo Chiu Hong and also Bapak Ujang Suparman, PhD. So personally, we can approach them, or we can email them, or maybe by using WhatsApp, and we can have further discussion about this, or even we can do collaboration in terms of maybe research or maybe publication, or even academic discussion or talks about this thing. So hopefully This afternoon sessions will be very much fruitful for all of us, giving us new insights and then let's say recent research and knowledge about globalization. So today we arrive at the end of the sessions of this afternoon keynote speakers. I am Budika Daryanto as the moderator of this afternoon sessions. Thank you very much for your participation, for being patient in attending this conference till the end of the conference. So we'd like to see you in further academic occasions, in academic circumstances in the future time. That's all for today's sessions. Thank you very much, and I return the time and also the next agenda of this conference to the committee. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Giving big applause to our two keynote speakers today, Dr. Hong and also Bapak Uchang Suparman. Giving applause virtually. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Huh?
for sharing important informations, ideas, research results, so that our knowledge about the issue on glocalization on language teaching and learning become better. In addition, I would like also to thank to all participants, all presenters in parallel sessions. And also I would like to thank you to all the committee who have dedicated their times and also their energy to make this conference happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next thing that I would like to tell you is that today is the last sessions, but the whole agendas of this international conference is not over. The next thing is about publication. So after this, the committee will review all papers. And then after that, we decided whether your papers accepted or not. And we haven't made decisions yet. So we are not able to promise that your work will be accepted for publications or not. Well, the next thing is that in addition to that one, we have to thank to God that we will be able to end this conference well and this conference can run smoothly. However, if there is any other weaknesses that we are unable to detect or overcome in these occasions, we ask for an apology. And finally, we would like to thank to all of the 4 keynote speakers, the participants, and also the committee. We appreciate all of your efforts, your involvement in this international conference. And we wish that we are able to meet you again in the next international conference in 2021. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.